Are you ready? Good morning, everyone. Hopefully, you can hear me okay. If somebody could just give me an audio check down there, is not too bad on the late start today. Only a minute. Morning, T King. Hello, everyone who's here already. Shill, Beck, Ali, always grateful. Sandy, good to see you. Oh, so this morning, thank you, thank you. Mm. Well, I'm ready this morning. Yesterday was interesting. Very, very interesting. Hey, Robski, how you doing? And it's Tuesday. Thank you for remembering. And he brings my favorite tacos. Yes. Come get some tacos for Tuesday. Do like Tuesdays and do like tacos. Yeah. Thanks for the orders. Always. Yep. Always a good day to start with orders. But better than that, some coffee. I hope you all have your favorite libation. If it's not morning, if it's afternoon or evening, whatever. Tea, coffee, something cold, something soothing. It's quite cold here today. Mm, breakfast tacos are delicious, Ollie. I think that would be great to get us ready for the trial. For me, it's just straight black coffee this morning. But I am, as all of these financial crimes gets put into the trial, I'm curious, how the jury is going to be reacting. It's uh it's definitely, not straightforward. As you saw, the judge is going to be reading parameters to the jury to remind them they cannot actually use it to judge his character, or whether or not use it as whether or not he's capable of murder, but more for motive, or more so much malice. Um, when Judge Newman was reading his opinion on it, uh, he's focusing on the malice part, because as he reminded us when he read his opinion out loud, he said that the prosecution really isn't responsible for actually the motive. I mean, it's good if they have a motive, but it's not one of the requirements. It is helpful, of course, but what they have to prove is malice for murder. And I found that curious too. But all of the testimony yesterday was not really typical. We saw lawyer fireworks in the morning with Mark Tinsley when he was doing some pretty strong pushback on Philip Barber and trying to school him on civil law matters, and they were trying to make it appear that he was overly aggressive in his filings for discovery. And to me, that was like, why are you making that such a big deal when that's part of the pressure? Mm. I think they were trying to take away from it and say that it wasn't that big a deal, that the discovery really wasn't going to show anything, but it actually kind of did the opposite, at least for me. I don't know how you guys feel, but for me, it was like, wow, you're making a big deal out of it now. There was a lot of pressure there. Mm. We have to remember that a lot of what we have heard about this case happened after the murders. The charges against Alex Murdaugh, the 99 that are outstanding. I always say 100, but I'm looking at it now and it's only 99. So 99 charges, still 18 indictments, but all for financial crimes, money laundering, insurance fraud, banking fraud, mm, all of that. Good morning, Jean, and good morning, Andrew. It's good to see everybody. What are you guys looking forward to today? Now, we don't know exactly who's going to be on the witness stand, but before we left yesterday, weren't we were in great discussion of matters of law between Harpootlian and Jim Griffin and John Meador and Creighton Waters. They're discussing the testimony of Michelle Shelley Smith and the blue tarp. That's a raincoat, but a blue tarp. Um, they look very similar in color. Not so much in shape, but if it's balled up, they're going back and forth. But Michelle Shelley Smith had more testimony than just that. So I can understand why Creighton Waters is fighting to keep everything in, because there's also him leading the witness in far as how long he's been there, why he kept saying how long he had been there, um, how he showed up on you at an unusual time when he doesn't normally come at that time, um, and the next day behaviors after that. So it's been interesting to say the least. For a Monday, yesterday was pretty good. Her name is Michelle, like Michelle, but it's M-U instead of M-I. She goes by Shelley. Her name is Michelle Shelley Smith. Yes. I remember when it was one of the first things that John Meadors said to her was, "How did you get your name and how do you spell your name?" It's very unique. hmm Yeah, Michelle. Mhm. Am I saying it with a bad accent or something? Or yeah, she likes to go by Shelley. Yeah. And she looked very nervous to be testifying in the first place, and you know, it's an unusual circumstances anyway. A lot of people, all the pomp and circumstance, it can set you off. But also, she's worked for that family for a long time, and it's uncomfortable to have to testify against somebody, especially people that you care about. She's just trying to tell the truth as she saw it. She got involved based on an interview and things that were said, and people latched onto it, and then she was in it. Um, she's not, you know, trying to do anything, so to speak, in regards with her testimony. She's just telling the truth as she sees it. And it was quite disconcerting to see both sides kind of twisting it around. Like, it's hard to relate what she's actually saying now because I listen to what both sides are saying and I hear the same thing. You know, I can understand why both of them are inferring what they're inferring. Yeah. Wait a minute. Was this T King? I watched a whole 40-minute show about how Alex was partying in Key West. Oh, partying in Key West after the murders? Really? Wow, I didn't know that. Oh. She also stated that he visited often, but it was unusual for him to arrive at those times. Her normal work hours were approximately 8 p.m. to 7 a.m. Exactly. And that's important, also. Good morning, Halko. What did Bubba the dog say when he saw the chicken wearing the blue raincoat? That's a chicken. I'm gonna take a shot at that. But yeah. Okay. Bubba was running around with a chicken in his mouth. This is true. That's from the video. Yeah. And I think setting up an IV with a gallon of coffee is a very good idea, Ali. If you figure out how to do that, let me know. I'm doing it too. Okay. Oh, so good morning. I hope you all slept well. Throwing away shoes and evidence, partying. Okay. Yep. And barehanded touching of the raincoat. Oh, that drove me crazy. Aunt Chair, that's all over Twitter. All the lawyers are like, okay, let's just all like manhandle the evidence, and everything. And that was making everybody crazy. Like, I thought there were rules, but like, what if there's another trial? I guess it's been tested and everything, so it like, but there's chemicals and all on eating it. Just deference for I think it's just deference that was annoying me. Just deference for the evidence, the keep it the way it is. I don't know. It just it was making me crazy. And yes, I agree with you, Michael. Definitely. Motive, motive, motive. What was AM's motive? What was Alex Murdaugh's motive? Well, this I understand that it is very hard to see the way the evidence is being presented, the prosecution case. I myself, I like the prosecution. One thing I like, Creighton Water's style. Do I think the presenting of this case is smooth? No, it seems very disjointed to me. I'm having a hard time putting all the pieces together, and I'm trying, and I'm wondering how that's looking for the jury. Um, the same as you guys. And when Michael says motive, 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 I understand what he means, because the prosecution is saying that it's the financial crimes. They mean the pressure. They mean he wasn't in his mind. We also have to remember that we know things that the jury hasn't heard yet about him claiming to be addicted to drugs. Months later, him hiring someone to shoot himself in the head. He was so distraught. Um, Things like this, that are weighing to us that the jury will have no idea of so far. So far, now they had a matter of law about the side of the road on how that's going to come in, and we'll hear about that today, because that also adds to state of mind. What basically they're saying, there's a couple of things that I wanted to point out. That the defense themselves brought up that Maggie had an appraisal appointment the very next day. We did have the meeting with the partner's accountant in the morning, and he found out that things were being disclosed. $792,000 was missing, and they knew about it. It was the first steps towards. I mean, he'd been talking with Chris Wilson, his friend. Um, he knew things were coming to a head, and he's the only one who knows the extent of it. We kind of get a peek at it all now because of all the charges and everything that's going on. But there were all those players in the mix, all of those bank loans. If Maggie sold those properties that he had in her name, okay, they secured over $10 million in bank loans, did they not? I mean, we heard that testimony. Was there anything going on in their relationship? We have not really seen any evidence of that. But they did bring that receipt in, and I'm wondering where that comes into lately. The Gucci receipt circled. But why? Why enter it in evidence and not tell us what that's about? Anyway, we do have, in regards to motive, we also have the indictment on Paul, which was going to lead to financial discovery. That's how things work with lawsuits in civil. They start to dig into you because in civil, let's be honest, it's mostly about settlement in some payout for some wrong that's been done to somebody. So it's, there's going to be deep digging into your finances to find out if you're solvent and if you can make a deal with that. or what you do have to offer them as far of restitution or to make things right, whatever the settlement may be. Um, so they're trying to say that all of that struggle, that he had been living this life of a dual life, one, everybody thought of him one way, and behind the scenes he was shady, stealing from everyone, all his clients, they're saying, his partners, his family. He stole from Randy. I mean, hmm. I guess they're trying to say that it just all came to a head, and that's what the motive is. That's where the malice was, to not have it come to a head. But I, like you, Michael, and the rest of you, am struggling to see how their deaths are going to prevent any of that. Now, it does prevent Maggie from selling anything or finding out that the accounts are in her name. It does prevent Paul from going to trial and disclosing things about Alex Murdaugh's reputation, willingly or unwillingly. I doubt it would have been willingly. It seemed they had a great relationship. But a trial where he was there for the boating accident, after the boating accident, advising both the sons, could be messy for his reputation, but also the financial disclosure. I don't know. You have to get his. They're trying to portray him as under so much pressure. But what we would really need for me to believe that, and this is just, me, okay? For me to see that, I would have to see other things he was doing at the time that just were out of character, that showed he was really not acting like himself, or just really like something was going on with him. Some kind of stress between the two of them, Maggie and Alex, you know, something like that. Some kind of concern about the lawsuit, conversations with others that he was worried about discovery, anything. But I'm not hearing that. It's all like we're just know about all this, so we have to just think that this is what he felt or did. Or to cover up guilt. And remember, he was willing to try self-attempted murder to make more. Um, I think he did it so long as he thought he was in the clear, or to cover up guilt. Oops. You know, there is that. That was not the act of a stable person. Yes, I mean, he wasn't thinking clearly. And there is all of that in evidence. That case has already been tried up against Curtis Smith, who was the partner in these shady dealings with drugs and in the deal to shoot him and file a false insurance claim to get the money to Buster. Yeah, not exactly reasonable. Now, that is the side of the road act, I believe, that they're all talking about, as you guys helped me figure out yesterday. So we're going to find out whether that comes in. We're going to find out soon. Oh. Do they, T. King? They say there was proof she was not living with him at the time. I wish they would start putting it into the record. That would be great. And Anna says, was checking at hunting photos of the Murdaugh family. I found Paul had hip hugger waders and Alex had knee-high waders. The photos were not that old. Very good. The wader theory. I know, it's just insane. It is. Uh, I'm not thinking not guilty via insanity. I'm just saying in the pressure. Like he didn't seem like a man who had his wits about him at the time. It's a slow trek up the mountain. I get it, Becky. I'm just trying to piece it all together the way they're laying it out. And we have to admit the amount of cell phone data, the things they're trying to link together. Um, it's not painting as clear a picture as I would like. And remember, they don't have to push motive, just malice. And I'm not, mm, the malice is even hard for me at this point. Trying to recover from 10 days I spent in the hospital. Oh, Ali, I hope you feel better. I really do. I'm glad you're home, you know. Always grateful. I feel that by the time of the crimes that he was so deep in financial issues that he was not able to make rational decisions on anything. True. And I think that showing that about some other things might help to the state of mind that they're trying to show. We'll see. Because if Curtis Smith gets to testify about the side of the road incident, I mean, I think that's going to sway the jury a bit as far as how much pressure he felt he was under. So we'll see. We'll see if they get to put that up. I'm still not hearing anything from the feed. No noise. It's just up. Yep. Nothing yet. Just us. Well, I wonder what matter of law will be settled before we start. We don't have the in camera before jury testimony today, so we're going to go right to jury testimony once they seat the jury. And depending on how it goes with the matter of law, when they're going through that motion, Creighton Waters wants to talk about the side of the road issue. And they want to do it respectfully and back and forth. But Curtis Smith is on the witness list. We did hear from Mark Tinsley, who was the opposing attorney in the Mallory Beach. He represented someone from the Mallory Beach civil lawsuit. Oh, that was quite compelling. We also heard from his ex-partner yesterday in regards to covering up some of the money and things that were coming out. And about the meeting, everybody, it wasn't even a meeting, it was just like a gathering, and everybody that had to talk to SLED at the time, the investigators, and a few of them were all together there. Yeah, if he was actually hooked on drugs back, I can see that like he was altered most of the time, you know. I don't know if those kind of records are going to be coming in. They would need his permission. I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure that they're going to be able to just put that kind of stuff in there. That would have to come from Alex.
Please be seated.
All right. Good morning. Any further comment or argument regarding the witness from yesterday, the last Ms. Smith? Ms.
Yes, Your
Smith's
Honor.
testimony, yes.
Yes, Your Honor. We did get a transcript, overnight transcript of her testimony. It's very rough, but on recross, if you will, at page 90, I asked her, have you ever seen this rain jacket before? And the rain jacket, I'd put a photograph into evidence, Defense Exhibit 87, and she says no. And then I said, did Alex Murdaugh have that rain jacket with him when he came to Ms. Libby's home on the morning, I believe a few days after the funeral? She says no. And then I asked her, have you ever been in this closet before? Pointing to the state's exhibit where they show something folded up. She says, no, I haven't. And then I asked her, so you don't know what that is folded up there, do you? And she says, correct. And then I asked her if what's in that closet is this rain jacket, you've never seen Alex Murdaugh with this garment before, have you? And she says, no, I haven't. And that's the testimony and that's on page 90 of the rough transcript that we got last night. Well, this morning we got it, Your Honor.
All right, from the state.
Your Honor, again, it is fairly rough to try to read some of this, but as I would go back and point to page 65, where the witness was asked to describe it, again, she talked about observing Alec come into the house at an unusual time, a few days after the murders, carrying a bundled up blue vinyl item. And then she was shown a picture with it in that closet where it was recovered. And she said, "Did you see a blue object in the center?" Yes. Does it appear to look like the object you've described? Yes. You're saying yes. Is it the blue vinyl? This appears to be the same thing you saw the defendant holding. It looks so, yes. And of course, then you had subsequent testimony from the crime scene investigator about recovering that very item that proved to be the raincoat, which of course, if you hold it out, is very, very large and very much like a tarp. So I think many of these issues that the defense is raising are issues for jury argument and go to weight, not admissibility.
The witness testified on direct examination that the item in evidence appeared to be what Mr. Murdaugh brought into the house that night. She said he was carrying something. It was in his arms. She said it was blue something, that it looked something like a tarp, a blue something, but she did not know what it was. It wasn't opened up, and she could not clearly identify the item either as a tarp, as was shown by Mr. Griffin, or as a raincoat. She testified that the item presented was consistent in appearance with what Mr. Murdaugh brought into the home that night and what was shown in the photograph that was taken. Certainly, Mr. Griffin did, I would say, an effective job in cross-examination in raising questions as to the credibility of the witness. That is the exact job that a jury has to do, that is weigh the credibility of the witness and to determine whether the testimony was consistent on the one hand or inconsistent on the other hand. And this witness's testimony was consistent on the one hand and inconsistent on the other hand, but that does not make the testimony inadmissible. It doesn't render the evidence inadmissible. Whether evidence can be made relevant and admissible through inference. The inferences can be drawn from the evidence. It is circumstantial evidence that is a part of this case, which suggests a fact by implication or inference. It could be the appearance of the scene of a crime, testimony that suggests a link to the crime. And if it can, facts can be proven through inference. The facts and circumstances through which the witness testified on direct and cross-examination and taking the testimony as a whole. The item is in evidence. I find that it is relevant in that it creates, through inference, facts that are in dispute in this case. And I deny the motion to strike her testimony, if that's what the motion is. I deny the motion to declare her testimony as being irrelevant. And the latest motion was that it's prejudicial or the results of an examination of the item is prejudicial. Of course, we haven't had that testimony, but we have an item in evidence. We have many items in evidence. We have, items are being placed in evidence as, what number are we up to now? 400, 500? 400 items of evidence. Witnesses have been questioned as to whether they walked the side of the roadway to see whether anything was along the roadway other than cell phone. Witnesses have been questioned as to whether or not they looked down the drain pipe or of a tub or shower, or just any number of questions been posed with the witness to the witnesses as it relates to discovery of evidence. This evidence was obtained through a search warrant. It is in evidence and it's there for the jury's consideration. Certainly, once an item is in evidence, and as long as a chain of custody has been established, there can be testimony as to what it is or of what significance is it. And that's the stage we are here in these proceedings. And I deny the motion to strike it, to find it for relevance purposes, or because it creates or presents evidence favorable to the state, which automatically means it would be prejudicial to the defendant. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, just to clarify, the motion that the defense made late yesterday afternoon was in advance of Megan Fletcher, SLED agent Megan Fletcher's testimony that there's GSR on the blue rain jacket. And so the motion was to prevent her from testifying as to the GSR, the testing of the rain jacket under 403. I understand the court's ruling. I don't think they're going to call Ms. Fletcher first, but when she does take the stand, we will, for the record, renew the objection. And
that's just the point. You say you object under 403, claiming it's more prejudicial than probative. And that's a fact-finding issue. That's an issue to be weighed not by me, but by the fact finder. I am to determine whether it's more prejudicial than probative. It's relevant. It's apparently important enough that the state seeks to use it. All evidence adverse to the defendant can be considered to be prejudicial, but I do not find where any prejudice is substantially outweighs its probative value. So I deny that motion. I certainly respect your objection. The witness was sort of all over the place with her testimony and appeared to be confused. I'm not sure she obviously was not of the same level of unable to articulate her thoughts through her emotions and through this setting of being examined and cross-examined in this case. But the testimony taken as a whole showed that she identified the item as being consistent with what she thought the defendant brought in. She said he had something in it. It's important enough for her to contact someone about it, and that landed her here on the witness stand, among other things, other reasons. But everything is noted and protected for the record.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Ready for the jury.
Safe ready to proceed, Your Honor.
All right. Regarding juror number 729, I spoke with him briefly. I spoke with, so I guess I've now said him, spoke with that juror briefly this morning. And he's going to stay with us. He's made some arrangements he thinks, with his job, and he's going to stay with us. We have another juror, however, juror number 548, who made contact with the court and says that he's at the emergency room this morning. We don't know what his situation is. He is an alternate juror, and we'll need to proceed without him. Juror number 548. You know, as time passes, attrition kicks in. And we've done well thus far. This will be the first juror who will be excused. He's at the emergency room. We don't know how long he'll be there. We're not going to delay the trial until we find out. So we'll proceed without that juror. Yes, sir.
Stay here.
All right. You bring the jury.
And Judge Newman takes a well-deserved sip of coffee there. That was all very well said. I do admire this judge, his deference in knowing what it took for that witness to even say anything. And she thought it was important enough to speak to officials about what she knew. And neither side is getting what they want out of that testimony. They both want to portray it a certain way, and it's not coming off that way at all. And the testimony is what the testimony is, and the judge is saying that they have a right to keep it in. It is what it is. In regards to the gunshot residue testing that's coming off, that seems to be very important and making the defense very nervous. Then when they mentioned the SLED agent that they talked about, she was the one responsible for the actual analysis of all the testing that was done on the raincoat that was entered yesterday. I'm going to call it raincoat. It's like a rain poncho. So we could call it tarp and not tarp, if that makes it easy for everybody. We're back.
The jury is present, sir.
All right, very good. Thank you. Good morning. Day number 12? Day number 12. 11. Day number 11. You sure? 12. I said 12, yeah. Day number 12, state's case. No, 5 days in a week. You may proceed, state's case.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. The state would call Jeannie Sekinger.
Renew our objection to this witness's question. And
Yes, sir.
thank you.
Good morning. Left hand on the bell. Do you affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial so with the truth so help you God? Again, spell your last name, please.
My name is Jeannie Sekinger, Sekinger.
Ms. Sekinger, how you doing today?
I'm good.
Awesome. Tell the jury a little bit about yourself. Could just kind of introduce yourself. Where'd you grow up? Where'd you go to school?
I grew up in Hampton, South Carolina, graduated from Wade Hampton, went to the University of South Carolina, where I got my BS in accounting. After that, I worked a number of years in public accounting. Then I transferred into as a financial analyst with Westinghouse in Hampton. And after the birth of my second child, I stayed home and worked for my husband just a few years. And in 1999, I came to work with the firm on a part-time basis, doing some special projects, and have not left. And that job has grown since that time till I was over all the business aspects and financial aspects of the law firm.
All right. Which law firm are you talking about?
Meadors, Murdaugh, Parker, Elsdorf, Diedrich.
Is that PMPED?
That's correct.
Is that what the firm is currently known, or is it known by a different name?
We are now a separate entity that we've reorganized as Parker Law Group LLP.
And do you know the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, over there?
I do.
Do you see him in the courtroom?
I do.
Can you identify him, please?
He's in the blue jacket and white shirt sitting between him and Dick.
Your Honor, can the record reflect she's identified the defendant?
Yes.
Was he a partner in the law firm you're speaking of?
He was.
Is he a partner anymore?
No,
And we're going to talk about some of those things, the reasons for that here today. Is that correct?
that's correct.
All right, so I'm gonna call it PMPED, what we're talking about. Is that fair?
That's fair.
All right, well, tell me, you talked a little bit about your role in PMPED. What would you consider your role, or how would you define your role, particularly as we're moving into June of 2021?
At that point, I would be CFO/COO, basically overall office management, financial affairs of the office, over hiring and firing, HR, just any, like I said, any business aspect of the firm.
So CFO, that means what?
Chief Financial Officer,
And COO, that means what?
Chief Operating Officer. And so I kind of combine those jobs.
Are you a lawyer?
I'm not.
Or are you an accountant?
I am.
Do you have a CPA?
I do.
You said you started working for the firm when?
August of '99.
And then when did, was Alec working there at that time, the defendant?
I think Alec came to work the year after me.
Okay. Did you know him prior to that?
I did. I've known Alec since I was 16 years old in high school.
Y'all went to high school together?
We did. He's a few years behind me, but we were in the same school.
And you worked with Alec at the law firm up until September of 2021?
I did.
Let's talk a little bit, if we could, about the law firm itself. And tell me a little bit about the financial structure of the law firm. How does it work that fees come into the law firm, and how do they get dispersed at the end of the year? Can you explain that to the jury a little bit?
Yes. So every fee that any attorney makes is property of the law firm. It comes into the law firm and goes into the law firm's accounts. And it is sitting in kind of what we call a holding account that we just amass the money. We have another account called the operating account that we use to pay the daily bills of the law firm, wages, insurance, office supplies, et cetera. Each attorney in the law firm is also an employee of the law firm. They receive a paycheck just like most people do, with W-2 taxes taken out and a W-2 at the end of the year. When we get to the end of the year, we figure the net profit of the law firm, basically everything brought in and everything paid out to date. And we distribute that money based off a ratio of what that attorney brought in to total. So if an attorney brought in 10%, he's going to get roughly 10% of the net income at the end of the year. And we do that in a form of a bonus one time at the end of the year.
When is that bonus typically paid?
That bonus is typically paid the last week of December.
And is that for most cases and most of the partners, as we're going to call them in the law firm, is that the vast majority of their compensation of the year, is getting it all in one lump sum at the end of the year in December?
That's correct. They receive a salary of $125 through the year that they're paid every 2 weeks, but the vast majority of their money comes in that one bonus check.
Okay. Now, you mentioned there was a salary. Looking back at June of 2021, what were the partners in the law firm, what were they getting as a salary?
$125,000 a year.
All right, $125,000, and that was broken up into checks like
26 times a year, yes.
Okay. And then, so that has to be accounted for before the bonuses are paid, correct?
That's correct.
Salaries not only for the partners, but also for all the other employees.
That's correct, all staff.
All right, and is there other overhead that has to be accounted for out of the fees before that bonus can be paid?
Yes, all the other overhead is the basic operating expenditures like I discussed: rent for the building, insurance coverage for the employees, office supplies, case costs that we advance for our clients. We pay things as we go during the case. We pay experts, record fees. All of that is part of overhead. So after everything that's paid, everything brought in, after everything that's paid out is what we call that net income that we distribute.
Is there some sort of 7.5% fund or offset that has to be accounted for as well before the bonus is paid?
There is. We have what we call a 7.5% kind of profit sharing. And everybody takes their gross fees less their portion of overhead. We take overhead and divide it by the number of partners. And so you would take, let's just use numbers. if your gross fees were $100,000 and your overhead was $50,000, you have a net of $50,000. And we take 7.5% of that and put it in a pot and divide it back evenly in between everybody. And that purpose is meant to cover when somebody has a high year or a low year. It kind of helps people out and it helps account for differences in expenses between each attorney.
So all of that has to be taken care of before the bonus is paid out to the partners at the end of the year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then whatever money is left over is divided up based on the percentage of the fees that that particular partner brought in of the whole for the year. Is that
That's correct.
So if you had a better year, you're going to get a little bit more than somebody who didn't have as good a year.
Absolutely.
Okay. Over time, being the CFO, did Alex Murdaugh have a very lucrative practice?
He did,
Were there times where his bonus was high six figures?
definitely.
Were there times his bonus was seven figures?
There has been.
And was it typical for the vast majority of his compensation to be in that one-time bonus at the end of the year as opposed to the $125,000 salary?
Yes, his and everybody else's.
That $125,000 salary for these individuals was a fairly small part of the compensation.
Correct.
Now, one of the things that you mentioned is that at the very beginning, as you said, all fees belong to the firm. Is that right?
That is right.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 310 to your testimony real quick and see if you can recognize this particular document.
I do. This is the employment agreement that each of the attorneys in the firm sign.
All right. Take that back real quick. Can I have the Elmo, please? $310. I would offer $310 at this time of evidence.
No additional objection shown.
It's admitted.
Let this Elmo do that real quick. Let's try it again. All right. So is this Exhibit 310? Is this the first page of that agreement?
Yes,
All right. And on your little screen up there, can you read?
yes.
Okay. If we look at talking about employer and employees, now we've been talking about the law firm partners, but in the agreement, what are they referred to as?
They're actually shareholders. So we refer to them as partners in the fact that they all work together. So the tax entity, they're shareholders. It's just a legal and accounting determination. But in fact, you'll see them referred to as shareholders.
All right. But in this agreement, they're called employees, correct?
That's correct.
Now, just the
Tax too. So to avoid double taxation, we pass that money down to partners to the best.
zero avoid taxing anything that remained in the firm. January, February, where we're at now before fees start to come in. What money do you use to do that?
So typically, a group of partners will go in and loan money back to the firm to cover our first couple months of operating expenses. And as we recover money through the year, we'll pay them back and pay them off. So we're basically starting at almost a negative by borrowing that money.
All right. And so some of the partners will loan money to the firm to operate until there's enough fees that come in to generate enough money. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do the partners have to do that, or is that something they can do if they want?
That's something that they can do if they want.
Was Alec one to ever do that?
Alec never did that.
He never did that. Okay. Before we go on back to this agreement, let me ask you a little bit. As far as the firm accounts, you mentioned there's an operating account, correct?
That's correct.
And then there's a client trust account, correct?
That's correct.
Trust account.
Trust account.
Tell me what the client trust account is, please.
So the trust account is a fiduciary account, meaning that we have the responsibility to maintain and safeguard that money. It's where the account, whenever a case settles, that the money that is paid from the insurance company or individual from the defendant is put into that client trust account. And that is also where the money is dispersed out to any clients or any lien holders or anything to do with that disbursement. It's also where we collect our fees and expenses from.
And are there legal obligations and money in the client trust account to ensure that that money only goes to the legitimate places it's supposed to go?
That's correct.
And if the law firm wins a case, whether by settlement or by trial, any recovery they get, does it go in that trust account first before the law firm gets paid?
Everything does, yes.
Now, I'm going to go back to the employment agreement, I believe is exhibit 310. And right here in line 3, right there, can you read that to the jury, please?
Services for the benefit of employer. All professional services rendered by the employee shall be rendered as an employee of the employer, and all proceeds and remuneration received therefore shall inure to the employer's benefit.
All right, and this is the agreement signed by all the partners, correct? And back in 2021, it was signed by Alex Murdaugh, correct?
Correct.
And all the years prior, correct?
Correct.
And what does that provision mean? Explain that again to the jury.
That means that any work they do providing legal services and any money earned by them belongs to the law firm, not the partner to the law firm, and should run through the law firm's books.
It has to go through the law firm's books before it can.
Right.
And then they have to wait till the end of the year for it to be accounted for after paying all the overhead and the salary and the 7.5 and all the rest of it.
That's correct.
If a law partner were to divert fees to himself personally and not send them to the law firm, what would that be?
Stealing?
Stealing. Okay. All right. Tell me a little bit, if you would, about the management structure of the law firm. How does it work? Just very quickly.
So each attorney, apparently, they all, I can't even speak. They all have equal authority and equal choice. Basically, we'll have a little committee here that we can go to with day-to-day issues and make some basic decisions that are then gone on and voted by the whole firm. I report directly to each and every attorney. So I would handle day-to-day obligations within certain authorities. And if I had an issue, then I would go to this committee or somebody who is present, because a lot of times attorneys are out of the building traveling and hard, and it would go up the rank from there.
Okay. Was Alec very involved in the actual management of the firm?
No.
Were other partners more involved in the management of the firm?
Yes.
Tell me, what was your observation of Alec as a lawyer in the office? What was your observations and characterizations?
Alec kept different hours than a lot of the rest of us. He came in and he would work late. Always loud, always busy, always in a rush. He had the gift of gab, but he always seemed last minute and hurried and frenetic.
Okay. Always last minute and frenetic?
Yes,
What about his cell phone use? How was he with the cell phone?
constantly on the phone.
Constantly on the phone. What were your observations of him as a lawyer?
I think Alec was successful more not from his work ethic, but from his ability to establish relationships and to manipulate people into settlements and clients into liking him. So he did it through the art of bullshit, basically.
That can be an art.
Mhm.
Did he, in your estimation, in your judgment, was he more of a technical type lawyer, or was he one that really understood how the emotion of a case?
Of a case and the emotion of his clients.
Did he understand the emotional value that the sympathies of a case could have.
I would,
He's asked her to testify as what he understands, what's in his mind. I object.
I sustain the objection.
With Alex, your observations of Alec as a lawyer, what skills did you see in how he was able to value a case?
I would think that he was able to read the client. And it seemed to, he always got higher settlements than it looks like they should appear, going back when we've reviewed everything. So I think that he used his personality more than technical skill. I think that, we look back and we see things that were manipulated and set up, and I believe he did that a lot with his clients as well.
You mentioned, did Alec get good results? Did the defendant get good results?
It appeared that they usually did, yes.
Were they very lucrative results?
Yes.
Did you have any observations in working with Alec for 20-some odd years about his memory?
I think that looking back, where I thought he was chaotic and didn't remember things, or kind of got bored with details sometimes and wouldn't finish things off. I really think looking back, as we've gone back and pieced together a lot of this, that we saw where he would tell people one thing and another person another. So in my opinion, looking back, I think he had almost a photographic memory, to keep all the balls in the air that we now saw were in the air. It appears that he would have to have a really strong memory.
Stand by for me real quick. You had mentioned before that for the firm to operate at the beginning of the year after it cleared its books, that it would loan from or take loans from partners at their option in order to sort of give some seed money until fees started to roll in. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 428 to your testimony, and just have you take a look at that and ask if you recognize those documents as it relates to a particular instance involving the defendant.
I do.
All right, and tell me about this instance. What happened here, please?
Okay, so this is in 2017, a check for the payment got mistakenly written to R. Alexander Murdaugh instead of his brother Randolph Murdaugh. So the loan payoff was written to Alec.
All right, let me slow you down. So does his brother work for the law firm?
His brother does work for the law firm.
And what name does he go by?
He goes by Randy Murdaugh. His legal name is Randolph Murdaugh IV.
Had Randy Murdaugh loaned money to the law firm?
He did.
Had Alec Murdaugh loaned money?
No.
All right, and so what happened then?
So as we said, we had the clerical error. And a few days later, Alec came to our staff, and it's not quite clear which staff because our records don't show that, but a voided check, he acted as if he'd lost this original check and had another check written. So a replacement check was then written to Alec again, which was a mistake again.
Did that second check get cashed?
The second check got cashed pretty much immediately within a week or two. And then about a year later, the first check got cashed as well. And that's when I caught in the system that he had cashed both checks. And looking back, I realized that the mistake had been made, that somebody had hit their names are right beside each other in the vendor list, and that they had made a clerical mistake, and that he was paid money that he was not owed.
All right. Ultimately, did he get that money twice that he was not supposed to have received?
He did,
And ultimately, was it because he claimed that he had lost the first check?
correct.
Ultimately, did he cash both checks?
He did,
And cash the original one a year later? Is that
correct.
All right. Was he confronted about this back at that time when it was detected, I guess, in 2017? Is that right?
He was,
And he was confronted at that time?
he was not, I don't remember that he was confronted by me. I know that Danny Henderson spoke with him about it, and Alex just claimed that he made a mistake and thought that he had paid the money, that he had loaned the money that year. And Danny chose to kind of let it go and sweep it under the rug.
Did he pay it back at that point?
He did pay it back.
All right. So that happened and the explanation was given and then he was allowed to pay it back. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And everybody moved on, right?
That's correct. I have to point out that it was, these attorneys worked as a brotherhood and were very family, and they trusted him and accepted this the explanation.
What was that word you just used? You said it was a brotherhood?
Yes,
And so the attorneys are dealing with one another. When the attorneys are dealing with you, how are y'all dealing with one another? What's the basis of that?
trust,
Trust. And so over the years, when Alex Murdaugh would tell you to do a transaction or anything like that, what were you relying on?
his word and trust.
Are you generally familiar with what's been known as the boat case?
Yes,
Right. And do you remember that occurring around in February 2019?
I do.
All right. And again, I'm not without going into the specifics of the boat case. What was your general understanding of the boat case? Well, let me ask you this: was his son Paul charged with driving the boat in the boat case, to your knowledge?
Yes,
And was Alex Murdaugh sued civilly in the boat case because of the death of Mallory Beach?
yes.
After the boat case, did you notice any changes in Alex's behavior or his demeanor around the office?
I can't say that I really did up until November, December of late 20.
Okay, and what'd you notice then?
Didn't really notice it then, and we can go back and notice it now. That's when he started making some disbursements that he was stealing from that started getting sloppy. So the things that I noticed are more in hindsight.
And I put this exhibit up on the screen. Let me get ahead of myself. This is exhibit 428 without offering evidence.
Objection, Joe.
All right.
Submit it without objection.
428, this is this is the loan check you were talking about, right?
That's right.
That's where Alec erroneously received a check meant for his brother Randy,
That's right.
and then ultimately managed to get the same amount twice. Is that correct?
That's right.
All right. And how much was that check for? I can bring it to you if you need to see it.
Yeah, you're gonna have to.
Yeah, I'll bring it to you. Screen over here is bigger than that one.
It was for $121,358.63.
$121,000, correct?
That's correct.
When you received the check, like say, no, this isn't mine. This isn't my $121,000 check.
No, he didn't.
Now, you mentioned, you started to talk about some things you noticed in late of 2020, and let's just set the table a little bit more before we do that. You mentioned disbursements. Tell the jury, before we see some paperwork, tell the jury how disbursements go about. Is there certain paperwork that's done, and how do the lawyers interface with the finance stuff for that to be accomplished?
Okay, so a disbursement after a case is won, or what we call sub, the money comes into the client trust, just like I talked about. A disbursement will recap how much money was won, how much attorney fees, how much expenses were withheld or earned for our firm in that. And then it will list any loans or liens that need to be paid off. And what I mean by that is like medical liens, medical bills, insurance companies getting their money back for items that they paid, and then it will show the balance that goes.
And so then how do they interface with the finance staff? What does the finance staff do as if when the attorneys prepare those disbursement forms?
It comes over to our finance department. We have the supporting documentation with it, and we will process the checks based off the attorney's signature. Those then go back to the attorneys that handled the case or the paralegals that handled the case. They meet with the client and explain the disbursement to them and give them the funds.
Okay. Is the finance staff relying on what the lawyers are sending them to determine what checks should be cut?
Yes. With support.
With support.
Yes.
Ultimately, are they trusting the attorneys to provide them the correct information?
We are.
All right, so you mentioned that something that happened in late 2020 that was the first things that you started to notice in the wake of the boating case that was a little different. And tell the jury what you were about to talk about.
As I said, in late 2020, I really didn't notice it at that point. But some of these items that we're going to discuss started happening at that point. My discovery of things started coming to a head in May of 21.
May of 2021.
Yes.
All right, and tell me what was the first thing that came to your attention?
So one thing that came to attention was a disbursement that the fees were made out and processed to Forge Consulting. And what that meant is that the fees weren't going into our personal account like they should. They weren't going to the firm. Forge Consulting is a true company that you can do structures of attorney fees, but the way that this was done was not correct. To do a correct structure,
Let me slow you down so we can unpack this a little
Okay.
bit. All right. Let's first talk about what is a structure. What is a structure? What does that mean?
So a structure means that you can set up a fee in the agreement with the insurance company that you can put that money into an annuity that you'll get it out later. You can avoid taxes now and take them out when you're 65 or whatever year you determine. So it's a way that they can defer income for retirement. If they're having a good year, they can do that.
So maybe an explanation would be kind of like the lottery. You can either get your settlement in one lump sum or you can get it paid over time, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so this is what a structure is getting it over time.
Correct.
And are there tax benefits associated with doing a structure?
They would avoid taxes at the year that they made the fee, and they would pay the taxes when they got it out, similar to your retirement 401k.
And is it sometimes common for plaintiffs' lawyers who get recoveries for clients, to have their clients get the settlement in a structure as opposed to getting it in all one lump sum so that there's some security over time with that money?
It is definitely a vehicle that can be used by plaintiffs' lawyers. We don't do it very often in our firm, and when it is done, it needs to be obviously that money coming in to help with overhead and expenses. So we have to agree on it, and we have to account for it in our allocations at the end of the year to determine bonuses that we're going to pay out.
Or they can get a structured annuity over time where they get however much a year for the however many years it goes. Correct?
Yes, that's true too.
Kind of like the lottery. You can get the whole big thing but with taxes, or you can get a bigger sum over time. Correct?
That's correct.
And so some clients might choose to get it over time so that their money is more secure over a longer time, correct?
Correct. And you generally see that when it's a minor involved or somebody with special needs that has a disability of some sort.
And so what is Forge Consulting, the legitimate business Forge Consulting? What do they do?
They set up structured annuities for clients like we're talking about. They do special needs trusts for people who are injured or going to need life care plans. And they handle that kind of, they have a few other things that they do, but I'm not familiar as much with those services.
If they provided services over the years, the legitimate company, Forge Consulting, legitimate services to the law firm and its clients over the years and helping them set up structured settlements.
I do, we've used them 250 to 300 times.
And who's kind of like the main guy at Forge Consulting, the legitimate business?
Michael Gunn.
All right. Now, you mentioned that we're not talking now about the client structuring their settlements, but what if a lawyer wins a big case and wants to, so he's going to get a huge fee. Now, let me ask you this first. Generally, what is the legal fees for the firm when they win a case, whether by settlement or by trial?
Generally, they're 33% to 40%, and it depends on what stage the case was in or the work we had to do. So if we settle a case before we have to start doing summons and complaints and depositions or going to trial, we take 33 1/3%. If it goes further, we do 40%, and it can go to 45% if it's on an appeal. But generally speaking, it's between 1/3 and 40%.
So let's say that somebody's a partner and let's say they win a case of $10 million and it was a 40% one. So they're going to get a $4 million fee, correct?
Correct.
All right. Let's say that they decided that instead of taking that fee, that $4 million fee, they want to structure that fee just like a client would. Can they do that?
They can do that, and that's what I was referring to before with the authorization of the other partners and making sure that we have enough money to operate and enough money to account for it. If they do that, it's supposed to be done in the release, and the insurance company will send the money directly to Forge Consulting and not through us.
Okay. Because it can't go through y'all directly or it doesn't work. Is that
Or
correct?
he would not get the tax benefit of it.
And if an attorney still had to do that, they're going to have to work everything out with y'all to make sure everything's accounted for the end of the year bonuses and everything else.
That's correct.
Is that a common thing that people in the firm were doing?
No.
All right. So kind of setting all that up, what came to your attention as it related to the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
So in May 17, there was a disbursement called Hirschberger that the fees were said, I would have to look at the exact disbursement, but it said structured fees, Forge, and it had an amount.
Let me get some more real quick.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 429 to your testimony, and have you just flip through that real quick and
Okay, this, the disbursements to do with the money recovered in the Hirschberger case. And this one had multiple disbursements.
All right, but let's just talk about the one you were just referring to. And
Okay.
I'll show it to you
It's this page.
on the third page of this exhibit. Is that right?
That's right.
All right, pick up your story. What did you notice that came to your attention?
So it says PMPED attorney fee, and in parentheses, it had Forge. The check had been made out payable to Forge. And I knew this was incorrect. So I went and had a discussion with Alec about this. And the basics of the discussion is we needed to know about if they were going to do a structured annuity, we needed to do it. Also told him that the way he had done it was incorrect, that he would not be saving any tax consequences, that he needed to properly set it up with the insurance company on the front side.
All right, and why wasn't it done right? Why were you telling, at least from what you knew at the time, why did you think it was not being done right?
Basically, because it should have gone from the insurance company directly to Forge. We would not write a check and send it to Forge for a structured fee.
Let me put this up on the screen just real quick.
Yeah, no other objection to 429.
All right, and at this time I move, states 429 into evidence, I believe, without additional objection.
Second.
All right. So is this the disbursement sheet you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
And this is generally the first one the jury's seen, but is this generally how disbursement sheets look that are prepared by the law firm?
Yes, you generally see the caption and then our inside number, which is the matter ID. You'll see the recovery and who's paid out. Then the next section should be your fee and expenses.
All right, so you got the fee right there, correct?
That's correct.
And then you have expenses, and what are expenses?
So the expenses are the case costs that we paid going along, cost to get depositions and pay transcribers, medical records, expert opinions. Sometimes vehicles are involved that we store. So it's anything that we pay on behalf of that case.
All right, and so they'll have to come out of the recovery too, correct?
That's correct.
And that's separate from the attorney's fees, right?
Correct.
All right, so when y'all settle a case, you're going to get your attorney's fees, but you're also going to get paid back any costs and expenses you had to litigate the case.
That's correct.
Two separate amounts.
Correct.
All right, and then we've got a lien. Explain to me what a lien is and how those affect disbursements.
So a lien is, it could be as simple as paying a doctor's bill that was guaranteed, or it can be paying back subrogation, which means subrogation just means if you had insurance that covered it personally, your Blue Cross Blue Shield, and we recovered money, Blue Cross Blue Shield or Medicare or Medicaid, if you had that, would then be seeking their money back. So that would be a lien.
Sometimes if somebody who got injured, like in a car wreck or something, might have medical bills and there's a lien for that.
Yes,
And sometimes funds might be withheld to satisfy those medical bills.
that's correct too.
Is it common for the law firm to then negotiate with the medical provider, like a hospital or whatever, and see if you can get that medical bill down to a number they'll settle for?
That is correct.
And then if you save any money between what their bill was and what you get them to accept, is that additional money that should go back to the client?
That's right.
And are those very common in these types of cases?
Yes, and generally, we will not hold up dispersing the money to the client, waiting on that to happen, because it can take a while. So we may have a disbursement that leaves some money in our account, the balance of those bills while we're negotiating them, and then we'll do a second disbursement to pay those clients that money or the provider the money.
All right, so you pay them the big amount first, and then if you're lucky enough to settle for a lesser amount, then whatever's left over, you'll send to them later.
Correct.
All right, so then down here, we have then the ultimate disbursement to the beneficiaries, the clients. Is that correct?
That's right.
All right.
And
then
if
you're
there's
supposed to-
multiple as this one, you would see the split between the two.
All right. And just real quick, whose signature is that right there?
That is Alex,
And have you worked with him for how long, or did work with him for?
23 years, 22 years.
All right. And so you got very familiar with his signature?
Yes,
You recognize that as his signature?
yes.
All right, going back here to this disbursement, we had PMP attorney's fee forge, and then you had that amount. And then what is this next page of this?
That's the canceled check payable to Forge for $83,333.33.
All right, and you recognize that signature on there?
That's Alex.
And so when we last left off, you were telling Alec that it had been done wrong because it had gone straight from the trust account direct to what you believe to be Forge at the time, correct?
Correct.
And it can't go to the law firm or the tax benefits go away.
That's right.
All right. So you raised those issues with Alec. What was his response when you first talked to him about this?
His response was that he was not worried so much about the tax ramifications and saving the taxes, but that he was trying to get money in Maggie's name due to the boat accident that had happened in February of 2019.
All right. Go ahead.
He also brought up the fact that he was friends with Michael Gunn and that was going to try to work with Michael Gunn, putting up some fees during the year as a favor to Michael Gunn and to help him accomplish putting money in Maggie's name.
Did he say anything, and I apologize if you already said this, did he say anything in response to your pointing out that this isn't going to work for the tax benefit?
He said that's fine. He was not worried about the tax benefits so much as getting the money in Maggie's name,
Because of what?
the boat wreck.
Because of the boat wreck. All right. Did that concern you at all?
Yes, it did.
And why did it concern you?
Because that is hiding assets, and we're not going to be part of any hiding assets or any wrongdoing. So we were very concerned that he was trying to do that, and we didn't want to be a part of it.
At that point in time, did you do anything about it, or did you kind of table the matter for the time being?
We kind of tabled the matter for the time being. I had it kind of set aside, trying to figure out how am I going to account for this in my books, and we were going to go back and talk to partners and kind of figure out what we were going to do.
Ultimately, when is the sort of the drop dead deadline that you have to account for everything in the books?
Usually I will do our final closing and balance all the time, but usually we'll do that final accounting in December. So I really start drilling down and looking at everything and balancing out in December. But I knew I had till December to figure this out. And at that point, I was more concerned about how we were going to put it on our books and also letting the partners know what was going on so we could make sure that it was disclosed to his attorneys with the boat wreck stuff.
Did you kind of just put that aside, but keep it in the back of your mind?
Right.
This was in May of what year did this happen?
21.
Later on, did you receive a communication of any sort from Alex Paralegal?
I did on Monday,
Who was
May.
that real quick?
That is Annette Griswold.
All right.
She's
And-
one of his paralegals.
And what communication did she have with you?
So I received an email. I was working in our Waldeboro office that day, and I received an email from Annette that said she needed to talk to me in private, and could I please meet with her when I got back in the office? So when I did get back in the office, we met, and she came to me with another concern that in another file that we had.
And tell me what file was that?
So this file we referred to it as the Ferris file. And it was a case with Ferris versus Mack Truck that had a fairly significant settlement. And the concern was that we had only received the expenses. When on this, let me first say, this case was handled by Chris Wilson's firm, and they were handling the disbursement. All the money went through their account, and they drafted the disbursement and met with the client. So if that happens, typically the associate attorney will mail us our fee check and our expense check at the same time.
Let me slow you down. So this particular case, the Ferris case, was Alex Murdaugh the only attorney on that case?
In our firm, I believe he was, but Chris Wilson was the associated.
Is Chris Wilson in PMPED, or is he in a different firm?
No, he's in his own different firm.
And does that happen sometimes that two lawyers, one lawyer from your firm and one lawyer from another firm will share a case?
Yes, we have quite a lot of that.
And then ultimately those fees have to be split whichever way they agree to do that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then sometimes if the settlement money or the trial money comes into that other firm, then they have to disperse the fees and expenses to you.
That's correct.
And tell the jury again, what was Annette's concern? Did she receive part of it but not the other thing?
Annette received only a check for the expenses,
But not the fees?
not the fee, which is unusual. So she had already, unbeknownst to me, contacted my staff to make sure that we had not received that fee prior. And indeed, we checked and it had not been. So the conversation Annette had with me that day was her concern that we were missing the fee check. And she'd had some conversations with Vicki Lyman, who is Chris Wilson's paralegal. And that led Annette to believe that Alec had already had the money paid to him.
And that's the concern that she reported to you?
Yes.
All right. Hold on for me, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 312. Give me 1 second. I believe stage 312 is offered for admission with no additional objection.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Submitted.
All right, I'm going to show you this packet of documents. I'm going to go to some emails that are within it. And first of all, I'm going to show you this one right here and just see if you recognize that, please.
I do.
All right, tell me what that is.
This is an email from Vicki Lyman, who's the paralegal for Chris Wilson, to Annette Griswold, who's the paralegal for Alex Murdaugh. And in it, Annette's questioning, why did we get the expenses and no fee? Vicki replied back, dear friend, it's only cost because your boss and mine got their fees once they were signed.
All right, so that's why Annette brought that concern to you.
Yes.
All right. Did you have any conversation with Annette about what to do?
Well, Annette expressed concern about tattling on Alec and perhaps getting in trouble for him or retaliation from him. So I told her.
What's the concern? What's the concern right now?
The concern is,
I just asked her what her concern was, Your Honor.
the concern was that money was stolen.
There's an objection. Wait. Yes, sir.
He's asking her what Annette's concern was, and Annette needs to testify about her own concern.
All right, sure. You state the question, please.
I'll restate the question. What was your concern?
My concern was that he had stolen the fees and they were paid to him personally.
All right. Did you, in this conversation with Annette, did you instruct her to do anything? Did you send any email?
I sent an email to Annette asking for Annette to get copies of the complete disbursement from Chris Wilson's office, along with a copy of what we call the general ledger printout, which would show the deposit and the checks, and the supporting document to the disbursement. Oftentimes, we'll just get a copy of the disbursement. So I asked for the full records like we would have in our office.
And what did you tell Annette to do once you sent that email to her?
Annette forwarded that email to Vicki Lyman at Chris Wilson's office.
All right. And I'm going to show you what's been, was part of Exhibit 312, and it's marked as 2374 at the bottom. And just kind of read that email going up. Is that the email that you sent to Annette?
Yes,
And is that the one that you were asking her to forward on
yes,
to request additional information from Chris Wilson's office to try to get to the bottom of it?
yes.
All right. And if we go to the prior page, is that where Annette forwarded that document on to Vicki Lyman at Chris Wilson's office?
This is.
All right. And just real quick, what was the date on that email when it was ultimately forwarded to Vicki Lyman at Chris Wilson's office?
That email was sent on May 27th, but Vicki was out of the office on vacation. So Vicki replied to Annette on June 2nd upon her return.
Okay. And what was the reply?
And the reply was just clarifying what documents that they needed. And at that point, Vicki replies back to Annette that she's not privy to that information, but she'll forward it on to Chris Wilson.
To her boss, Chris Wilson.
Yes.
All right. So have y'all gotten an answer at this point?
No.
All right. So what's the next step? What happens after that?
So we're waiting for a while. And on Monday, May 7th, I went to Alex's office searching for him after lunch.
After you sent this email on June 2nd, did Alec ever reach out to you or talk to you about the inquiries that you were making about where these fees were?
Yes, he actually came in the next day. First thing, Chris did not answer me, but Alec came in the first thing and said, that money's in Chris's trust. Why do you need all this information? And I basically said, we just need it for our records. It's what we have in ours and it's required for us to keep. He assured me that the money was over there and that he'd get the records and they would get everything that we needed.
And that was some point after June 2nd.
I believe it was the next morning.
All right. And did you seek him out or did he seek you out to say, hey, no, that money's there the whole time?
He seeked me out.
And that's what he told you?
Yes.
All right. Around this time, did anybody else, did you have any discussions with any of the other partners about what was going on with this?
I did. I'd initially gone to Lee Cope because he's one of the partners that does a lot of the managing, and he happened to be the one that was in the office when this was going on that I could find and talk to. And he also helped me come up with the plan of how we were going to handle it, so Alec would not, Annette was questioning. Mark Ball also knew some about it, so.
Was there any discussion about anyone contacting Chris Wilson?
After we didn't get it, that came later.
That came later.
That came later.
All right. So Alec comes to you and says, all that money's there. What's the next thing that happened that you did?
So the next thing that happened was on Monday, on June 7th, I went looking for Alec.
Let me slow you down. On Monday, June 7th?
Yes,
What year?
21.
June 7th, 2021. What happened?
Went to look for Alec, and when I got upstairs, he was standing outside of his office leaning on a file cabinet. And he looked at me with a pretty dirty look, one I'd not seen before, and said, "What do you need now?" Clearly disgusted with me, which kind of raised my hackles. So I said, "Well, let's go in your office and talk about it." When we went in his office, I told him, I said, "I have reason to believe that you received the Ferris money directly to you, and you need to prove to me that you did not." And he assured me again that the money was in there. I told him I still needed to see the letters or proof that it was. Again, he told me the money was in there, that we could get it any time. Said he was trying to leave it in there to decide what to do as far as structuring some more money or putting more money in Maggie's name.
You asked him for proof, is that correct?
Yes,
Proof that he didn't have that money.
yes,
Were you able to complete that conversation on the morning of June 7th, 2021?
it was actually the afternoon of June 7th.
Afternoon.
But no, we were not able to complete it during the middle of our conversation. He took a phone call, and the call was saying that his father was in the hospital and that there was nothing more to be done and he was terminal. So at that point, I've known Alec since I was 16 years old, known the family forever. It turned into a personal conversation about how's your dad doing? How's everything doing? What's going on? And I basically thought he was leaving to go to the hospital to attend to his father, so I left the office at that time, and we did not discuss the money anymore.
You thought he was leaving to go?
I thought he was going to go to see about his father.
He had gotten a phone call about his father June 7th, 2021, correct?
That's right.
Did you have a conversation with Alec later on that day?
We did. Around 4 o'clock, my phone rang, and I remember because I was surprised that he was still there. And Alec was asking me some information about his 401k balance.
And why was he doing that?
He was doing that because he stated he had to get some documents and financials together for a hearing regarding the boat wreck later that week.
He needed his own financial information for a hearing for the boat case that week, correct?
That's correct.
Do you know when the boat case was? The boat case hearing
I
was?
believe it was June 10th,
June 10th?
21, within a few days.
Within a few days. Were you surprised to hear from him in the office?
I was, because I thought he was leaving.
Thought he was leaving because of the call from about his father.
His father.
Did you go home at the end of work that day?
I did,
Or back home and had a normal evening?
yes, until about 10:30.
Tell me what happened at 10:30.
I got a call or started getting texts from friends asking if I'd heard if Maggie and Paul had been shot. I didn't know anything about it. They were hearing things on scanners. So I've sent texts to a couple of the attorneys and did not hear back until probably 2 o'clock in the night. Mark emailed me back or texted me back that they in fact had been shot and killed.
That shocking?
It was very shocking,
Was everybody scared?
very scary. You know, nobody knew what was going on, so very scary.
You said this law firm was like a brotherhood, correct?
That's correct.
Did everyone rally to Alex aid?
We did. Nothing happened that week at work. Everybody spent time with Alec, trying to support him, bringing family meals, attending the funerals, so nothing happened all week.
After the murders happened, was anybody at all concerned about getting the proof for those missing fees after those murders happened at that point in time?
We weren't, because we were concerned about Alec. He wasn't working a whole lot. He was erratic. We knew he was taking pills. We were just worried about his sanity, so we weren't going to go in there and harass him about money when we were worried about his mental state and the fact that his family had been killed. It just wasn't even on our mind at that point.
Wouldn't be on your mind, would it?
No.
As a few weeks went on, did you ever receive any communication about those fees that kind of put the matter to bed at least a little bit?
We did. Lee Cope, who is one of the partners, took over. We decided we were not going to press Alec, but Lee made some contact with Chris Wilson during that time, asking Chris for information. And I believe after that, Alex searched me out again and said, hey, I've got that money. But it wasn't until I believe it was July 19th, I received an email that Chris had forwarded to Alec. Alec then forwarded the email to myself and Lee Cope. And in that email, it said, I am holding the fees for the Ferris case, and he named the amounts and said they are available at any time that you should need them. So we're being told by outside counsel that the money is there.
Did you trust what you were being told?
Yes,
When you got that email, did at least for the time being, that looked like the matter was put to bed?
yes. I mean, these are members of the bar who've taken a sworn oath that we're supposed to trust, and they're telling us the money's there.
I'm still in exhibit 312. I'm gonna put this up on the screen. Do you recognize that?
That is the email that I'm referring to.
And this email comes from who to who?
Comes from Chris Wilson to Alex Murdaugh,
And then it gets sent to who?
myself and Lee Cope,
From who?
from Alex Murdaugh.
All right. And can you read to the jury that paragraph right there? What was forwarded to you to sort of put this matter to bed?
Alex, as discussed, I am confirming that I am holding in trust $600,000 in the Andrell Ferris case and $192,000 in the Denise Ferris case, which represent attorney fees. I will continue to hold these monies in trust until I'm instructed by you and your firm regarding payment.
Does that leave you to believe that those monies have been there all along?
Yes, with some hesitation on my part, because it still seemed a little shaky to me. But I've decided that I would have to believe what was presented to me.
And this, what's the date on this particular email?
July 19th
So we're just
of
over
2021.
a month after the murders, is that correct?
Yes, a little over.
Yeah, I take you forward a little bit. Well, let me ask you this. In that time period, July and August, going into early September, is Alec in the office much?
He's not in the office very much, no.
You had mentioned before, the first thing that kind of came to your attention, and what case was that?
Hirschberger and Ferris.
All right. At some point in time, does that Hirschberger matter kind of come back to your attention to take a look at that?
Yes, like I said, I had it sitting there on my desktop right in front of me. But due to work and personal obligations and things that were happening that summer, I didn't start looking again until September. And decided to start combing through his fees for the year and just making sure that we had not missed anything else.
Before you go on with that, around that same time as you're doing that, does Annette Griswold come into your office?
She did. Incidentally, during the day, after I'd found what I'm about to discuss with you, she walks into the office and had found a check on Alex's desk that was made payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, and it was from Chris Wilson's trust account, and the amount, I believe, was $225,000, and it was signed the memo, Ferris.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 313. See if you recognize that.
That's the check I'm just discussing.
All right. Your Honor, this time I would move States 313 into evidence.
No additional.
Admitted.
And what is States 313?
That is a check from Chris Wilson's client trust account payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh Esquire in the amount of $225,000 referencing Ferris fees.
Is it made out to the law firm?
No.
Who's it made out to?
It's made out to him personally, Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
When you see this check, what, if anything, is your realization?
That he stole the money, that he'd been lying.
And what's the date on that check?
March 10th, 2021.
All right. So, and that brings you that check, and you're also looking at the forward. You said, explain what you were doing as well when this is going on.
So simultaneously that day, I decided to print out a listing of forged payments to Forge Consulting. And as I was printing those out, I was printing supporting documents and canceled checks. And as the canceled checks hit the back of my printer, I could see Alex Murdaugh's signature on the back. It would say Alex Murdaugh, and a lot of them were Bank of America. And as everyone come out, I started noticing it more and more, and the sickest feeling you could feel in the world. I knew that he was stealing all this money. At that point, William Barnes just happened to call over to my office and said, "What are you doing? How are you doing today?" And I said, "I'm about to throw up. You need to come over here." And showed him the checks, at which point he verified that he thought that was Alex's signature as well. From there, we called Mark Ball. Mark came, looked over the information. We checked the $225,000, and Mark noticed that one of the cases that he definitely knew it could not have been going to Forge because it was a workers' comp case.
Which case was that?
That was Thomas Moore.
Keep going.
So he knew that that money couldn't have been sent no matter what. We also discussed this with Lee Cope. We were trying to decide, how are we going to handle this? What are we going to do? Lee Cope, it was decided that Lee Cope would contact Michael Gunn directly. And we named a few of the cases. We got a few of the names. Lee contacted Michael Gunn, asked him if there'd ever been, to please verify if there'd ever been any structures with that. And also asked Michael Gunn if they'd been Bank of America. Michael's reply to Lee was that they had not banked at Bank of America in a number of years, and that he was unable to verify that those were indeed set structured fees for those clients.
All right, so let me slow you down real quick. You researched what name in there?
Forge Consulting.
So you're researching in your system Forge Consulting to see any instances where it was an Alex Murdaugh case that went to Forge Consulting, correct?
Correct.
And did you find a number of checks?
We did.
You have access to the firm trust account checks on your system.
Yes.
And when you saw those checks, what did you observe that caused that sickening feeling you just described?
They were made to Forge instead of Forge Consulting, but also the fact that his signature was on the back and the endorsement on the back was Bank of America.
And what did that indicate to you about all those checks when you saw his signature on them?
That they were stolen fees, stolen money.
That's different from this, correct?
That's correct.
What's being stolen? What, if anything, is being stolen with Exhibit 313?
The fee, the check is being written directly to Richard Alexander Murdaugh. And in the other scheme, it was written to a Forge account, which we realized was a Forge bank account. We found in the office a few days later, bank statements that said Richard Alexander Murdaugh doing business as Forge.
All right, so you say a few days later in Alex's office, you found some bank statements.
That's correct.
Do you remember what bank they were on?
Bank of America.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 335 and see if you recognize that just as an example.
I do.
And what is that?
This is a bank statement from Bank of America with the name Richard A. Murdaugh, sole prop, which means proprietor, doing business as Forge, and it has Alex's home address as the contact on the bank account.
And you found bank statements on this account in his office, correct?
That's right.
Is this the legitimate Forge bank account?
It's the fake Forge bank account.
Your Honor, we don't have any additional objections.
I would offer a 335, Your Honor, at this time. Is that the name that was on the account that you found?
Yes,
And you called it, quote, fake Forge.
fake Forge,
And why do you call it fake Forge?
because there is a real Forge Consulting, but this was a fake company that he set up to mimic and look like and designed to look like Forge.
The real Forge, who's the main guy at the real Forge?
Michael Gunn.
And does this account right here in Alex Murdaugh's name have anything to do with the real Forge?
Absolutely none.
Going back to Exhibit 313, this check, the problem is, who should have this check been made out to?
That should have been made out to Peters, Murdoch, Parker, Elsdroth, and Dietrich.
To the law firm, correct?
That's right.
All right, so who is not getting what they're supposed to get in this instance for this check?
The law firm.
When we start talking about the fake Forge account, who's generally not getting what they're supposed to get? Is the law firm or someone else?
Generally the client, sometimes the law firm, but generally the client.
Generally clients. All right. I'll show you what's been marked as States 314. See if you recognize this.
Yes, this is a spreadsheet of all the payments made to the fake Forge, referencing each client and the amount that was stolen from each client.
And did you prepare that?
I did.
All right. And is this based on an investigation that you had to do in the wake of all of this?
Yes, we did. We also had forensic auditors come in and look at this. We hired former FBI come in and look at this, and we've also supported to the Disciplinary Council, which maintains license, and we've turned 10 years of information to them at least and provided them with all this.
Let me see it real quick. Your Honor, at this time, we would move into evidence states 314.
Your Honor, don't have any additional objections provided we understand that it's being offered for the purpose for which Your Honor instructed the jury today, that's not the motive according to this theory.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. All right. We're going to pick up on your story in a little bit, but you're saying when that Griswold, around the time she brought you that Chris Wilson check that had Alex's name on it, you also were bringing up and searching forge in your system, and that's when you quote fake forged checks, correct?
That's correct.
And you mentioned that you went and talked to some partners about that sort of thing, correct?
That's
We're going to do that in a minute, but real quick, as we go to Exhibit 14, this is that spreadsheet that you prepared, is that correct?
that's correct.
And we have what's this right here?
That is the date of the check where the funds were stolen from.
All right, and then here,
That's the client name.
all right? And then,
That's what we call the civil action number if it's been filed within the court.
all right, and then the category?
Is what type that he did. Most of them are forged payments, or you see a couple other took insurance. So he had a few methods.
All right, and then over here, is that when y'all had to pay the money back?
Yes. So for each one of these, the money that was stolen, all the partners got together and had to put the money back into client trust. And we went and corrected and met with every client and just put the money back to them. That's an ongoing basis still going on.
So for all these clients, you had to pay, the law firm had to pay money back.
The partners came up with money and paid all the clients back
And why did y'all have to pay all that money back?
because Alec had stolen it.
We're going to talk about these in a minute, but if we look at the bottom, at least for this category, what was the total that you have, at least for this category?
$2,841,512.55.
And at least in this category, the earliest date we have roughly what year?
2015.
All right, let's go back to early September. Do you remember what day it was that all this was happening?
September 2nd.
All right, and that brings you this check. You're finding these things. You say you talked to some of the partners about this.
Correct.
And what happens after that? What do y'all do?
We had a partner meeting at Lee Cope's house the morning of Friday, September 3rd.
Is the defendant there?
No,
All right. Is Randy Murdaugh there?
Randy is not there initially. Initially, we showed all the remaining partners what we had found that he had been stealing. The consensus was, let's get Randy in here and let's show him. So he wasn't blindsided. Randy came in, we presented him the evidence, and he immediately hung his head and said, he stole it. We've got to do something about this.
All right. And did anybody then go make contact with the defendant?
So Danny Henderson and Randy Murdaugh went to confront Alec about it.
And what was reported to you after that
The
conversation?
report was that Alec had admitted that he stole the money and that we were forcing him to resign.
In the wake of all of that, you ultimately had to start doing this review. Is that correct?
Yes,
And this spreadsheet that we're about to go through reflects those various transactions. Is that correct?
That's right.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break now. If you go to the jury room, please do not discuss the case.
Well, looks like a matter of law. We're going to have to go over for anybody know exactly what they could be objecting to here? I'm getting a good stretch break anyway. Hope you're all taking one also. Oh, going to the clock, which means it's going to be a few minutes. Okay. Well, I know. I didn't hear it either, Godless Granny. I don't know. Maybe he just wants a regular stretch break. I don't know. There's a lot with the financials, but it is quite impactful. The witness is definitely playing to the jury, looking at the jury a lot. And I noticed that Creighton Waters this time was taking much more time to make sure that the foundation was laid and it was easily understood by the jury, or much more easy to understand exactly what she was laying out. Took the time to explain the difference between the fake forged account and the real forged account, explained the real purpose of the forged account and that it is a thing and how it works and why it could go undetected, in appearance, because it is actually a thing, and then clearly laid out the difference between the two accounts and what should have happened and then what did happen. She laid out the appropriate way to handle the situation and then the way the situation was handled instead. I thought it was quite damning, the information in regards to the first check, how this whole thing started to unfold. He actually brought the check to the office to have it reissued, or he actually brought mention of it to the office to have it reissued, kept the original check, and then many, many months later, cashed the original check after the reissue. All the time knowing that they weren't his fees to begin with. It was made out it was supposed to go to Randy, his brother, which to me, that's like not only stealing from your firm, now you're stealing from your family. He knew those were Randy's fees. And not only did he feel entitled to those fees, but double those fees because he cashed the check he had reissued also. Oh, so not an objection, just a break? I mean, I didn't hear it. So, yeah. Thank you very much, Godless Granny, for backing it up and letting us know. I didn't hear an objection either. This judge doesn't like those stand-up objections. He wants to hear things before, because they do talk about what's going to be presented and how things are coming forward. And he wants to know about everything before and after. He doesn't want the testimony interfered with that way. Yeah, and this time around, we have the benefit of hearing the testimony the first time in the in-camera presentation to Judge Newman, where Creighton Waters did say he was going to minimize it. He's just going to try to get out what needed to be out for the judge to understand. They're taking much more time. I would imagine that she'll be on the stand a little bit longer. They're taking more time to make sure that it's understood and laying foundation. Hmm. That's a good question, Aaron. I don't know if he's in max security or just a country club. But he does arrive every day in the black sedan and he is handcuffed. He wears a coat over his wrists when he walks in, so it's not seen. But he does not have to wear leg shackles. I'm not sure if they have one of those zappers on him, since he doesn't have to wear shackles or handcuffs. A lot of times the court, they'll do motions beforehand to either have that removed, but I can't find it. A lot of the documents in regards to this case are under seal. Mm. Yeah, it does look a bit strange. The clock, sorry, the clock does look a little weird, Alco. Yeah, yeah, I'm not sure at all. Yeah, it is like deja vu, right, Mindy? Because we have heard all of it before, but they are just taking a little more finesse, in laying it all out, you know. Usually, yeah, Mandy, but like murder charges, the bail was so high, and also something about like 99 other charges and 18 indictments that kind of made it that maybe he should be there for a while. I don't know. I don't know if he's ever going to get out based on all the other court cases too. Mm. Mm. I have not heard much talk about his mental status in regards to the case, actually, Aaron. So I don't know. Uh, but I did find one thing I did want to mention that struck me, and I see it being mentioned elsewhere also, uh, was that uh, Jenny Sekinger is stating that she knew he was on pills and they were concerned for him. Every state of mind. They were concerned for him. And yet that year, I recall that PMD put out a statement that they didn't know about it. So, that seems a little odd to me. This I posted an article from back in September 2021 around that time. Everything was going on. Because it lays out, what was the climate in the air, what was going on in the area, the lawyers who were talking, the people involved. Just to give you some context as to back to the time in September 2021 when this all started to blow up, all of the financial crimes were becoming evident everywhere, and there was talk about it everywhere. Oh no, Wrecker says if they had one of those zappers on him under his clothes, he would be jumping because they would be testing. No. But I'll tell you what, I think Harpootlian could use one to stay awake. They got pictures of him in Twitter, like trying to stay awake during the testimony. And they sure were having a good go with him. Like I kind of felt bad. Not a good look for your client. Yeah. Oh, check it out. Thank you always. Okay. So, remember yesterday we were talking about the man who was there next to McCullough. And always since she's been matching things up, it looks like it might be Charlie Condon, who was the state AG. I mean, Wilson is the AG now. But Condon was prior, and he is there as media for the trial. Interesting. Thank you. I like to know who everybody is. What I thought also was interesting yesterday was how Mark Tinsley stayed after his little tete-a-tete with Philip Barber for the defense, which was, well, for me, it was a little bit amusing because the pushback was just great. It was like, don't you mean this? And he's like, no, actually, I don't, that kind of testimony where the defense is pushing for what they want you to say, and the witness is like, I see you coming, and no, it's not like that, and doing everything I can to just say what I want to say. It was a lot of pushback back and forth like that, and there was a little bit of schooling in law. It's like little jabs at each other, like, well, obviously you don't know anything about civil law because that's not how it is. And I do believe once he said, so you're actually going to decide what the judge was thinking when he already gave his opinion on it. Like it was like, whoa, like the shade. And especially the digs about not knowing who he was. Like he said it on the stand. He's like, who was that? And then he said it out by the food truck. It was reported on Twitter later to one of his colleagues who asked him if he would go out and have a drinks with Philip Barber after. And he was like, is that who that was? Like, like, I don't know you. Like, it was good. Oh, the shade. Hmm. Aaron says his attorney should jolt him every time he makes one of those Pavlovian, one of those faces. Make it Pavlovian training. I agree. I think that some make sure everybody's awake. I could use one of those zappers right now. I'm telling you, because when it comes to the long, just hanging out long listening for so many hours, and then it's like financial testimony and all. I have to admit though, this is better than the cell phone data testimony, which almost put me in a coma. Seriously, like just reading text after text and time after time, and like I know that there was a point in there, but for the life of me I've lost it. Yeah, right. Always just like, what is his name? Like, who was that? Blame the data, not the programmers. Yeah, well, the data is not that boring. It's just like how they're presenting it. I believe. Like I want it stitched together better. I am looking forward to the agent's testimony today, who actually did the analysis of the gunshot residue and the results of the testing on the rain, quote unquote, jacket or not tarp. Or we've got tarp and we've got not tarp. Or the not tarp was tested for lots of things. And in the opening statement, Creighton Water said there was gunshot residue. So I want to hear that testimony. Mandy says, Mandy, this was a moment. Yeah, I'm putting you up, girl. When that lawyer pulled the receipts out of his inside jacket pocket, I was like, is this evidence now? Is this how we admit evidence in South Carolina? Just wham, right out of the jacket pocket. I know, exactly, Mandy. Like they do things a little different. Like yesterday, touching the evidence without gloves all over the place, I was having a fit. I'm just like, it is so disrespectful. Like I do understand that it's already in evidence, all the reporting's done on it. I get that, but they use chemicals like just for your own purpose. Safety. It's been in a box for gosh know how long. It's been submitted to all kinds of testing and chemicals and things like that. I mean, like just a little caution, a little caution. And what was that about, like throwing stuff out of the box yesterday into the garbage can with permission? Like, why? Like, what was that? Yeah, yeah, Twitter was having a fit, brilliant. It was like every single lawyer who's even looking at, like, some of them are doing YouTube stuff, some of them are do podcasts or blogs, and many of them are just like on Twitter, like commenting about it from all over the area. There's uh reporters, everyone was going in on that without the gloves, touching the evidence. Like, what the heck is going on here? I mean, just out of respect alone, I don't know if they've got a mandate on it or not, but just respect alone for the evidence and how it should be handled, you should be wearing gloves. I don't know. It's just my personal opinion. I bet the judge would like to have control of the zapper. It must be awful looking at AM's scowling face all the time. The turtle moves, I agree with you, because the judge seems to be a very light, live in the moment, like look for the good things kind of person. I mean, he's just uh continually, he's happy. He just looks like a happy person to me. He's calm, reflective. I do love his tone. I'm liking his rulings, even though some may find them leaning a little prosecution. I really don't. I think thinks that the prejudice against Alex Murdaugh is a real thing that could be, but it's really hard to eliminate all of it. The state, you can't eliminate it to the point that the state doesn't have a case anymore. Like they have a right to present their case also. And so I do kind of understand where he was coming from with allowing the 404B, which is risky, but he's allowing it, and he dotted all the I's and crossed all the T's to make sure that he was doing everything he could to keep it from being prejudicial against character. Um, they'll be talking to the jury every time it comes up. Yesterday, He read the statement and the parameters onto how they're supposed to be looking at the evidence. I know, Mandy. She says it was crazy. I know. I was melting down with the touching of evidence. If this is a mistrial and the prosecution wants to retry, the defense can say they want to retest the items. Now it's a big issue. You know what? I'm thinking of the future too. I didn't know how much of a big issue that it could be, but yeah, if they have to do any kind of retesting or anything like that, now they got other people's fingerprints and the stuff to worry about. Like, insane. It was just not respectful and just going to cause a problem. I mean, there's a lot of what ifs involved in it. So, like, you know what? Just take the precaution. Like, protect the future. Yeah, the case isn't settled yet. Yeah. Yeah, some of you agree about the judge. I do like his even style. I do like that he gets everybody up and tells them to breathe and to stretch and, you know, yeah, healthy lifestyle. Like, it's not good to sit there bored. We wake up, everyone. We want the testimony, getting that jury to stand up. Now, they did for this break excuse the jury, which they do for the longer breaks. So I'm thinking this one's gonna be like 15 minutes, But I'm keeping the feet up to here. Mm. Yeah, true. Any gunshot residue, that's true because of the time factor. But there's other things, like we know the gunshot residue, but that's not the only testing that's been done on everything. And Mandy, I was like doing the same thing when he walked over to the trash can with the box to say like oh my gosh, like everybody see I'm just gonna dump this whatever out into I'm like, oh my god, did you just put evidence in the garbage? Like that's part of it, whether it fell off the shoes in the box because of the timing or not, it's still part of the evidence. Like, what are you doing and why is it bothering you and what's wrong? Like his OCD must have kicked in. He just couldn't handle it. I don't know. Well, I knew it. I knew you'd be yelling at it, yelling at the screen just the same as me. But I was just at the time I had my hand in my phone, my hand on my phone, and I was just like yelling into the phone. Wasn't good. Good night, Marillion. It's been a long night for you. Well, thank you for your help. And I hope you get a good rest and have a good day. And you can catch up later at double speed on the trial. It was nice hanging out with you this morning. It sure has a good, you know what? That's good reflection. They probably do want to let the jury out to empty their bladders and get refreshed, a drink of water. It's a good idea. You got to treat the jurors right. Exactly. Which is a reminder to all of you when we have the breaks to stretch, breathe. It's so easy. I know myself, I end up yawning through some of the testimony because it can be a lot, especially this financial stuff. Well, yesterday they brought in from Bank of America, the records, okay, that relate to these forged accounts, okay. That's already all submitted in. So we're going to hear her testimony. We're going to hear other 404B testimony again. They're going to bring that all back in. I'm not sure. Turtle Moves has a question here. Can they do more tests on the raincoat with all the chemicals already on it? I am not sure. I guess the technicians would be able to do something, but I'm really not sure. I don't know how they neutralize the chemicals. I don't know the order that they put everything in. I mean, it's all very precise, and one type of chemical may make it impossible to use another kind of test. Who knows? Mm. True. Aaron says, and that's what all the tape was on the jacket. Let's be clear about some of that. Aaron says they generally swab clothing for samples to do the test, so it's a matter of whether it's been stripped clean of samples yet. And yes, there's been testimony of that from several of the SLED agents involved in collection of evidence. And we heard from the tech yesterday that all of those tape marks were put there by her to mark where she took swabs from for the testing. So when you're looking at not tarp, aka raincoat like item, and you see all that white tape on there, that was put by the agent because of preparing and doing the test and to indicate where they came from. They did multiple tests on most of the items in for multiple purposes. Absolutely. They did use LCV, which does break down some of the hematological properties of blood. Yes, I understand that. They have been using that. That's been a bone of contention with the defense back and forth in regards to the t-shirts for sure, which that's another thing that surprised me yesterday, that the defense actually came out and said they had no objection to the shirts anymore. No? Okay. They're more focused on the not tarp issue. Hmm. Well, they, don't. There's just so much. But, the more evidence they present, the more questions I have, which is why I'm with a few of you that have been messaging me or making comments that, like, I don't see this case being very tied up, like a slam dunk that they were saying it was. I see only it could be a bit confusing for the jury to grasp some of this information in regards to motive and in regards to time stamping of the window of opportunity, so to speak. I do think they'll understand the evidence that's been put forward in regards to the dismantling of Alex Murdaugh's uh, alibi. Paul's video with the timestamp data from the technician does actually put that kind of to bed. Also, with two of the witnesses being Paul's friends who clearly could identify all the voices in the family, stating the voice is Alex's on that video that Paul made. Hmm. Sandy, yeah. Good morning, Skits Crasher. Nice of you to join us. Hope it's been a good day so far. I don't know, just I can't imagine it being an agent to either collecting and or testing the data, and then they have analysts. It's like a three-part system. And so with the amount that they do and everyone having to do that, there's going to be errors somewhere in the line, almost on every case, somewhere, somehow. It's a big thing with defense to try to get evidence pulled out because of it, or get things not presented in the same light. It works, and it is true. I mean, to get a fair trial, you need everything to go absolutely 100% perfect. But when does that ever actually happen? Mandy, that's a good question, because this is what I keep hearing over and over again. Sorry, wrong one. I'm still trying to get to the why. I get the financial crimes, but we know of tons of cases of financial crimes that don't involve blowing your child's brain out because of the aggressive nature of the crime, because it is a son, wife to the accused. It is very hard to fathom that it's possible to get there. And I get it. I'm having the same issue myself. As a parent, I just can't even imagine, even with that financial pressure, that trigger could be pulled. Okay. I'm wondering if we're ever going to get the whole story. I'm having the same hard time, Mandy. I think most of us are. We don't see a clear enough motive. We get that he had all that financial pressure, but is that enough to have you blow take a gun and shoot it at your child like that? Mm. Uh, Sandy says, mainly, Mandy, I would point out that this was not a function family and that it was quite dysfunctional. But here, that's what we're thinking, true. But what have we heard in testimony that actually proves any of that? Nothing. We've actually got testimony that proves the opposite. Everyone who stepped forward said that they've had a loving relationship, Alec and Maggie, and that he doted on Paul. They had a fantastic relationship. This was testified by his friends that have been there so far. And on the witness list is his family, and they may testify the same. It's hard to see the discourse. Now, we do have several things, messages to Maggie's friends saying that Alex wanted her to come by. Oh, they're back. I'll mute. We'll hear.
Please be seated.
If you bring the jury.
And then they go quiet while they bring the jury. So, have to wait a few. It doesn't take that long, I hope. Well, they're sitting them, and I assume that we're going to go right back into testimony with Jeannie Sekinger. We still have to do cross, right?
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Sekinger, before the break, just to reset the table, you had gone in, did you go into Alex's office on June 7th, 2021 for proof that he had not taken the Chris Wilson fees?
Yes,
And then that conversation got delayed, correct?
yes, got disrupted and delayed.
The murders happened.
Hey,
Correct.
Boo.
Did you
Can you
receive an
hear me
email in
okay?
July leading you to believe that the Chris
Well,
Wilson fees were in
I'm
the
sorry, I
account all
got
along?
We
distracted
did.
because I had to
And then we moved to September
you know.
when Annette Griswold, Alex paralegal, did she bring you a check showing that in fact those checks had been written to Alec back in March of 2021?
That's correct.
And at the same time, you were going through the system and looking at payments to Forge, correct?
Correct.
And the real Forge is headed by who? Who's the main guy there?
Michael Gunn,
All right. And then ultimately, though, you determined these were going to what you called what?
fake Forge,
Fake Forge, which was accounts set up to look like Forge, but in the name of who?
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
The defendant?
Yes,
And then once you uncovered that, that started to pull the thread into a series of things you're about to testify going back the preceding years. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And so that's kind of where we left off?
That's right.
All right. We're going to go back and look at States 314, and we're just going to do these in order and move expeditiously as we can. All right, we'll show you what's been marked as States 317. So you're to this trial and see if you recognize that.
I do. This is the disbursement statement for Adriana Hay.
All right, Your Honor, at this time the state would offer States 317 into evidence.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
All right, and tell the jury what this is very quickly.
So in this one, there's a recovery of $247,500. There's attorney fees of $22,000, expenses of $426.54, and then the settlement proceeds to Forge Consulting for the client's amount of $225,073.46.
Right, and that's the disbursement sheet that was signed by who? Do you recognize the signature on there?
Alex.
All right. And let me put it up on the screen. Was this record, was this found in the files of the law firm?
Yes.
And whose signature is that right there?
Alex,
What's the date on this?
12/20/2018.
And what's the first name of the client here, please?
Adriana.
All right. And we look at this, this particular disbursement, it's got the recovery amount. That's how much money came in. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then we have an attorney's fee.
Yes, and that looks like that's a reduced fee.
All right. It's a reduced fee in as much as not, why did you say it's a reduced fee?
It's not a third or either 40% of the $247,500.
All right. And then we've got expenses. Is that correct?
Yes,
And then finally, we have this line right here. What does that say again?
settlement proceeds to Forge Consulting, $225,000, $73.46.
Did that go to the real Forge consultant?
That went to the fake Forge Consulting.
And who controls the fake Forge account?
Alex Murdaugh.
Exhibits after they're in evidence.
In evidence or not? This particular exhibit?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, and looking at the second page of this exhibit, what is this?
This is the check made payable to Forge for the $225,073.46.
And that went to the fake Forge?
Yes,
All right. Did the law firm ultimately have to pay that money back?
we did,
And why did you have to pay it back?
because Alex stole it.
Again, looking at these disbursement sheets, these are prepared by the attorneys and their staff, is that correct?
That's correct,
And then they're delivered to the finance staff?
correct.
And then the finance staff uses that to do what?
To cut the checks and give them back to the attorney to disperse to the clients.
So this first sheet was delivered to your staff, is that correct?
Correct.
And then they did what?
They wrote the checks as per the disbursement.
And why did they do what Alex Murdaugh requested them to do?
They trusted him and he was their boss, and that's what they thought they should do.
All right, going to the next one. States 318. All right, I'll show you what's been marked as States 318. See if you recognize this document.
Yes, this is disbursement statement for Barrett Boulware.
All right, Your Honor, at this time I would offer States 318 into evidence.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
All right, we'll put it up on the screen. If you have problems seeing, just let me know and I'll bring it
Okay.
back to you, okay? All right, again, this is the disbursement statement for this particular case.
That's correct.
And who's the first name of the client, please?
Barrett,
All right. And looking here on this particular one, we have again a recovery and then we have some expenses and ultimately we have this right here. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And who is that disbursement? What did it say on the disbursement sheet?
Forge, but that's the fake Forge.
All right. And do you see a signature on there?
I do, it's Alex Murdaugh's.
All right. And going to the next page, you recognize that?
This is the check payable for $279,850 and I believe 85 cents or 65 cents.
All right. And do you recognize that signature right there?
That's Alex Murdaugh's.
And do you recognize this writing right there?
That is his handwriting.
All right. And did this money go into real Forge or did it go to the fake Forge?
It went in his fake Forge account.
All right, and did ultimately the law firm have to refund this money?
Again, we refunded the money. Each partner put up money and refunded the money to the client
And why did the law firm have to refund it?
because he stole it.
Who stole it?
Alex Murdaugh stole it.
All right. And we go to the third page of this exhibit. Do you recognize this particular check right here?
I do.
All right, and what is that?
So this is an insurance proceed payment from, I believe, Southern Fidelity Insurance in the amount of $75,193. That check never even came through our books. He stole it, endorsed it, and put it in his Bank of America account. And we found a copy of it on his desk later as we were investigating.
All right. Did the law firm ultimately have to replace that money?
We replaced that money as well.
Stand by for me real quick. I'll show you what's been, I believe, admitted in evidence of states 429.
Okay, this is disbursement sheet for Hirschberger.
All right, and on that particular one, let me, first of all, I'm gonna put it up on the screen, and again, if you can see it, if I need to bring it back to me, to you, let me know, okay?
Okay,
All right, I'm gonna go over to the third page of this exhibit. And this is a disbursement sheet in this matter, is that correct?
that's correct.
All right, and we look on this third line, and what does it say right there?
The PMPED attorney fee forge,
All right, and what's the amount?
$83,333.33. And that's the one we discussed earlier.
That's the one that first came to your attention?
Yes,
All right. Ultimately, go over to this next check. Do you recognize that?
it's the corresponding check for the payment to forge for $83,333.33.
Do you recognize that signature?
Alex Murdaugh's,
All right, and you recognize that writing right there on the endorsement?
Alex Murdaugh's,
All right, and this is a check that you thought had gone to a legitimate structure?
correct.
Where did it actually go?
It went to his fake forge account, the one in his personal name.
I'm going to show you the second page of this exhibit. Do you recognize this check?
I do.
All right, and tell me what this check is.
This is another check payable to Forge for $91,867.50 for the settlement proceeds due to the estate of Jacob Hirschberger.
All right, and just going back real quick, the first amount of 83,000 and change, those were actually represented what?
Those were our fees that would be payable to the law firm.
Okay, and then this money right here, though, that represented what?
Client money,
All right,
client
and
settlement money.
And did it go? Where did it go?
It went to the fake Forge account in Alex's name.
All right, and did the law firm ultimately have to repay that
We
money?
repaid that as well.
So we got two transactions in this particular one. We got the 83.3, and then we have the 91,000. Is that
Yes,
correct?
and I had to correct myself on that one. We're still in the process of paying that one.
All right. And what's the date on that particular one?
December 15th, 2020,
And then the date on,
May 12th, 2021.
all right, and that's roughly around the time that came to your attention as you previously testified?
Yes.
I'll show you what's been marked as States 319. Have you take a look at it?
This is the disbursement sheet for Blondale Gary.
All right. I'm gonna go put it on the screen again. If you need me to bring it to you, let me know. And at this time, Your Honor, I'd offer 319 in evidence.
No additional objection.
Submit it.
All right, looking at this, we have, what's the first name of the client here?
Angel,
All right. And looking down, we have a recovery amount, and then what's this third line right there?
forged structure in the amount of $112,500.
All right. And going to the next page, what do we see?
This is the check payable to Forge in the amount of $112,500.
All right. And did that go to the real forge or the fake forge?
It went to the fake Forge in Alex Murdaugh's name.
All right. And whose signature is that?
Alex Murdaugh's,
Going back to the original page, whose signature is that?
again, Alex Murdaugh's.
What's the date on that? I don't know if you can see it or not.
It looks like 4/9/19.
Okay. Did y'all have to repay that money?
We also repaid that money
All right. Why did you have to repay that money?
because it was due to the client and Alex Murdaugh stole it.
Let me show you what's been marked as states 320. See if you recognize this document.
This is the disbursement sheet on Christopher Anderson.
All right. Your Honor, this time I'd offer states 320 into evidence.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
Submit it.
All right. Again, we have the disbursement sheet. Is that correct?
We do,
All right. And then we have a recovery. Is that correct?
yes, of $750,000,
And then how much on this disbursement sheet was written to Forge?
$750,000,
Every bit of it.
yes,
And whose signature is that?
Alex Murdaugh's.
Second page.
A check payable to Forge for $750,000,
What's the date on it?
February 20th, 2020.
Did this go to the real Forge or the fake Forge?
It went to his fake Forge personal account.
In this particular case, were there multiple recoveries?
There were multiple recoveries in this one.
All right. So did some of the money actually go to the client back when all of this happened?
Some of the money did go to the client, and when meeting with the client to go over this, he told me that he was unaware of the second settlement.
All right. And how much of the second settlement did Alex Murdaugh take?
The 100% of it, the entire $750,000.
What's the date on that?
February 20, 2020.
Do you recognize that signature right there?
That's Alex.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 321. See if you recognize this document.
This is a disbursement statement, to Dion Martin.
All right. Your Honor, this time the state would offer states 321 in evidence.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
Submit it.
All right. Looking at this particular one, what's the first name of the client here?
Dion,
All right. And a couple things. First thing I want to ask about is we have right here, what's that third line right there? What does that say?
says structured for annuity directly to Michael Gunn in the amount
Remind
of,
the jury who Michael Gunn is?
he is the owner of the Real Forge Consulting that would do structured annuities.
was for that? Was there any actual structured annuity directly to Michael Gunn?
We were able to verify later that there was no structured annuity to Michael Gunn.
And what was the effect of having that line in this disbursement sheet when it was prepared by the defendant and his staff?
You can see a line where the payment, it says settlement proceeds structured annuity 500 out. So basically what he did here was create a fake fee or a fake recovery that he took a 40% fee on, $200,000. That $200,000 should have been the client's money, but he faked a fee. It's just phantom money.
So by putting this line in here, right here, with that fake annuity, then 40% of that would be.
It was counted in as fees under his column in our system.
All right. And so just by that paperwork, poof, you have
Poof, phantom money.
phantom money. Did y'all ultimately have to account for that
We did,
with the client?
we did.
All right, down here at the bottom, you recognize that signature?
Alex Murdaugh's,
You see the date?
8/20/2015.
All right, and then moving on to the next page. And you previously testified that there could be multiple disbursements in a case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is this one such case?
Yes.
All right. Right here, I'm looking at the second disbursement, and down at the bottom, can you tell me the date on this?
October 6, 2015.
All right, and down at the bottom, right here, what does that say?
Disbursement to Forge,
And what's-
$338,000, $338,056.14.
Did that go to the real forge or the fake forge?
Went to the fake Forge.
Looking at the next page, you recognize that?
That's the check payable to the fake Forge in the amount of $338,056.14, signed by Alex Murdaugh.
Did y'all ultimately have to pay that back to the client?
We paid that and the $200,000 back
And why'd you have to do that?
because Alex had stolen it.
Going to the next page, we have another disbursement in this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And what does this line say right there?
Structure to Forge, marked through $45,000.
Where did that $45,000 go?
It went to the fake Forge account in Alex Murdaugh's name.
All right. Going forward, we see this check. You recognize that?
That's the check payable to Forge in the amount of $45,000.
All right. You recognize that signature?
Alex Murdaugh's,
You recognize that writing right there?
Alex Murdaugh's,
And where did that money go?
to the fake Forge account in his Bank of America, Richard Alexander Murdaugh name.
So we had three things here. We had the phantom fee, correct?
Correct,
We had the 338,000 and change.
correct,
We had the 45,000.
correct.
And did your law firm have to pay all that back?
We paid every cent of it back. The
Why'd you-
attorneys put it in because Alex stole it.
Show you States 315. See if you recognize this.
This is another disbursement for Elise Mallory.
Your Honor, at this time I'd offer States 315 in evidence.
No additional objection, no.
Submitted.
All right, who's the client's name on this one? Just the first name, please.
Elise,
All right, in this particular, what's the total recovery amount?
$183,528.
And is there an attorney fee?
There is an attorney fee of $30,000, but again, that's reduced, and I'm able to tell that because it's not a third or either 40%.
But that $30,000 ultimately was cut to the firm.
It ultimately was cut to the PMPED.
And who was it credited to, on whose books?
Alex Murdaugh's,
All right, and then what's there's some fees for about 600 and change, correct?
yes, expenses.
Excuse me, expenses. And so what's the remainder?
The remainder is $152,866 that was payable to the forge, and that's the fake forge count.
All right, and his signature is that right there?
Alex Murdaugh's.
Do you recognize the second page?
That is the check that was payable to forge.
You see the date on that?
I can't really see that.
I'm gonna hand you back, States 314, which is the spreadsheet you prepared, is that correct?
Yes,
Looking down at the bottom, can you remind the jury what the date is of that particular check?
it was November 30th, 2020.
November 30th, 2020. Okay. Did any of the recovery in this case actually go to the client?
And that one, none of it went to the client.
It either went to Alex fees or it went to where?
To his fake forge account that was doing business as Forge, the fake account with Bank of America.
Was there any conversation with Alec about this case as it related to those fees?
There was, later in the summer of 2021, his secretary called over to accounting and said that he wanted to disperse some money to Elise Mallory. And at that point, we informed that the money had already been dispersed. So then Alex said that he wanted to give a portion of his fee back to the client because she was just a sweet lady that he felt she needed some funds given back to her. He'd like to do her a favor.
Of the $30,000 in fees?
Yes,
Was that after all of that $152,000, the bulk of that recovery for that case has been instead dispersed to the fake forge account?
yes.
Do y'all have to account for that and pay the client back?
We did
And why was that?
because he stole the money.
Going to 322. So you want to mark the States 322. See if you recognize this.
Yes, it's another disbursement that has actually several parts, but it's Jamie and Risher.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 322 into evidence.
No additional objection.
Submit it. All right, what's the first name on the,
Jamie,
all right. And looking at this particular disbursement sheet, what is this amount right there?
$90,000.
And what's it made payable to on the disbursement sheet?
Forge,
We see a signature right there. It looks a little different. Do you recognize that signature at
I
all?
still believe it's Alex.
Okay. And going to the next page, what is that?
This is the check payable to Forge in the amount of $90,000.
And what's the date on it?
It cleared on 9/1/16. It was written sometime in August of 2016.
Where did that check go?
It went to the fake Forge account with Bank of America that is in his personal name.
Going to this page of the exhibit, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And tell me what this is very quickly.
These were some of those client case expenses that we would collect normally. And what you're seeing here is some costs for employee travel on the first line, but then costs paid to Austin Aviation for some airline services, and then some meals and travel within New York.
We have Austin Aviation. Is that like a private plane?
That is a private plane.
And limousine service?
That's a private limousine.
All right. Did y'all ultimately refund this money to the client?
We did.
Why was that?
We discovered that those were after the close of the case, and there was no way that they could have been done.
They had been billed to the client?
They had been billed to the client, deducted from the client's disbursement, so we reimbursed those as well when we were giving our clients the money back.
See what's been marked as states 323 to your testimony, see if you recognize that.
This is a disbursement for Johnny Bush.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I'd offer states 323 in the evidence.
No additional objection, man.
Did it?
All right, very quickly.
Johnny,
Johnny, all right. Down here, we've got, what does that line say?
Forge, $95,000
Where did that money go?
to the fake Forge account that Alec held.
Is that the check?
It's corresponding check for the $90,000 with
Recognize-
Alec's signature.
All right. And did y'all have to pay that money back?
We did,
And why'd you have to pay that money back?
because Alec stole it as well.
Show you states 324, see if you recognize that.
Yes, this is a disbursement to Jordan Jenks.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer states 324 in evidence.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
Submit it.
All right. Right here, looking at this particular one, who's the first name of the client?
Jordan,
Right here on this disbursement, what do we have right there?
a payment to Forge in the amount of $85,000.
Okay. And whose signature down at the bottom?
Alex Murdaugh's,
What's the date?
August 1st, 2018.
Looking at the second page, what is this right here?
The check to payable to Forge for the $80,000
All right, and where did that money go?
to the fake Forge account.
You recognize that signature?
That's Alex's signature as well.
All right, looking over the next page, what is this?
This is a second disbursement with another check payable to Forge in the amount of $65,000.
All right, you recognize that signature?
Alex Murdaugh's,
All right, and what's the next page?
a check payable to Ford in the amount of $65,000 with Alex Murdaugh's signature.
All right, and what date did that clear?
October 4th, 2018.
All right. This $85,000, where did that go?
To the fake Forge,
The $65,000, where did that go?
to the fake Forge account.
Did your law firm have to account for that money?
We accounted for and reimbursed the client due to the fact that Alec had stolen it.
I'll show you what's been marked as states 325, your testimony, and see if you recognize this.
This is another disbursement for Manuel Christiani.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer states 325.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
Submit it.
All right, first name,
Manuel,
what does this say right here?
Forge, $70,000.
Going over to the next page, you recognize that?
That's the check payable to Forge for $70,000 signed by Alex Murdaugh.
What's the date did it clear your trust account?
August 16th, 2016.
Where did this money go?
Went to his fake Forge account.
Did you have to account for this money?
We did.
All right, and why'd you have to account for it?
This money was stolen. This money still has not been paid back. It's under a court order to be paid into the court because there's some dispute about who it belongs to.
But ultimately, the
But
law firm-
ultimately, we funded it and it's paid into the court, so it came out of our pockets again.
show you what's been marked as States 326 to your testimony and see if you recognize this.
This is another disbursement for Mary Duncan.
Your Honor, at this time I'd offer States 326.
No additional objection.
Admitted.
All right. First name of the client.
Mary,
Looking down here, what is that line right there?
settlement proceeds to Forge in the amount of $19,500.
All right. See the date?
October 3rd, 2018.
Do you recognize that all?
Alex Murdaugh's.
That's the signature you mean?
Yes.
All right. What's this right here on the second page?
This is the check payable to Forge for $19,500, referencing Mary Duncan settlement proceeds.
And what day did that clear?
October 22nd, 2018.
And how much?
$19,500
All right. Where did this money go?
to its fake Forge account.
Did your law firm have to account for that?
We did, and we reimbursed the client for that
Why'd you have to do that?
because Alex stole it.
Show you what's been marked as States 327. See if you recognize this.
This is a disbursement sheet for Randy Drawdy.
Your Honor, this time I offer States 327 in evidence.
No additional objection.
Let's admit it.
All right, disbursement sheet, what line do we have right here?
Forge, $9,569.30.
You recognize that signature?
Alex Murdaugh's.
Looking at the next page,
It's the check payable to Forge for the $9,569.30.
and what's the date on it?
It is dated October 3rd, 2017.
You recognize that signature?
Alex Murdaugh's signature.
Did your law firm ultimately have to account for those funds?
We did, and we reimbursed the client that money as well because it was stolen funds again.
And where did these funds actually go to?
They went to the fake Forge account that was under his control.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 328 and see if you recognize this.
This is a disbursement for Thomas Moore.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer State 328 in evidence.
No additional objection, yeah.
Let's admit it.
All right, right here on the disbursement, what's the name? First name?
Thomas,
All right. And what does the disbursement say?
Forge, $125,000.
Down here, do you recognize that signature?
It's Alex Murdaugh's on the left.
Whose handwriting does that look like to you?
It looks like Alex Murdaugh's as well. Tommy Moore confirmed with us that he did not sign that disbursement.
Going to the second page, what is this?
This is the check payable to Forge in the amount of $125,000.
Did that go to the real Forge or the fake Forge?
Fake Forge,
All right. And whose writing is that right there on the endorsement?
that's Alex Murdaugh's.
Whose signature on the check?
Alex Murdaugh's.
Did y'all have to account for that money with the client?
We did, we reimbursed him as well
And why'd you have to account for that?
because it had been stolen by Alex.
The ones that you've been describing, this was after you started to pull the thread and all of that started to unravel. Is that correct?
That's right.
Was the quote fake forge, as you call it, was that the only thing that you detected as you started to review the activities of Alex Murdaugh while he was a partner in the law firm?
No,
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 329 to your testimony, and just quickly tell me if you recognize that and what it is.
I do recognize this. This is a list of payments that were stolen by being paid to Palmetto State Bank.
Hold on for me real quick. All right, going back to States 329. Again, did you prepare the spreadsheet?
I did.
And is this based on your role as the CFO and going back and reviewing various records and trying to figure all of this out?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this time the state would offer States 329 into evidence.
No additional objections, Your Honor, and subject to the court's prior limitations on its use.
It's admitted.
All right, putting this up on the screen. Can you see that all right, or I need to bring it to you?
Yes, and I can see it.
All right. I see up at the top, there's some writing on it. Can you tell the jury what that is real quick?
That was a mistake when I made up the worksheet that we discovered when I got here. Those checks were written in the period of 2012 instead of the 7/5 that I had down. So we scratched through and I initialed my correction.
So that says 2012 and then your initials, is that right?
Yes,
And then over here, what is this right here?
that's the client's name that the money was stolen from,
All right, and then what's that?
the civil action court number,
All right, and then the category?
the method that he used to get away with this, and then this payment was Palmetto State Bank checks.
And then this line right there?
The date that we put money back into our trust account to be able to refund the clients.
And then finally, the amount.
$2,079,826.54.
Does this include what was in, we've already gone through in States 314, the other spreadsheet, or is this different money?
It's additional money.
States 314. What was the amount, the total amount?
$2,841,512.55.
And then the new one we're about to talk about?
$2,079,826.54.
Now, you mentioned Palmetto State Bank. This is not the fake forge, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Tell me just generally what you uncovered and how funds were allegedly misappropriated through this method by the defendant.
Palmetto State Bank was the PR on some of these funds, and there was lines on these disbursements to be paid to Palmetto State Bank. On the surface, they looked okay. When I called and asked the bank to give me information backing up the checks, what had happened to them once they were written to the bank, we discovered that the money had been used for paying things on Alex's behalf, like loan payments, equipment purchases, paying back loans to people he had borrowed money from, and everything was for his use.
And then looking at that, was there an official at the bank who was assisting Alex Murdaugh with these transactions?
Russell Lafitte was the one helping me convert those funds.
And is Russell Lafitte any relation to you?
Russell Lafitte is my brother-in-law. He's married to my sister's husband.
Sure, what's been marked as States 330, home stretch. States 330 to this trial. See if you recognize that document.
This is the Badger disbursement.
All right. Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 330 in evidence.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
All right. How much were the attorney's fees on this particular case?
$1,240,000.
That's how much the attorney's fees were.
That's the attorney fees.
All right. And then if we scroll down this disbursement, we have, what's this number right here?
$1,325,000.
And that pursuant to this disbursement was supposed to be made out to who?
Palmetto State Bank.
All right. And that's completely separate from these attorney's fees in this case. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's addition.
those attorneys actually get paid into the firm account?
Those did, yes.
And those were legitimate,
Those
correct?
were legitimate.
And they were credited to who?
Alex Murdaugh.
And that's completely separate from this additional $1,325,000 below that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And what happened to that $1,325,000?
That $1,325,000 ended up being converted into payments on his behalf through the bank.
All right. Can you tell me the date on that?
November 19th, 2012.
Now, this particular amount right here, well, let me go. I'm going to show you the page 3 of this exhibit. And is this an email that you found in the records of your law firm?
We did.
All right. And who is this email from and who's it to?
The email is from Russell Lafitte to Alex Murdaugh.
All right. And what does it say right there?
It says, Alex, can you get Jeannie to recut check 43162 dated 11/19/12 as follows? And then it lists 4 different amounts. And it says, thanks, Russell.
All right. And then below that, the next page, is this another email that was found in the records of your law firm?
It is
And what's the date on this email?
February 6, 2013.
All right. And please, who's the email from?
So this email is from Alex Murdaugh to Russell Lafitte.
All right. And tell the jury what it says.
It gives an amount of $388,687.50. Whatever the amount I owe on the Hannah loan, $75K, and whatever the balance would be on the $1,325,000 after these deductions.
And again, remind the jury what the amount that was written to PSB.
$1,325,000.
Is that
In that email, the last line, Alex asked Russell to email me and request that.
right? Did that actually happen?
Yes,
And so had your staff already cut this check based on the disbursement for $1,325,000?
yes,
And based on this email chain, did you ultimately recut checks made out to Palmetto State Bank
yes, sir.
and the amounts requested?
And the amounts requested.
Funds, what happened to them?
They were used to pay personal loan payments on Alex's behalf. So again, the funds that he stole and paid obligations that he owed.
Did you have to account to the client for this amount right here?
We did.
And you had to do that because they were misappropriated by the defendant?
That's right.
All right, looking through these checks, are these the checks that were recut by your staff after the request by Alec
Yes,
to Russell and from Russell to you?
correct. And incidentally, in this one, we also reimbursed the client the PR fee because the PR had not done their job. So we made sure that we reimbursed the client for that as well.
Who was the PR?
Russell Lafitte.
I'm just slowly moving through this exhibit. Are these the various checks and how they ultimately were converted?
That's information that I got back from Palmetto State Bank showing how they were converted.
Looking at this check right here, which is the 5th page of the exhibit. Can you see the date on that?
February 8th, 2013.
Going to this check right here. What's the date on that?
September 13th, 2013.
States 331, see if you recognize this.
This is the correcting disbursement for Arthur Badger that we reconstructed.
And that goes with the prior exhibit, is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 331.
No additional objection.
It's admitted.
And this just again reflects what you were just talking about and the repayments of those monies, is that correct?
That's correct, where previously it had the 35,000. And so our total repayment to the client was 1,360,000, which is the 35 and the 1.325
And the 35 was the,
PR fee. Yes.
I'll show you States 332. And 334. We'll show you 334 first and see if you recognize this document.
This is a disbursement to Natasha Thomas.
All right, Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 334 in evidence.
No additional objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. And while I'm here, States 332.
This is the correcting disbursement that we drafted to return the money to Natasha Thomas.
Your Honor, I'd offer States 332 in evidence.
No additional objection.
Admitted.
All right. Looking at this particular disbursement, again, what's the first name of the client?
Natasha,
All right. And we have various recovery amounts here, is that correct?
that's correct.
We have the actual legal fees received in this case, correct?
Yes.
And who were those actually credited to?
Well, 800 of that is to Alex Murdaugh, and then the other portion of the fee was the $15,000 fee payable to Russell Lafitte as conservator for this case.
Okay. And those fees were actually credited to who?
To Alex Murdaugh.
And on top of that, though, go down to the bottom and we have this last line. What's that right there?
Natasha Thomas, Palmetto State Bank, $325,000.
That $325,000, where did it go?
It went to Palmetto State Bank and was converted into funds for personal use again, paying loans, buying equipment, et cetera,
Personal expense for who?
for Alex Murdaugh.
Did y'all ultimately have to account to the client for that money?
We did.
And why did you have to do that?
Alex stole that money.
You recognize that signature right there?
Yes, that's Russell Lafitte's.
What is that check right there? Do you recognize that?
This is the check that we wrote to Palmetto State Bank,
And what's the date on that?
12/20/2011.
And hold on real quick, I'm gonna go back just to make sure on States 330, this was Arthur, that's the case you just talked about a little bit ago,
That's correct.
the one with the 1.325 million.
That's correct.
And on this disbursement sheet, what was the date?
November 19th, 2012.
All right, back to Natasha. Now, you mentioned it was often common for monies to be held back for lien, right?
That's right.
And ultimately, the idea is to settle those liens, like with a hospital or something like that, or Medicaid, and then and then ultimately pay the client any excess that you were able to settle underneath. Is that correct?
That's right.
All right. In this case, were certain monies held back for liens?
There was money held back, yes.
Okay. And ultimately, was there an amount that was paid on those liens? And in particular, I'm showing you this line right here that says ACA recoveries.
Yes, there was.
All right. After we're looking at that particular line, how much was that amount?
$110,965.27.
And was ultimately Medicaid paid back some amount of money?
Yes,
Was it less than their actual bill?
yes,
And so that meant that there was some money left over that should have gone to the client. Is that correct?
correct.
Did that money actually go to the client?
No, it did not.
All right, I'm going to flip towards the end of this exhibit. And show you this back. It's actually the last page of the exhibit. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's the remaining funds that should have been paid to Natasha after solving that lien, settling that lien. And it was in the amount of $25,245.08.
And can you see the date on that or see when it cleared?
Looks
Sorry.
like it was dated maybe 6/13/2012 or either 8, pardon my eyes. And it cleared the bank on 8/29/2012.
All right, you recognize the signature on that check?
Alex Murdaugh's,
All right, and where did those funds go?
those went, again, were converted at Palmetto State Bank into things that benefited him personally, such as loan payoffs, money to them.
Did you ultimately have to account to the client for that money?
We did,
And why'd you have to do that?
because Alex Murdaugh stole it.
And looking through these documents that are attached here, what are these documents as I slowly flip through them?
That's where the money went. So there was payments made to Mr. Charlie Lafitte. There were boat payments paid. There was payments back to a loan from a conservatorship.
Is that a different case that the firm had?
That is
And who was a conservator on that case?
Russell Lafitte,
And what's the name of that particular client?
Plyler.
And there were loans made from that?
Yes,
Loans to who?
there were loans made from that to Russell Lafitte and Alex Murdaugh.
So money from this was used to pay back some of that money?
Yes, sir.
Whose signature is that on this particular check, number 219721?
That's Russell Lafitte's.
And who is that cashier's check made out to?
Randolph Murdaugh III.
Who is that cashier's check made out to?
This is made out to R. Lafitte as conservator for Malik Williams.
Who's Malik Williams? Do you
Malik
know?
Williams was another client that Russell was a conservator for, that Russell loaned money to Alec out of that conservatorship, and this is a payment back on that conservatorship loan.
When you say conservatorship, Russell was put in charge of dealing with clients'
Investing in
money on their
Hampton.
behalf,
Yes.
and he was loaning money to himself and to Alec.
He did out of Plyler. I'm not sure about Malik Williams, but he loaned Alec money out of Malik Williams.
And then money from some of these misappropriations you've identified was used to pay those loans back from the conservatorship.
Correct.
Show you state 3. You recognize this?
This is the disbursement for Russell Lafitte as conservator for Hakeem Pickney.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer states 333 into evidence.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
All right, a little bit ago, we were looking at a case of Natasha Thomas. Is this case related to that one?
Yes,
Are they-
they're both in the same accident.
And I'm going to show you the disbursement sheet on this particular one. And again, we have a recovery here. Is that correct?
Yes,
And right here, we have legal fees. Is that correct?
correct.
And how much were the legal fees for this particular one?
For this one, there was $4,008,000 that would have been credited to Alec that were payable to PMPED. And we also paid Russell Lafitte a $60,000 conservator fee.
So out of this particular one, there were legit fees earned by, of how much again?
Almost $4.1 million, $4,098,000.
And credited to who?
Alex Murdaugh.
On top of that, though, we scroll down and we have this entry right here. What does that say?
Palmetto State Bank, $309,581.46.
All right. Where did that money go?
Again, that went payable to Palmetto State Bank, and it was used with the other money from Natasha Thomas to pay off loans and for conservatorships and loans that he had made personally, so for Alex's personal benefit.
And right there, do you recognize the signatures?
Yes, I do.
Whose signature is that?
Russell Lafitte,
Whose signature is that?
Alex Murdaugh.
Right here, what is this? The third page of the exhibit.
This is the check payable to Palmetto State Bank for $309,581.46 on the behalf of Hakeem Pickney's settlement.
And did you have to account for that with the client?
We did,
And why did you have to do that?
because Alex stole that money as well.
As we go through this exhibit, are these some of the various documents?
Yes.
Tell the court and the jury what these are, please.
That would be a loan payment on a boat loan that Alec held personally with the bank. Again, another loan payment for that same Murdaugh Charter Bank loan. Check payable back to Mr. Charles Lafitte for a personal loan.
We don't have to go through every one, but that's generally, these are the expenditures you've identified as personal for Alec.
Yes.
Couple more. I know we've been going for a long time. You had mentioned that that one instance in which there was the loan payment that should have gone to Randy Murdaugh that instead went to the defendant, correct?
That's right.
And ultimately that happened twice and then it was detected, but he paid it back. Is that right?
That's right.
And the matter kind of went away. Is that right?
That's right.
Were there other instances in which Alex Murdaugh used the firm credit card for expenditures that were not business related?
He did.
And in those instances, what had happened?
In the instances that he used it for personal, we would deduct it from his annual bonus at the end of the year. He'd pay it back.
He'd pay it back and the matter would be forgotten. Is that correct?
Yes.
When those things were happening at the law firm, were you all aware of all of this?
No.
And stand by for me real quick. All right, sorry about that. Just real quick. When y'all allowed Alec to pay back the money in those sort of smaller instances, were you aware of this?
No, sir.
When you or your staff received these disbursement funds from Alec and his staff, did they cut them in the manner in which they were instructed?
Yes,
And why did they do that?
because they trusted him.
And in the majority of those instances that involve client money, did Alex Murdaugh also receive substantial legal fees in each one of those cases?
Yes,
And in each one of those cases in which that happened, at least on the ones we've gone through, according to your review, did he also misappropriate substantial money on top of that?
yes.
How long have you known Alex Murdaugh?
Since I was 16, so about 40 years,
Worked with him closely for how long?
22, 23 years.
Did you really know Alex Murdaugh?
I don't think I ever really knew him. I don't think anybody knows.
Thank you. Nothing further.
So I'll stand for a moment. Okay. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, could we renew our request for limiting instruction? We went a half a day hearing all these financial misdeeds, and I don't want the jury to be lost on what the purpose is.
Any comment, Mr. Waters?
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I gave this limiting instruction yesterday, and I'll repeat it, that this evidence of these financial crimes and other crimes that you're now receiving testimony on it, it's regarding the contention that the defendant was involved in other criminal activity. That is not evidence or proof of the offenses charged in the indictment, those charges being murder, 2 counts, and possession of a weapon during the commission of a crime, 2 counts. This testimony is being allowed for the limited purpose in assisting the state in proving motive. You may not consider it for purposes of character of Mr. Murdaugh, nor may you consider it as evidence that he has the propensity to commit other crimes, or that it is more likely that he committed the crimes with which he is currently charged. It's being allowed based on the state's representation that it helps explain the defendant's motive for which he is accused. And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Hi.
You have, show you Exhibit 314. You just put that up. You can do it for me, Doug. This is a summary of, was a listing of clients of the firm who the law firm had to reimburse because of Alex misconduct. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now you have been, the law firm has been working with various law enforcement agencies since September of 2020 2021, I suspect, sharing all of this information.
Yes,
And with regard to exhibit 314, it would appear that the law firm, just for all of these clients, have paid out over $2.8 million. Is that right?
that's right.
And in a real way, the law firm is a victim of this conduct.
Correct.
And for each one of these client transactions that the law firm had to repay, I mean, you're aware that Alec has pending criminal charges for every single one of them.
I'm aware of that.
And the same with the Palmetto State Bank matters that you talked about.
Correct.
He has pending criminal charges for every single one of them.
Yes,
And we're not here today to try those charges on the financial crimes. We're here, you understand, you're testifying because he's been charged with the murder of his wife, Maggie, and his son, Paul.
I
right?
do.
And they were murdered on June 7th, 2021. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, some of these, it looks like, according to your testimony, that this misconduct has been going on since as early as 2011.
Unfortunately, when we found that out,
Right. So some 10 years before the murders of Maggie and Paul, correct?
that's correct. He managed to fool a lot of people, myself included.
Understand. And I understand you have the right to be very hurt and angry about that. And are you hurt and angry about that?
Oh, yes. I take it very personally. It haunts me that I let this, or that this happened.
You feel like it happened on your watch, and
I think anybody would feel normal feeling like that. It's a big betrayal of trust.
Ms. Sekinger, when I'm asking you these questions, I'm not in any way diminishing your feelings and your anger. I'm just trying to flush out how these relate to the murder of Maggie and Paul.
I understand that.
Okay, thank you. But it would appear that this has been going on for years and years and years.
Unfortunately, yes,
Right.
it appears.
And it has cost the law firm in 2021 and still, over $5 million have paid out.
That's correct.
And when we're talking about the law firm, I mean, we're really talking about lawyers in the firm, his brother Randy, correct?
That's right.
Johnny Parker, who's now the firm's named after,
Right,
Ronnie Crosby,
right,
Lee Cope,
correct,
Mark Ball,
correct.
and others that have come out of their pocket to reimburse clients.
Yes, they did.
Now, the forge, well, let me strike that. On June 7th, 2021, the day Maggie and Paul were murdered, you went to Alex's office sometime in the early afternoon or mid-afternoon and to try to get to the bottom of where's the fee that Chris Wilson's office says they wrote to you for the Ferris case,
Correct.
right? And he looked at you and he said, "What do you want now?" Right?
Yes, he did when I was coming up the steps.
And you said, "I wouldn't be doing my job if I wasn't up here asking you about this."
That's correct.
And I think you said he kind of had a angry look
He did-
initially.
When I walked up the steps, he gave me a very disgusted look and said, "What do you need now?"
But then once you got in his office, his demeanor changed
He did.
and he assured you that the check was, the funds were still in Chris Wilson's trust account.
He
Right.
did.
And as And as sort of fast forward in September the 3rd, I believe it was 2021, Annette Griswold from your firm found a canceled check written from Chris Wilson's law firm directly to Alex Murdaugh, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that check wasn't written to Ford's Consulting.
No, it was written to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Esquire.
And of all of these papers that you have been introduced in part of your investigation, that's the only time that, at least in these documents that you brought to court, where Alec has gotten a check directly, personally from another law firm, and it didn't go to PMPED. Right?
We discovered during the investigation that there had been another time that had happened, but I was not discovered by myself.
Okay. And that was with Chris Wilson's firm also?
Yes,
But all of the other stuff that you brought here and talked about since 9:30 or so this morning involved this fake Forge account, right?
correct.
And then there's some stuff involving Palmetto State Bank going back 2010, 2011, 12, 13, early on.
Correct.
With regard to the events of June the 7th, when you went and talked to Alec and you were asking him about where's the fee money, you had previously spoken to, I guess, Lee Cope or someone in the firm.
Lee Cope.
And wasn't the concern at the time that Alec was trying to shield income from disclosure in the lawsuit where he was a defendant, where he was being sued following the boating crash where Mallory Beach lost her life tragically?
Yes, at that point, we thought he was trying to shelter money or move money into his wife's name or reduce his income for the year by not claiming tax, by not collecting a fee.
Right. And it really, and one of the reasons you thought that is because you had talked to him about what looked to be an odd way to structure an attorney's fee with the Hirschberger case.
Correct.
And he explained that he didn't care about the tax consequences. He was just trying to get money in the Maggie's name and not his name because of the boating accident.
That's correct.
And that was the concern and alarm within the firm, is that we're not going to participate in any way to shield high income from civil disclosure in a court proceeding.
That's correct.
Because that goes against the ethics and standards of the law firm and lawyers in that firm.
That's correct.
And no one at the time was thinking that Alec was stealing money from the firm, right?
I had my suspicions on whether it was really in there, but we were not pursuing it at all money.
And you had seen that, and I think it was May of 2021 or May 12th or something, that a disbursement sheet where attorney's fees went to Forge on the Hirschberger settlement.
Correct.
Now, it's not the first time the lawyers in the firm have previously structured attorney's fees in big settlement cases, haven't they?
Once.
One time. And the way that works is the money goes from the defendant insurance company or defendant company or the source of payment. It goes not to the law firm and then to the lawyer. It goes to some financial entity, whether it's an insurance company or something. And then that money is then paid out in annuity over the years to the lawyer.
That would be the correct way.
And you delay taxes by not taking the money, right?
Correct.
And that's how it was done in the past,
Correct.
the one time it was done.
Right.
And your concern here was that's not how you do it because it looked like the money came into the firm and then it was written out to Forge for structure of a payment according to Alex.
Correct. It would not have been, the way it came in, it would not have been credited to his account. It would have just looked like it was going out as an item, so it would not have been accounted for correctly.
Right.
And he also did not discuss it with anybody in the firm or have permission to do that.
And the one time that it happened previously, I don't know what the amount of the fee was, but the point of the matter is that money never came into the firm, but all the partners knew about it, you knew about it, and you were able to include it in your calculations,
Yes,
including the 7.5% that the lawyer is responsible for paying into the, I guess, to the
to the kitty.
distribution fund or whatever it is.
Yes,
That's a leveling account that helps lawyers who haven't had a good year, brings them up and, you know, it just sort of smooths out.
kind of smooths out overhead, the different offices having different costs and
But when Alec had given you that explanation and you said, that's not proper, you're going to get taxed, and he said that, I don't care, you know, I'm trying to get money in Maggie's name, help Michael Gunn out. I mean, that you never talked to Alec about the Hershberger fee again, did you?
not to my recollection, not since after the murders happened, we did not discuss any of that.
The and the Chris Wilson issue was there's a settlement in the fee truck case. The law firm receives an expense check to reimburse the firm for the expenses, but where's the fee? Where's the fee? And that's what started the questions being asked.
That's right.
Okay. And you went in on June 7th to ask Alec about that. You know, you got to show me proof if it's in his trust account. Is that right?
Right. I told him we had reason to believe that he had received the money and I needed to prove that he had not.
And during that meeting, he received a call that his father was being put back in the hospital.
Or was in the hospital and was terminal, that they had decided that there was nothing else they could do for him and he'd be terminal.
And you took off your CPA hat and your CFO hat and you befriended him
Correct.
because you knew how close he was to his father. Is that right?
I do.
And you know, and this father was a well-known lawyer and it was a legacy name in that law firm.
That didn't really mean anything to me. I've just known him since I was 15, 16 years old. I didn't think of him in terms of that. I thought of him in terms of a friend and my friend's father.
Right. And Alex close to his father
Yes,
and his mother
as far as I know.
and his family. He was close to his family.
As far as I know, I had not spent any time with him around his family in over 17 years.
But after you learned that his father was going back in the hospital or was in the hospital and was terminal, well, just fast forward. This was the 7th of June, correct?
Yep, the Monday, the 7th.
Yeah. And on the 10th, Mr. Murdaugh died, did he not?
I believe that was the date, yes.
Okay, just a few days after this, he died.
Yes,
Of natural causes.
yes.
And so when you learned on the 7th that his father was terminal or going back in the hospital, you became his friend and you didn't continue your inquiry anymore that day, correct?
No, because I had told him what I needed and he knew what I was expecting to get back. And I was under the impression he was leaving to go care for his father. And in our firm, we're very family oriented, and anytime there's an emergency or something we need to do, we grant the person the time off, and I made the assumption he was going to go take care of that.
Right. And then Then you learned that night that Maggie and Paul were murdered.
Right.
What was I think you said in your testimony that your initial reaction, you were scared, you were afraid. What were you scared of?
Well, when this happened, there was a lot of rumors rolling around. Nothing this violent had ever happened. We didn't know who had gone after his family, if somebody was going to come after him, if somebody was going to come to the office and come after him. There was just a lot of dissettlement within the office. And constantly employees were scared.
But your mind didn't go to, gosh, I bet he killed his wife and son because I asked him about the Ferris fee, right?
No.
Then after that, you didn't continue investigating the Ferris fee. You let Lee Cope deal directly with Chris Wilson.
Lee Cope advised me that he would take over.
But the inquiry and the Ferris fee didn't stop because Maggie and Paul were murdered, did it?
It did, as far as talking to Alec.
Well, I mean, Alec told you what he told you, and then the inquiry was, is he telling the truth? And let's deal directly with Chris Wilson, right?
Correct.
So the inquiry didn't stop with Maggie and Paul's murder, did it?
It stopped for a period of time,
How long?
a couple of weeks.
Couple of weeks.
Maybe a month.
Maybe a month. The death of his wife and son got him 30 days reprieve on your investigation into the Ferris matter. Is that what happened?
Well, it did, and then we received word from Chris. At that point, we still did not receive the documentation, so it did delay receiving the documentation.
Now, let's be clear. When you're looking into the Ferris matter and you go in on June 7th, it wasn't reported to you by Maggie Murdaugh that, hey, I think Alec's stealing money. You didn't have any conversation with Maggie about that, did
I
you?
never have conversations with Maggie.
Or Paul, he wasn't involved in any way with the Ferris fee, to your knowledge, was he?
I've never had a conversation with Paul.
And then you go, and Lee Cope's dealing with Chris Wilson's office, and then turns out that Chris Wilson sends an email to Alec saying the money's on my trust account, and Alec forwards it on to you and Lee Cope. Is that right?
Correct.
And once that happened, there was no rush to grab money out of Chris Wilson's trust account, was there? In July of 2021.
We did not make the rush at that point because we had enough operating money and we were going to come back to it. Typically, the attorney dealing with that case would handle it, and Alec was not in the office very much.
Okay. So the firm had plenty of money to operate, and you just needed to get the money into the firm by the end of the year when you did the bonuses. Is that pretty much how things were being looked at in July of 2021?
I don't know that we would have waited till December, but we just were not doing it at that point in that summer. It was actually just an irregular summer, both personally and professionally, keeping up with other obligations. Time frame to get it.
And so in September of 2021, you're doing your CFO job. You decide that you had this Hertzberger thing, on your desk, or, I mean, you said it was on your desk. Was it on desktop, or you just had a sheet of paper? Well,
it's kind of where my important stuff is that I need to get back to. So it's sitting right under a monitor right in front of my face.
And you talked about you had a number of commitments and it's personal issues. I think you said, I don't want to know about your personal issues, but what I do want to establish is Maggie and Paul's murder did not cause you to delay in following up on the Hershberger matter, did it?
In some ways, yes, because the shock of it and the delay and the things going around the office did, but the true delay came in me finding the time to do it.
Yeah, you had a lot of other things going on.
Yes.
And what you decided to do is to see if there were some other kind of structured fees that Alec had done in 2021 to sort of, like you did the Hershberger case, because you needed to know what his gross collections were and how much he owed to the firm. And that's why you looked in September 2021, right?
Correct. And I'm also still suspicious, in my own mind. I wanted to make sure that he had accounted for everything and that we had indeed collected everything.
Right. And so you ran a report at the law firm of clients with settlements. I mean, tell us what you did.
Well, I started running a report of all the fees that he had collected and started looking through those disbursements. And then it came to me that I could probably shortcut this a little just by printing off payments to Forge. And then I've started focusing on those first. And that's when I found the checks and the information that I found.
And that, well, let's start. Do you remember about what his fee collections were about September of 2021?
I've got so many numbers in my head, but they were over $1 million, probably between $1 million and $2 million.
2 to 3 million?
$1 million to $2 million.
Oh, $1 million to $2 million of fee income that he had collected.
Correct.
When you run this report. And
Correct.
Did that include or not include the 792 on the Ferris case?
It did not.
So if you add the Ferris case, it could have been over 2 million?
I guess I can't swear to what his number was. I look at numbers all day long, but that's the recollection and range he would have been in.
And after this, after you learned about this fake Forge account, Alec didn't, and he was forced to resign from the firm
That's
the
correct.
day or the next day, right?
The next day.
And so that money that came into the firm was used by the firm to pay off some of these victims, right?
We have done some of that, yes.
Now the discovery of the fake Forge account, when you were when you ran the report on Forge, that shocked you, didn't it?
Yes.
That information had been in the systems of the law firm going back, I guess, to 2015 when that fake Forge account was first opened.
I don't know when I don't think it was open that far back, but I had no reason to suspect anything was going on. We had no clients complaining about money missing. Trusted him. We had no reason to look.
Right.
He fooled a lot of people, like I said, myself and us included.
And that's a good point. Their clients weren't calling up complaining around June 7th that, hey, y'all need to be looking at Alec because, something's amiss here. That wasn't happening around June 7th, was it?
No, and shamefully, when we did talk to the clients, they talked about how much they trusted Alec and how much he thought of him and how that they were shocked and confused by the fact that he had manipulated and abused him all these years.
And so it sounds to me like on June 7th, you didn't observe some pressure cooker going off within the firm as to how Alec was handling his business.
I don't know about anybody else's pressure cooker. I knew I was putting pressure on him to get the answers for the Ferris fee.
It was a brotherhood of lawyers that in the past, if they've caught with getting more than what they were entitled to, they pay it back and you let bygones be bygones. That's how it's operated in the past, right?
On trust, yes.
Now so you ran a report on information that had been in the systems for years. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the tragic murders of Maggie and Paul didn't do anything to affect what was in your systems.
No.
Right. Right. And you just started looking because you had had a conversation with Alex back in May about the Hirschberger fee going to Forge, not in an appropriate structured manner. And that was in early May, and you'd never had another conversation with him about that, right?
Well, May and June, in between, it was late May and June. The conversations about both were kind of in tandem, because every time we would talk about Ferris, he would bring up, I'm going to structure fees. But it never specifically readdressed the fact that Hirschberger, it did address the fact that he should not be doing this again, and that if he should, he needed to let somebody know. I believe Alex, meanwhile, was going around complaining to my partners about why I was on his case.
To his partners.
Yes.
And now just to be clear, the Ferris fee money was, it didn't show up on any of these reports, and it was all paid into the law firm, was it not?
It was after some time.
So here you are running a report. You see a lot of forged checks on Alex client files, and you start printing off the checks.
That's correct.
That's how you discovered it. I mean, it was that Alex, and not only he's signing checks to Forge, he's endorsing the checks and putting them into the bank.
Correct. And at the same day is when Annette found the check on his office that had been payable to him for the Ferris fees.
Yeah, I was going to get to that. So
Okay.
it just, I mean, that was pure coincidence.
Yes,
That
the
it happened
timing
on
of
the
the
same day.
timing of that is pure coincidence. Yes.
And Alex, as you understood, was confronted that perhaps the next day or that
On
day.
Friday morning, I believe that was Friday the 3rd.
So it was the same day that you,
I did mine on Thursday, the 2nd.
so the second you did
Yes.
yours. Okay. Now, on the 7th in the afternoon, Alex called you and asked you what his balance was in his law firm retirement plan.
Yes, sir.
And he told you he was working on the financial disclosure for the voting accident case.
Yes,
And he had called you on other occasions to get that balance because he was filling out financial statements for one thing or another, right?
he had before, yes.
Okay. And let me, do you know, well, you know that he didn't have any life insurance on Maggie or Paul. Do you know that?
I have no awareness of that.
No, that's all the questions I have.
Be direct.
Very briefly, Your Honor. You were asked some questions about when you had the conversation about the Ferris fees, and what was your concern then with just the Ferris fees back at that point in time on June 7th?
That he was trying to shelter money from the boat wreck or move assets out of his name or either delay collecting fees. So trying to hide income from the boat wreck.
At that point in time, did you have any idea about any of all of this?
I did not.
You were asked about prior instances in which there had been like the loan, the double loan payment and the credit cards, and Alec paid that back, right?
That's right.
And he paid that back and everything was forgotten. Is that correct?
That's right.
You were asked about whether or not all of this was in your systems.
That's correct.
And it was in your systems, wasn't it?
It was.
Since 2011, correct?
That's right.
And he'd gotten away with it all that time.
He did.
I believe you testified that on June the 7th, 2021, when you went in to talk to Alex Murdaugh, that you had your suspicions, correct?
I did.
And you demanded what? What did you demand from
I
him?
demanded proof that the money was actually in the account and the ledgers showing the transactions.
And did you tell him what you believed? Did you tell him why you wanted that proof?
I told him I had reason to believe that he had received the fee payable to him.
You were asked a little bit about the law firm, and his father was in the law firm or had been?
He had been, yes.
Was his grandfather in the law firm?
Yes.
Was there a long history of that family name in this law firm?
Yes.
Is it the most prominent law firm in the area?
I believe so, yes.
A very prominent family name?
Yes.
All this has been in your system since 2011?
Yes.
Once the murders happened, it didn't seem right to be raising those issues with the defendant then, did it?
No, it didn't.
Don't lead the witness.
After the murders happened, did it seem right to issues to the defendant?
No, as I stated earlier, we were concerned about the welfare of Alec and the feelings of himself. He was not at work, and we were trying to make sure that he was emotionally okay and able to deal with things before we pressured him about anything.
And then just a few weeks later, it's still just in July, are you still in shock from all of these murders?
Yes,
And did ultimately you get an email from Chris Wilson?
I did on July 19th.
And what did that email say?
Chris said that he had the money in the trust available to us,
He's got the money, so no big deal, correct?
correct?
Did you still, though, in the back of your mind, have some suspicions going back for a while?
I had suspicions that I didn't really believe that because I'd yet to see the ledger or the proof, and it seemed like there was no reason not to send that to me if something wasn't going on.
When ultimately you turn back to these issues and that Chris Wilson check was found, did that result in the uncovering of all of this?
It did.
Did it result in him losing his job at the law firm,
It did,
where his family name had been a fixture there for decades?
correct.
Did that result in him losing his license to practice law?
It did.
And the Defense Act, did that result in him facing a ton of criminal charges based on all of that?
Yes,
All of that was on the cusp of being uncovered, was it not?
yes,
Was that on the cusp of being uncovered?
yes.
Any further exam?
Very briefly, Ms. Sekinger, finding the Chris Wilson check was coincidental to your work on the Forge account research, correct?
Yes, but as we uncovered the forge, we knew we had a problem.
Understand. And it was the forge issue that led to all of this.
It would have eventually been the issue if we'd requested Chris Wilson. Regrettably, that we did not in July, we would not have received the money because the money was not in there. We found that out later.
We'll find out about that, but so the Chris Wilson issue is a one-off compared to all these other transactions that you brought here today, right?
That's right.
All right, thank you.
You may step down.
Thank you.
And we will break for lunch and resume at 2:40. 2:40.
All right, so it looks like we've got our lunch an hour and 15 minutes again today. I did post a link for anyone who wants to pop up and say how they're feeling about this so far. We're going to do an open panel today, or anyone who wants to jump. I did send a couple of links out, and we'll see. But for now, we'll just put this over. I am going to, wow. I don't know about you guys, but my mind gets numb hearing all this testimony again. I have more questions than not. I do understand that they're trying to represent the pressure that Alex Murdaugh was under with the looming thought of all these financial deeds, his reputation, everything just becoming undone. His lifestyle would be changed. His children, his wife would be looking at him different. Remember, there was testimony that the jury is still to hear about him putting many things in Maggie's name, hiding assets, trying to do the wrong thing because he was being sued. And yet he has the reputation of going after companies to do the right thing to get the money for their client. Like, you made a mistake, you need to pay for it. You need to do the right thing by the client. And yet he's now going to be known as the man who stole from the clients, who stole from family, who disrespected his partners and the process in general to his own benefit. I mean, that kind of pressure where everything, who you are is standing. We're talking about a long history in the area, his whole family. We talked the family pressure on there for living up to the name. I mean, it's a bigger story than just a couple of lines that the state and or the defense can put out there. I mean, the blogs and the articles and the documentaries that have been going on for years actually show that. But that's not what the jury gets to see. The jury needs to see a straight line. Okay, and what they're not seeing is how did Alex Murdaugh benefit from the death of his wife and son without clearly defining a benefit there, that it was in his best interest that they be gone? How are they possibly going to think he crossed that boundary to kill his own family? I mean, that's where it is for me. I don't know about you guys, but without that straight line there, which I don't see yet, I see the pressure. I get it. But is that enough? I mean, Mandy brought it up earlier this morning. As a parent, I can't see taking a shotgun to my child under any kind of duress like that. Now, they're hinting here and there about his pill problem and drugs. Could that have done it? Who knows? Who knows? But I don't know. It's, for me, I need so much more. I know, Mandy. So you're feeling you need more coffee? Okay, well, have some coffee and you're well. If you get a break, you're welcome. We aren't getting a straight line. We are not, And if anybody wants to come up, remember, you don't have to use camera. You can just use your icon as you are. StreamYards is pretty easy, as long as you have the avatar or a photo on your phone that you want to use. It's pretty easy to straight. It's just an email that you need to connect. It's simple. You can use your phone. It uses your phone mic. I did post the link up top, and when I say it's open for everyone, I mean it's open for everyone, even for just a few minutes. You don't have to stay the whole hour. You want to just come up and say your piece and go, that's fine. So, and if not, too, I mean, everybody knows I can talk. I could sit up here for an hour and 15 and talk myself. I'm fully prepared to do that. Well, it is more enjoyable to hear what you guys are thinking, and I love reading in the chat all of it. I do. I know, Jujubee, just not getting a straight line. Like, I need it. I need it. And I know the jury needs it too. Okay. They haven't been following it the same that you or I or anyone in the media or interested in the case has been looking at it. So they're going to need a straight line. Where is it? Like, tell me the benefit, please. Like, that's what they need to see. Man, Aaron stole it. Alex stole it. Did Alex steal the benefit? Is that it? That's why they can't put it out there, Mandy? Okay. I could see how it might happen, but no one wants to believe it's the sort of thing that happens more often than we think. It does, and that brought up, I was speaking just casually with Bearded about that, Bearded Heretic. We have discussions on the psychological implications of some of these trials. We did it with Amber Heard in regards to the Johnny Depp trial after the psychologist came up and started talking about her issues and why she might do what she does. And in this case, it's about, family murder. Like, how do you get, and what are the boundaries, and how do you get there? And I'm really interested in having that conversation because I'm having a hard time in this trial wrapping my brain around it. Although, because I travel true crime and I've done lots of serial killer coverage, I've done family genocide coverage before where whole families were wiped out by one person who ended up to be a family member. We've covered that kind of stuff in detail, but it fascinates me, the mindset. How do they get there? Like, that's what I need to know. And so looking forward to that conversation. Hopefully Bearded and I can have it this weekend. But I think that would be entertaining for everyone. Not only just entertaining, but quite informative. Because Bearded comes with the facts and with experience on the psychological part of it, from his studies, and it's always an interesting conversation. I always learn something every single time we get together, and I learn more and more. So let me start. Aaron says, drug problem, my ass. Unless you're having full out delusions and you think your kid is Satan himself, there's no excuse. Exactly. I'm just saying, like, just not like they're trying to say the drug, they're not bringing it in a lot. So there must have, I'm pretty sure there was pretrial motion about it because it's mental health and it's HIPAA violations. I'm sure, like, without being able to prove it. Although Alex himself claimed in several depositions for other cases that he's being sued in, or that he's facing charges on, that he did go to rehab and everything, and it was part of what was going on with Curtis Smith in particular, in regards to those lawsuits, civil and criminal. But I hear you, like, just for his state of mind. But would it make you do that? I don't know. I just don't. I just can't get there. Jujubee says, I could not vote guilty at this point in time, and I find that disconcerting. Myself also, but then again, I don't want to be this convinced halfway through. The defense still has to come in here and tell us what they think and present their case. They do have people on the witness list. They are going to come out there with character and all this other, and they're doing some pushback. When you hear Creighton Waters' opening statement, and I know I keep going back to the opening statements a lot, well, you have to remember, opening statements lay out what they're going to prove in a case, what they're going to try to show you. Now, Creighton Waters, he had a lot to say about how, what he was going to show us. And I'm trying to see, like, how it's all stitching together, and I don't. Like, yes, the cell phone data was there. Yes, the alibi had some holes have been punched in that alibi, some serious holes. And then when a caretaker for your family who does not want to testify feels strongly enough that they're being manipulated by conversation that the man is just not right now, she was concerned enough to come forward to say that Alex Murdaugh dropped it, that he was there for 30, 40 minutes, even though he'd only been there for a few. Well, trying to remind her that that's what she should say. And, oh, by the way, do you need help with your wedding? And, oh, by the way, I know people in the school where you work if you need a better position. Like, don't forget all of that, little kernels that were dropped, things that we said. I don't think she would lie about it or misdirect. She did not seem comfortable testifying against the family. She loves the family. She feels close to what's going on. She feels just doing the right thing. It's her work. She didn't want to bring that up. Well, she felt it necessary. The fact that most of us can't imagine doing it is why psychopaths get to live among us without knowing. Yes, Liam, I know. They right next to us and we don't even know. Because that's the same thing with when the defense is pushing on Jenny Sekinger about why didn't you find out sooner, this, that, and the other thing. Why wouldn't you know, blah, 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 10 years. I agree, 10 years. There's something wrong with the system there. But also there's a matter of trust here. There's a matter of trust that people not even thinking that would be possible, that somebody would do that. Somebody we work with every day sitting right next to us is stealing from us on a regular basis. And not only us, all of the clients and the family. Terrible. Mm. Oh, he's like a crow. He just steals everything left laying around. Exactly. Or goes digging up for it too. Yeah. There's time yet for them to finish getting it all out. This is a story you can't skip to the ending. All the middle parts add up in this sort of case. Yes, they do. But like I said, I just need that. Where's the benefit? Can somebody help me with that? Where is the benefit of their death? There's no life insurance. They keep coming back to that. That's a big point. Now, if there were $1 million life insurance policies, then there could be the theory that he needed to do this. Everything was coming to head. He needed getaway money. He was leaving, and he couldn't leave and leave them there. Now, I could argue that point, that he was so distraught of everything coming out, his reputation being ruined, his family going to be coming at him for ruining their reputation, putting a big black mark on the Murdaugh name. All of that Southern responsibility and accountability. And like, you just don't talk about it. It is like, it's like, best foot forward. It's always what they see, putting all of that there. And then knowing that she's going to find out, she's going to lose faith in him because she's going to find out he was squirreling money away in her name to hide it from the Mallory Beach suit, which they know a young woman died. It just seems so distasteful. She seemed to have some grace, Maggie. Everybody loved her. I would imagine she had some fortitude there, would have an opinion about that. And also Paul being indicted as the driver. It's going to get messy. Things are going to come out. His meddling, perhaps, and that's all an allegation. All that hasn't come forward yet is speculation, even some on my part, because both his boys were involved, and apparently there are things that did not happen during the investigation that you would shake your head a little at, like a bunch of drunk teenagers and no breathalyzers, an actual boating accident with missing people and no breathalyzers taken. Yeah, Alex being a lawyer and all. Alex disbarred now. He wasn't at the time, but it was coming. The disgrace, the humility, knowing it's all his fault, knowing no one's going to look at him the same. What kind of state of mind is that? But to do it, what's the benefit? Doing the deed didn't stop it from coming forward. They're not showing that part of it. It's not connected enough. The pressure's there. I admit it. The mindset of, oh my God, shit's happening is there. But the benefit of actually doing this deed, what crazy thought is in his head that makes the deed going to make it better? Let's just see. Okay, good. All right, so Liam says, money from insurance payouts is not the only benefit. Not being outed can be a benefit for someone who so obviously has a high opinion of their social status. And yes, I agree with you. But how did these two particular deaths prevent that? They were only part of the problem. Jenny Sekinger is still walking around with all the information. Maggie wouldn't find out about it because she'd be dead. Paul wouldn't find out about it because he would be dead. And Paul wouldn't be indicted, so more financial disclosure wouldn't happen. Okay. So the Mallory Beach financial disclosure is being used as the pressure as to why Paul had to go. But see, now that wouldn't have happened. But let's be clear. On June 7th, his partners. He was made aware that his partners in the law firm he worked were aware that he, at least at this point, had stolen $792,000. That meeting between Jeannie Sekinger and Alex Murdaugh, that made that clear. That meeting got interrupted because his father was dying. But he's aware now. He's aware because he also spoke with Chris Wilson. At that time, on June 7th, 2021, Chris Wilson was still his best friend, remember? Now, the jury hasn't heard that testimony yet, but Chris Wilson's going to take the stand again and say how he was defrauded by his friend, how they called and were looking for the money, and he was going to have to give evidence that he had paid Alex directly, and Alex didn't do the right thing with the funds. But what's the benefit if Maggie is gone? Now, I could see if Paul is gone, no discovery, but it doesn't prevent it from coming out. Do you see what I mean? It doesn't prevent it from coming out. Jeannie Sekinger still knows. And Alex Murdaugh on June 7th knew that Jeannie Sekinger knew. You see what I mean? I know. And I am so, like, everybody says I'm like very prosecution leaning. Yes, I love their style. And when it comes to the lawyering style, I like the good guy. Creighton Waters, I think BCE is a legend. The way he jumps out of that chair ready to go, how prepared he is. In this efforts, it's hard. This kind of case is difficult. He may know surely that Alex Murdaugh did this, but he's got to prove it. And that's becoming obvious that it's a little harder than they thought. Oh boy, now we're getting, okay, let me just see. That's a good way to look at it, Jujubee. I always think that I should be right in the middle at the start of a trial. And while prosecution presents, that needle is moved towards guilty. And it should be, as each piece of evidence, as each witness takes the stand, as they present their case, it should be building, building, building towards no doubt. It should be. But in this case, we're still like in the middle, aren't we? I mean, that's how I feel, Jujubee, because there's stuff missing. I would say that the circumstantial evidence, and everybody is clear that most of the evidence is circumstantial. That doesn't mean not guilty. That just means the level of the evidence, and it has to all come together in some way. For circumstantial cases to work, they need to be tied all together. Don't you agree? And I'm not a lawyer. I'm not saying like that's how it is. I'm saying like that's common sense. For circumstantial, for in any premise, for a line of conclusions or a line of circumstantial events to become a larger picture, there needs to be a common thread. Something needs to weave all the way through them to make a nice little package. Yes, like to actually sew it all up, so to speak, so that we know exactly the picture that's being presented. What's happening here is we get one or two things stitched together, and then the tailor takes a lunch break and somebody else starts on the other end and stitches those together. It's not becoming a fluid connection all the way through. At least that's my perception of it. I think all the pieces are there. It's putting them together the right way to show that picture to the jury. It's like a big jigsaw puzzle. All the pieces are there. Well, they need to put it together and show the big picture. And one of them is the benefit. The big picture is how did he benefit? So Turtle moves. Isn't he just snapped momentarily? Would you have it all lined up? Yeah, if they could prove that, like, here's the other thing. No one else is talking about visible signs of pressure on Alex Murdaugh. Where's that testimony of the pressure building? That would help, you know? Um, somebody saying he's having angry outbursts, somebody saying he's complaining about money, somebody saying like he's acting more fidgety than normal. They did say he was fidgety. They did say this, but they make it all sound like that was his normal appearance all the time. Not that on June 7th he seemed out of control. No statements of that so far from anyone. Jeannie Sekinger is testifying to a reasonable conversation between the two of them. It's informational. He knows the jig is up. Yes, it's aware. She feels his tension. But is she saying he like threw things out the window, ran out at the big low because, oh my God, I can't take it? No, none of that happened. None of that happened. So we don't see this aggravated state, this amount of pressure coming to a head. Did it happen right before the murders? Perhaps. Nobody's witness to it. Nobody's witness to it. If we had that, that would be a different story. If they had that. This, yes, but that just speaks to his character or his lack of character, Anna. I get it. All right. Pete, pre-planned. Could be. Could be. Because if you're going, I mean, almost would have to be if the theory that the state is putting out there in regards to the tarp and the clean clothes and all of this, if you stitch it all together pre-planned, yes, then show me some of this pre-planning. That's what I mean. That would be the thread, right? Okay. Pre-planning, what does that show? State of mind and malice. Two things required here to show for murder. He's up for murder. They don't have to say why like they don't have to show the benefit like I'm asking for the motive, but they do have to show malice and intent to end their lives. And pre-planning would do it. Deliberation. Mandy, that's a good point. You're talking about Michelle Shelley Smith's testimony. She said I could give about 20 minutes versus 30 to 40 means nothing. He could have been in the car for 10 minutes. Yes, he could have. She's saying it's the way he said it. She's saying it's the way he said it. That was the impression. So, the actual timing, yeah, that's no big deal. That doesn't really affect anything, does it? So what? The 10 minutes, like exactly. Here's the thing that I keep coming back to, and it does happen a lot with people that are trying to hide things or they don't want out. Go back to all of the testimony that you hear Alex saying himself, and try to listen to it. Is he trying to give us information or is he just answering the questions? Because a lot of times they weren't even asking the questions. And this is what the officers were saying. This is how he became a suspect. Alex's own behaviors made him a suspect. There's no glaring gun that says Alex did it. How Alex was manipulating everyone around him is what actually led him to become the number one suspect. That's clear in the testimonies of the officers, the no crying, the things on demand, the adding extra information in whenever. That's what led them there. Go back to the original testimonies of those first on the scene. Listen to the testimonies of the first interviews, the one in the black sedan and the one later with Croft. He was adding in information. And I guess it's just from watching other trials and stuff that I pick up on that and hearing people say that's what ticked them off. I always hear the investigators saying that kind of led me in a different direction. I'm wondering why. Why do you want me to know that? Why do you keep throwing this out? Like, I guess that's the part that intrigues me about those interviews. Pete, yes, because at that point, obviously. Oh, Pete says, but how they paid all their clients was well done. Yes. From the start, the partnership realized wrongs had been done to everybody. They also realized their reputation, if they didn't take a hard line on Alex Murdaugh and make it right, was going to be ruined. None of them would ever work again. How are you going to trust an attorney who doesn't pay his own clients? How are you going to let him go forward for you and get a big settlement? You know, they have to sign all kinds of things where they handle the money and all. There's a lot of trust involved. No one's going to trust a lawyer that's involved with that. But it's good. It just speaks to them as what they wanted as the reputation for their company, how they wanted to be presented. One of the reasons I believe, and this is just speculation on my part, but in my opinion, one of the reasons that Jeannie Sekinger is so upset is that all these years she thought she was working for strong, powerful, doing the right way attorneys. They were making good money and doing good, okay, and following the rules, okay. One thing about most accountants, I won't say all, because we all know there's mob accountants and all of that. Like there are accountants that work on the other side of it, just like in anything. But the majority, they're rule followers. We like checks and balances. We like to do things the right way. We set things up. That's our job. That's what we do. Yeah. You just put the money where it needs to be. It's all in the right box, in the right column. You tick off the right form. You file what you need to file. And then what's left at the end, the goal is to make money, be happy, spend it your way. Yeah. CPA way. Okay. She's offended at his absolute entitlement to think that he doesn't have to follow the rules and that he tried to pull the wool over everybody else with no regard to the amount of people he affected. All those clients without the money, the reputation of everyone who worked with him. This I think really got to her. You could see it on her face. She's got utter contempt for him at this point. And she worked with him for 23 years. She's known him since high school. And he could have came clean. On June 7, 2021, he had the opportunity to say, yep, I've got a drug problem. I made a mess. And I just need time to fix it. That probably would have went a long way. They would have had the money to pay back the clients. He could have disclosed everything. He may have lost his job. He may have lost his license. But what he wouldn't have lost is his dignity. And he would have saved a good part of his reputation. Because there'd always be that. You know, people aren't perfect. It's what you do when you find out that you're doing the wrong thing that matters the most. I'm not saying he didn't hurt a lot of people, but if he had tried to make it right, it might have gone a long way, you know. She's pissed though, and she ain't letting anybody take that away from her. I always think, oh, I did this one already. Sorry. I'm like so behind on the chat. I'm trying to get all of them. And it's the where's the beef question all over again. Do you get that? It's like every time I even see that written out, all I can think of is that older lady with the hamburger, like, where's the beef? Oh my God. So great. And I've been quoting Mikey. You know, Mikey, he eats everything from the Life cereal commercials. Like, yeah, Alex, he stole it. He stole everything. You know, Mandy says, I'm sorry, not to be mean or anything, but is this family the most unattractive family ever? I mean, I'm a solid 7, but my kids are like 10s. Of course, your 10s are 10s, and you're not no 7, girl. Shut up. But this family does have a unique look. But okay, it's kind of like when we think about the very, very wealthy, you know, not very often are they 10s. Okay. But they are the extremely wealthy. And I think, you know, they're tall, they're well educated, right? The boys are redheaded. That could be difficult. I don't mind it. I'm a redhead, so I don't find it like odd. You know, I kind of like it. But not that I dated a lot of redheaded men, to be honest. But um I don't know. Like I do think they make funny faces. They do kind of have a soft look about their face and their features. Um it to me, Alex Murdaugh himself looks a little, maybe it's more my attitude about his deceptions that makes him look a little ferrety to me. But I did notice that Buster does often twist up his face into a very unattractive look. That's difficult. They all have the same family line around their nose and eyes, the same kind of forehead. I was looking at Randy Murdaugh also. Um, but I don't know if it's unattractive as just average. Do you know what I mean? Just like they just look like everybody else. They just happen to be in a very well connected family, and extremely well off. But it's not unusual for that area. Everyone they're hanging out with is like that, extremely well off. The guys are just, they all have these expensive rifles and hobbies, and almost everyone they know is a lawyer or runs some kind of financial company. Mm, mm. Have a good afternoon, Aaron. Fix that dishwasher. Good. Hello, Moni love. I didn't see you come in. Welcome. And how are you? And that's a good. All right. What do we think about this? This is the first time I've heard anybody say this. I think it was going to be a murder suicide and he backed out. You think he just chickened out? Like he was just going to take out? Because where was Buster? Could he not get Buster to the fan? Was Buster supposed to be there? No, Buster has an alibi. So why would he leave Buster alive? Like that is a very common premise when it comes to family genocide. That happens more often than not, from what I understand. But I can't wait to speak to somebody about it because I'm very curious as to the numbers on that. But what do we think about that? Pete, I agree. Those kids are a strange brew. they, I can't even imagine growing up that way, though. Yep, there may not be money coming in, but with all his shenanigans, every chance of losing what he had. I agree. Yeah. I think they all had girls around because of money and looks. I mean, come on. He could have had a cool personality, and that is what his friends are all saying, that he was just fun to be around. He was joking all the time, and he was entertaining, and he was just a cool guy, you know. So, yeah. From all accounts, now Sandy says that, oh, we haven't heard that much about Buster. Maybe he was the well-behaved kid. Here's the thing, though. Everybody's saying that Paul was the apple of Alex's eye, that he doted on him, that he was a boy wonder. Mm. Maybe in reality, Buster is the only decent one in the family. He is hanging out with the family, like with his uncle and people right now. He seems to be very family oriented. Mm. I'm going all the way. I don't know. What do you guys think about Buster? Does anybody know his exact alibi? True, Mona. Did Moni, this is true. Why pay to have himself hit? They already established that insurance policies are very hard to pay on criminal deaths. I don't think he was thinking clearly about that one at all. And that's what he's saying was the motive of the crime, like to get Buster this millions of dollars, right, to take care of him. But actually, the money wouldn't have gone to Buster if all of this came to light and Alex Murdaugh was actually guilty of all these crimes. Anything that Buster would have inherited would have had to go to pay back all of that anyway. Like, this is rough, And yeah, they're going to investigate it and they're going to say he did it to give him the money and he's not going to get it anyway. Yep, she keeps saying murder, suicide, and he got cold feet. I'm saying maybe so. Maybe so. But maybe if he was murdered, then that would set him up as innocent for his wife and son, even though who cares if he is dead? I don't know. I don't know the shame of it all, not wanting them to know about it, Jujubee. I think there might be something psychologically there as far as not wanting the ones you love the most to hear all that about you. Perhaps. I don't know. I have thrown out people who have assaulted my staff and had their friends say they don't usually act like that, just when they go out and drink. None admit to snorting, though, yet they still associate. So it alters, yeah. I missed Tinsley testifying the other day. Was he good? I will have to watch him this week. Pete, if you watch anything from yesterday's trial, watch Tinsley's testimony, and I've got it timestamped for you. It'll be really easy. The delicious pushback between the lawyers just there. He was a very well prepared witness on a mission, and he made his case. I enjoyed the pushback, but as far as evidence, basically he just proved that he was doing his job, and Alex was going to be worried about the discovery because of the Mallory Beach lawsuit. Because Mark Tinsley is the lawyer there. He wanted to know everything about Alex's finances because everybody was saying everybody didn't have any money, and he knew better. He knew better, and so he was like a dog with a bone. Okay, and they tried to push back on him about that was not usual, and he was schooling them in civil law. It was rather rich, and then he kind of like, you if you like the shade. The other thing that's very important and a hotly contested part of the trial right now is the testimony of Michelle Shelley Smith and the raincoat, or the raincoat like item tarp, not tarp debate. And that happens also in his timestamp later on in the day. Those are the two things I would say catch up on, like just for enjoyment the most. But anytime you have a question about a witness, all of these streams, 8-hour long days streams, they're time stamped by witness, whether it be direct or cross, and the breaks where the discussion is there too. So you could skip over the discussions and the breaks and get right to the meat and the bones of the whole thing, and put your little detective hats on, your murder minion attitudes, and go for it. You can go right to the actual testimony we're referring to when we're having the discussions and everything. And there's also links there for some evidence stuff and things like that we found interesting. Some articles, information about Rule 404B, which I thought was important for everybody. They throw those terms around a lot, and what's important is that we all understand why. What the basic of it is. We're not supposed to be lawyers or anything, but it is nice to understand some of the premise so that we know where they're going. It makes it more enjoyable for me. I don't know about you guys, but I do it. So I figure if I like it and I'm looking for it, I might as well share it. We don't know that. We don't know if she had discovered that yet. There's been no testimony of that nature. It would be interesting. Let's say her best friend takes a stand and said she knew all about it. She was heading for divorce. She told Alex the night before that she wanted the divorce. The only reason she went to the farm was because he wanted her to see her father. Okay? If I hear that, I'm done. Like, that's it. Like, there you go. I know he lost his mind. Like, there you go. Now I got it. Okay? I see the benefit there. Even if it is just pain, revenge, and oh no, you ain't. I see the benefit there. But there's no testimony of any of this. Yeah. They are not being sewn together, Jujubee. And thank you for liking my analogy. Thank you very much. It's like I'm trying to think of how to express it as to, like, I see all the pieces, but they're not. They're just not fitting. Mandy says, Moni, that sounds plausible. And she's talking about the murder-suicide thing. But why not just take himself out? Why Paul and Maggie? Maybe Paul because he was about to be charged. We need more info on Maggie. Yes, but there's always that thing of like the people that you love the most. You don't want them to know that bad stuff about you, Mandy. Like I could see some angle to that. Psychologically, you could see where the pull would be. And perhaps the numbers are even there to say that a lot of these murder suicides of families, that's part of it. Like they don't want the family to live on without them knowing all this stuff about them, all of it coming out. They just can't stand it. It's a little bit narcissistic. I agree. Pete, you say she was divorcing him, but where's the evidence? Like, did she talk to a lawyer? Somebody get me some stuff. Like, we don't know who all Alex was involved with. Just saying. I hear it. We don't have all the story. He's pretty shady. Who knows who he was dealing with? I mean, he had that Curtis Smith, the drug dealer friend, the criminal, working with him. They spent a lot of time together. And that's kind of shocking. It must be and will be presented. I got to go all the way down to the last comment for that one just because it caught my eye. Thank you, Pete. I don't know. I don't know. I'm hoping so, but I need to see it. I need to, like, if that's true, that kind of adds to it, right? It does. Mandy, he had the raincoat in the tarp. That's an easy one to figure out. He's the worst criminal ever. Yes, that's right. Because, like, Shelley did testify that he went upstairs and they did find the raincoat upstairs. Okay. And that the tarp was in mom's bedroom, laid on the chair, like, just casually. Yeah. But I think this whole tarp, not tarp thing, it's a great diversion. It truly is. But I don't know if it was wrapped in it or what. I don't know if the tarps were used to like transfer things. And why did they keep? Could somebody explain to me why they keep mentioning the smokehouse, but nobody's giving me evidence of anything from the smokehouse? I mean, my mind goes like wild with all of the Discovery ID shows that I've seen. Like, is that where they burned the evidence? Are we going to find a piece of something? Is there going to be somebody walking on and like the whole courtroom gets silent as a witness is brought forward that nobody thought they would see? None of this is happening. None of this is happening, you know. But let's say it is the tediousness of a trial and then trying to piece all the pieces together that for some becomes more satisfying at the end. If they get there, and I do see it as being a monumental task at this point because they've been presenting for 2 weeks. Let's be clear, 2 weeks. They've been presenting us evidence for 2 weeks, and I don't see the connections yet. And that's a problem. If it's a problem for me, it must be a problem for the jury. If it's a problem for me, I'm sure it's a problem for all of you too. I just read your joke, Halco. Oh my God, the nerve. The nerve. Yeah. Knock, knock. Who's there? Al. Al who? Alex stole it. I'm sorry, but someone stole all the good jokes. I had to. I know. Maybe it's the tedium that's getting to me. I don't know. But we only have a few more minutes. But she has another theory. Let's put this one up. All right. Here's another theory. Alex and Buster are the suspects, and Alex was meant to be murdered, but he survived. How bad was Alex hurt? These are rhetorical questions, as I will miss the answers. Anyway, listen, Shield, not a bad idea because here's something I was thinking. Okay, just something to mull over. Okay, well, they say there's 2 guns, right? They do. Now we're privy to the past events, but the jury isn't. I mean, the events that happened after the murders, the continuation of the story. The jury's not there yet. They're still on June 7th, right? So they haven't heard about the side of the road incident where Alex Murdaugh says that he was trying to have himself offed. so that Buster would get the money. Okay. What if the actual theory of the murder is pre-planned? I agree with you, Peter. Pre-planned. But pre-planned by Alex and Buster. And that the plan was that Alex would take his own life after the other two were killed. That Buster would have everything because Alex knew everything was coming to a head, but he didn't want the family line to die. And maybe Buster is just as shady as Alex, and we don't know it yet. Because not the golden child, not the wife, not the loving wife. Well, Buster's left as the oldest. Maybe Alex was supposed to blow his head off, and he ran out of courage, and Buster couldn't do it. So Alex told Buster, "Don't worry about it. I'll pay somebody to do it, but we'll get it done, and you'll get the money, and all this will be over. But there's going to be stuff that comes out that you're going to have to handle for the rest of our family, for the rest of the Murdaughs." You know, it's all dramatic, I know, but it sounds like such a good crime story. But what if it's pre-planned gone wrong, and then he tried to correct it and that went wrong too? What if that's why Buster's there smirking sometimes? I don't know. Buster's face often confuses me with these emotions. He could just be, awkward with emotions in general. I don't know. But I've seen smirking. Does he have the kind of face that always looks like it's smiling? No. So like when he smirks, it's a smirk, you know? But hey, still not unplausible. Exactly, Anna. It could have been the Mexicans, but Alex stole them. Oy. We're gonna have Alex stole everything. I have a very dark sense of humor also. Liam, Mandy, Pete, I agree because I have to get her name to see if she's on the witness list. If anybody has the name of who Maggie Murdaugh was speaking with that day, I believe there was a phone call and a text. I have to get the actual name to see if it's on the witness list. I've got to go back. I think Fit News mentioned it. I'll go through articles later. And that's a good question, Turtle Moose. We still have another week and a half of trial left to go. Yes, we do. Pete, you don't? Tell me why. Because I want to see what if Alex could do all of this, what makes Buster not possible of doing all of this? I mean, the psychopath, yeah? So, like, what makes it you so sure he couldn't have anything to do with it? Is it that alibi? Because I need to know what that alibi is. I don't think he was planned on being hit. I think he was planned on being the sole survivor. But what would make us not think that Buster and Alex couldn't have had conversations about this? Talk about picking a favorite kid. Well, he actually said that Paul, like everybody's saying, Paul was his favorite. Maybe he just thinks that Buster can handle it, the weight of the family. That's when not so much a favorite. Hey, if you're going to be the sole survivor and have to deal with all this stuff, you're not actually being treated like a favorite too much, I don't think. Buster is not his real name, but it's the nickname based on one of his grandfathers. I believe his name is Randolph, like his grandfather. Oh, maybe Maggie shot Paul and Alex Murdaugh found her and took her out in anger. Okay, then why would Maggie shoot Paul? Just let me know that. The 300 blackout. Alex stole it. Well, obviously. Okay. Pete, I mean, Eddie Murphy, Richard Pryor, George Carlin, but good old days when jokes were jokes and people didn't get their panties in a bunch over words. God, were those the days, Mandy. Remember them? Gosh. Before social media platforms, and we just got to be all politically correct. Oy. Well, he could have got away in the ATV if Alex hadn't stolen the air from his tire. Alex stole everything. Oh, Jujubee, because Buster was her favorite. So she just shot Paul because he's just not good enough and he's going to trial. I don't think so. I don't think a mom could do that, but okay. I had not thought of this, Liam, and I know you're joking, but it's kind of funny. Did anyone check the chickens for gunshot residue? Maybe they were after revenge of the dog and the humans got in the way. Gosh, it's like the whole thing. Maybe it was an accidental shooting, the first shot. And then he got shot in the head because nobody knew what to do. Mm. Chickens are known for their vengeance, Jujubee. They're not exactly the forgiving type, are they? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Well, we should be coming back within the next 5 minutes, but I don't know if they called him Buster to keep them separate, Cindy. I had read that Buster was actually a family nickname for all of them. The grandfather and a great grandfather were also had the name Buster. Oh, Mandy, that's not true. That would have been reported, right? Oh, that's horrible. She's saying that there was an article, and in the article it said that, Maggie showed up at the kennels and was gunned down with her car still running. Uh, it, have we heard any evidence of that nature? I don't recall. That would be something big I missed. I mean, I'm not saying I'm infallible or anything, but the car running there would have said a lot, and yeah, Google sends some of the craziest stuff. I know one of the ladies' name was Barbara. That's the one she texted with, right? Hmm. Let me look on the witness list for Barbara. It's not listed. See if we can get that out of the murder file here. Trial witnesses. For anybody interested, that's the kind of stuff I keep on hand. Here's the witness list for anybody that wants to take a peek. Okay. Barbara Mixon is listed with no affiliation to SLED. So that could be a name to look up. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. That's right. I forget that when I pull it that way, you can't really. I know. I just did. Yeah, I pulled the wrong one. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. Rather than keep it when when Maggie arrived at the scene, she left her car running and walked to the dog kennels on the estate where her son, Paul, was taking photos of a dog he was watching for a friend. Directly from the article. Wow. Mm. Wow. Directly from the article. Now, did they say that? Because that would mean she didn't really plan on staying that long, you know? Like did she obviously the that just like blows my mind. Thank you, Mandy. Is that the article? Thanks. That's just like I'm wondering why they're saying that. I'm trying to see. I know on one of the beginning feeds has the witness list original link, the article that had it like listed down in it. I'm just trying to find like in my notes where which one it was, but definitely. But anyway, the only one I see is this Barbara Mixon with two X's. Um, I don't know if she gets mentioned in any articles. I'm just searching her with the Murdaugh murders. Barbara Mixon. According to Dove's analysis of phone data, Matty Murdaugh was placed on an ongoing call to family housekeeper Barbara Mixon. So the housekeeper. It's not the friend that would know about the divorce, though. Okay, I'm just gonna look for another name then. Whew. There's so many, there's so many articles about the list, about the witness list, and yet nobody's actually linking it. But I know one of the first articles that came out actually linked it. Too much, too much. Anyway, yeah. What if Alex found out that Paul wasn't even his son? Wow, that would have been something. I know, Mandy. It's like you can't read anything. You got to actually source the sources, and that's what really is frustrating to me. It didn't used to be like that. That's why we prefer evidences trials to media. Hmm. I'm telling you, gone the days. Gone are those days. I want the Walter Cronkite days of media and news back. Oh boy. Hmm. I love Robin Williams, Mandy. I thought he was very well-rounded character actor and a comedian, and just it's a sad story. Totally. Yep. Yeah. Me too, Mandy. There's just the backings of what they did without facts, like without looking at the whole thing, just going for the headline, just going for where all the money was and all of the PR, the instead of like the reality of things. I'm gonna keep looking for a good link on that. I'm sure I have one on one of the other videos, but I'm just like I don't want to start looking through YouTube because that's definitely the feed is due to come up any minute, and I don't want to compromise the quality of the feed. And the more out processing I do to YouTube, the worse it'll be. So there's that. Well, they should be back soon. I hope you're not bored with me yet. Most of you still did. I give you all credit for staying here while I rambled. This will be time stamped, so we can skip it on the replay. But it is good to just talk about all this and all these different theories. I do. You gave me all some things to think about. And Liam says, now I'm not saying it was aliens, but it was it. I'll finish it for you. It was aliens. Yes. Yeah. No, Mandy, I haven't seen it. Oh, wait a minute. I shouldn't say that. I may have. I'm just not recalling, which is not unusual these days with the lack of sleep I've been getting. My memory gets a little off, but I don't recall seeing it. Surely you could send it to me again. That'd be cool. But I do remember the day she got it. I remember talking to you about it. So. Yep, I think Liam has cracked the case. It was aliens. That's the only plot. That's the only way there could not be any, because everybody knows like aliens don't leave fingerprints, right? And we don't have to worry about washing up if you're an alien. Nobody knows what color you are anyway. Are you listening back while driving? I must be driving you crazy, then, just rambling on like this. I hope everything's okay, Beck. Thanks for listening in. But I don't know, but we've cracked the case, Beck. It's aliens. That's the lack of fingerprints and the way that there could be a tarp and a not tarp in the same location at the same time. That's like a Doctor Who moment, right? Like it had to be aliens. Had to be aliens. And then, I was speaking with someone earlier. I was speaking to someone in regards, I love Charlie Brooker. I'm a big Black Mirror fan. I just like how he tried to bring technology and like fantasy into like a what the world would be like kind of thing with social issues and implications of everything that's going on in the real world now. It just had everything I like, as far as entertainment. And I think he's a great writer, great premise. Um, the cinematography was well done. He was great team builder, so to speak. The people that were working with him to put out a good product, as far as I'm concerned. And I'm really looking forward to the next episode. I mean, the next season. Well, thinking about that, I was talking to Kim, always grateful. We're like, you know what? There was a witness to the murders. There are witnesses to the murders. That whole damn farm is full of the dogs and the chickens in everything else. And if this was a Brooker moment, they'd be getting one of those people with those chips to just like activate their memories and just take everything. Even the people who are deceased, they would just take all their memories out. They would know everything that happened. That would be it. The interrogation would involve like reading his mind. We'd have a verdict. We would like put a chip reader on the dog and replay their memories of everything that they saw. And well, that's all fantasy. That's not gonna happen. But it would have been a Brooker moment. And we're like, damn, we need one of those because I can't figure out the trial. I can't figure this out. I can't see the common thread. Yeah, I know, Beck. Yeah, I'm out there. Maybe the aliens reprogrammed the Roomba because they knew it could clean up after itself. I know, right, Anna? Where's the pet psychic when you need them? Right? Right? That I'm at least grateful for. There's not a lot of people out in the media saying they know what's been done and they know it's true. Like that TikTok people over there about the Idaho murders, which is driving me insane. This is why everyone needs security cameras. This is true. In the Idaho murders, they became quite uh a good part of the case. Okay. And especially in tracking. I know that works in quite a few cases. You get people right on camera. It also in the Larry Millett case, he's going to trial for murder now, or his wife's disappearance. They don't have a body, they don't even have a crime scene on that one. He's going up for murder because of the security camera footages. It's a big part of it. The evidence of her never leaving the house, of him leaving the house with things in the back of the truck and being gone for 12 hours. Like, yeah. I do need prosecution to clear some things up, Mandy. I do. Yeah, I won't post that number, Liam, the 1-800. Call the Beck Cam now. Like, I can't. It's like, I don't know. I do. I need them to clear it up. I need them not so much to clear it up as stitch it together for me a little better, okay? And tell me how what you're saying benefited him. What would have stopped? I did, Kim. I did just talk about your Brooker moment, our Brooker moment together about the dog saw everything. And perhaps if it was Brooker, we would get the dog's testimony through its memories. And then they would be able to use those devices on everybody, including the deceased, to retain all their memories and play them all. And it would be a whole different trial, wouldn't it? It would be, yep. There you go. Totally. Oh, Beck, yes, Liam just decided you have your own cam. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. And you also put the number out for it, so you should have a whole bunch of eyes on you now, Beck. Popular, Mr. Popular. Yep. The quote of the day. I agree. Would everybody agree? Maybe I'll make a poll on it just to be. Oh, I can't because I don't have my own video up. Okay. Oh, I have to take care of that. The only Barbara on there is the housekeeper. So I don't like if anybody else knows any of the other. Oh, Kim, now that you're here, do you know the friend that she was talking to about Alex behaving fishy? I need that friend's name. I want to see if they're on the witness list, and I can't recall who it is. I don't even know where to look. Okay. Oh, here we go. Got to mute it though. Okay, so now I can do a poll. There we go. All right, so. Oh, now I forget what I wanted to poll. Oh, yeah, quote of the day. Like there's these two, like we've got one that was from yesterday, and it's also the no leading in hushed tones. Does anybody have any more that we could put in there? I've got two. Okay. I've got because Alex stole it. Should you be, you have to go be productive. Well, good luck with that. I have no leading because I keep hearing the judge say over no leading. Okay, yes. I'm going to add that one. It was aliens. And then all right. These are the three. I need more coffee too. Definitely. Definitely. Mm, I'm not hearing anything from the feed. Yes, it is. Barbara Mixon is listed as the housekeeper and she is on the witness list, Pete. But I think there was someone else that she was talking to. I remember seeing in an article that she had used the word fishy, that Alex was acting fishy, but she had to go and go by the ranch. I know it's pretty hard to walk this far, Sandy. I am going to have to get my own, you know. Good thing it's not that far away. Mm. I'm gonna get these little guys to work for me. These murder minions. Who's your favorite murder minion? Like really, when you look, I got Freddy Krueger, Charlie, Chucky. Okay, we got Leatherface. Okay, we got Michael Myers. I think it is with that mask, and then we just got the regular stalker one. Yeah, with the knife. Does it? Yeah, aliens. Yes, and she said he was being weird. That's the conversation I'm talking about. Pete, you remember the same as me. Now I need to know who said it. You know what? Sometimes if I could find the article. Okay, on her way to the house, Maggie allegedly messaged a friend saying that something about her husband's behavior felt fishy. That's on People and the Daily Mail. Okay, so I know where I got the conversation from. What? Yeah, it's in here. Alex Murdaugh used his father's declining health to lure Maggie to their home. He asked her to meet him at the family estate to say goodbye to his dying dad. She wanted to meet at the hospital instead and said Murdaugh was acting fishy. Before her death, Maggie texted a friend saying he was up to something. Murdaugh has since been charged with executing Maggie and their son. See, that is what everybody's using as saying there was trouble. Okay. Michael Myers is your favorite? Yeah. Bob. Bob, of course, is your favorite city. He's a minion. He's not like a killer, though. Yeah. So Maggie originally declined Alex's request before reluctantly agreeing to meet them at the ranch. While en route to the ranch, Maggie sent a text friend alleging Murdaugh's behavior was fishy and that he was up to something. A law enforcement source had told that to People magazine that, quite a while ago. Maggie and her son Paul were gunned down, and he's been officially charged. Oy. She initially rejected going to the property, suggesting she meet them at the hospital while Randolph was receiving treatment. But she was convinced to meet at the property, where she planned to then follow Murdaugh to the hospital in her own vehicle. But she was murdered before she had the chance to visit. Now that's the plan, but then why is he saying, what does he say about the change of plans? Aren't they supposed to drive together to go see dad? But then again, he stopped to go see mom instead. Hmm. Want to know who she's talked to. If they're gonna, and we're 1 minute before they come back. Yeah, I remember, but we don't know who. Yep, in mine too. All I keep saying is friend, 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 but it never says who. In all the articles, I just searched like 5 articles. Ah, Liam, that's true. He was stealing all the fish. That's it. That's it. There you go. Disgusting fish stealer. Yeah, because it's all about the halibut, right? Absolutely. I know. I know. Chucky is cute. He's my favorite too. Always grateful. Michael Myers is good. Leatherface came out pretty good too, and so did the Krueger. I have to give props to the creator. I did not get to create them. They were created for me. Hello, Godless Granny. They're almost back in trial. They're coming back in a couple of minutes, but yeah. Welcome back. Yeah, no name at all. That's how they all are, Pete. They're all linking to the same information as usual. Like in no real substance in there for us. Are they late? Yes, they're a minute late now. I have 6:41. I mean 2:41. He said 2:40. Mm. All right, so okay. Where's the extra minutes? Alex stole them. Alex stole the minutes. Maybe Alex stole the jury. Maybe Alex stole the defense team. Yeah. Or the judge. I do have to say, I I am very fond of the way the judge is handling everything. Um, I hope you made that coffee really strong, Sandy. I'm making mine like really strong. Like I'm gonna need it this afternoon, because the financial testimony without like snark pushback to the lawyers is just a little tedious for me. It's almost like that cell phone data. Like every time they were repeating from the reports, I'm just like getting lost and lost. Like We need a map. Like, could somebody just give me? I like diagrams. I want to see a diagram of the crime. I want to see a diagram of the scenario of the crime. But that just shows you I watch too much crime TV and stuff, because they're always like making it easy for me like that. In real life, it just doesn't work that way. I know, Beck. They should be back. You plan to nap during the afternoon? I'm jealous, Granny. I can't nap until they retire for the day, but then I am. I have plans on napping immediately. Even if it's just for an hour, it'll be the best hour ever. Wow, Sandy, that's the best way to describe coffee. It can stand up and walk by itself. It's so strong. That's how I like it. That's my morning coffee. Always black, hot, and like strong. And if it's too bitter, a friend just recently told me, now don't freak out, but a friend recently suggested to me to put a pinch of salt, like a little bit of salt grains in there. It takes the bitterness out. I thought they were crazy that it would make it salty and ick, but it worked. I don't know why chemically it works, but it worked. It actually did. You know how sometimes strong coffee can be just a tad too bitter for for your belly, and I don't like that like comeback feeling. So, it did work. Little trick, a foreign trick. I'd never heard of this before. Just tried it like within the last few weeks, actually. It was on along with the bad coffee jokes that we were making about, you really know you want to get interested in someone or have a conversation when you'll go out for bad coffee with them and you both agree the coffee sucks, but you still stay there talking. Then like you have something in common with the person, or you're really just enjoying the moment. It's not about the coffee. So it's forever going to be my bad coffee reference. That's how I'm going to be judging people. Would I not have bad coffee with you? It's like this, like it just made sense to me at the time. Yeah. Well, yeah, see, always I know because anything with a high acid level, that's why we use it, right? And coffee never sucks, Mandy. I agree. Like, but there is bad coffee. You can like, especially diner coffee. If sometimes some diners are excellent for the coffee, some not so much. But it's all how it goes. I'm a bit of a coffee snob, I'll admit. I grind my own beans. I've got a special bean that I like. Go to a, a small chain roaster here that brings their own beans in, roast them themselves, and they are trying to make a chain. They've got like 5 or 6 stores now, but a little more independent. It's called the Rook, and I love it. And it's only local to here, so it's not like something you guys can get, but well, Mandy, yes and no. I think they've become so commercialized that, yeah, now they totally do. I got the premise and I really liked it. And my daughter is like pretty high up there in the Starbucks chain there. So I guess the reason I don't think it sucks too bad is I'm not really forking out the $10 a cup for like substandard. Like, so, but yeah, I mean, but the variety and everything and the ability to have it your way or the way it used to be, have it your way, but now they use so many pre-mixes that you can't actually go like sugar free or anything without doing artificial. Like there's sugar in everything. I got a green tea latte and it was a premix and it was loaded with sugar, and I was completely offended because I was trying to do something healthy, and then I found out the sugar grams and I went nuts and I never ordered it again. And like I investigated, well, how are you making it, and finding out that the part of the latte green tea part was a premix and it was loaded with sugar, just like everything in America that we industrialize. Well, and some of the beans, yeah, I agree. The quality of the bean has definitely gone down. But Mandy, you and I remember like Starbucks of years ago, right? Not that we're ancient, either one of us, but we do have a little bit of history with the company there, and we do remember when it was better. If you really want some great beans and you like strong coffee, there's a there's a company out of Florida called Baby's Coffee, and that's their high octane bean is one of the best non-bitter high octane beans I've ever come across. And they're also a smaller little bean oriented company that travels to get the green bean and then bring it back and roast it themselves. Yeah. Dunkin' or Starbucks. Dunkin' is probably the better value for what you're getting because Starbucks is pretty much just a better branded Dunkin', to tell you the truth. Just like trying to be all uppity at this point. I mean, but they used to be, pretty much the thing. And the way they treated their employees and everything as a company. So much very late, almost 10 minutes late. We're 8 minutes late. Okay, I'm checking other feeds just to make sure that we're not missing anything here. But they still aren't back. No, they legitimately still are not back. Okay, there could have been a delay in somebody coming back from lunch. Who knows? Or there could be a matter of law that we don't get to know about. That is a law we do get to know about. But those sidebars, nope. I know, Mandy, you get spoiled, right? Like that's how I am with the Brook because it's like right there. You can walk in. I feel spoiled. Like I don't even want to make it at home. I know, Pete, you're anxious too. Me too. Like what's going on? Get the jury in. Like come back. No. Give us an update. How do we get on coffee? We always, this happens in my Discord too. We get on coffee or we get on food, and then the conversation just goes. Like I can't avoid it. I don't mind sidetracking from a little bit of the trial because, gosh, was this mind-boggling? And I know you all need a break. I hope you all stretching. If not, loading back up on your coffee or getting a refreshing drink or just a good couple of solid breaths and a walk around. You know, that would be good. All right. Good luck on the next one, Beck. Hope to talk to you soon. Yep. I'll tell you. A good cup of coffee can make all the difference. Fixing your head. Well, good. You know what? First thing you know, fine. I'm glad. At least you got a plan there. A plan is always the first thing. Absolutely. I don't actually get coffee out that often, and I'm good. Oh, here we go. They're back. I'm going to be quiet.
Please be seated.
You mentioned this morning how bad the rough draft was. How bad the rough draft was that you received?
That we paid $450 for? Yes, sir.
Okay. The record to be clear, those rough drafts are not provided by the South Carolina court reporters, South Carolina judicial reporters.
I want to make it clear that if I said out reporters deficit, it was made clear to me by court administration that it's from the company. FDR? FTR. FTR, a private
company. I don't know the name either. So
apparently has not perfected its software because we paid $450 for something that was, as you saw, not of much use. So I want to make the record clear. Not our South Carolina reporters, some northern company.
certainly, okay, ready for the jury? Okay. Okay, you go ahead.
One of the things that I discussed with the defense, and we had mentioned to Your Honor before, is, there's some issues that surround the side of the road, and we're not, plowing that ground currently, with the understanding with the defense that if that becomes an issue as the trial goes forward, that there won't be any objection to recalling a witness for that limited purpose. And I just wanted to put that on the record before we go forward.
100% agreement, Your Honor.
Very good. Thank you. Bring the jury.
And the jury's coming in. We have just a few moments of silence while they do that. Always music is coming in and out. Well, at least now. But it's all our northerners' fault, it's a northern company. Yeah. He misspeaks and then he blames it on the north. I'm cracking up. But yeah, I guess there was big to-dos behind the scenes about him saying that it was such a horrible transcript and all, and people thinking it was the actual court reporters, their transcriptionists there that are working hard for the South Carolina court system. And Harpootlian, he's going to have to work with them and depend on them, from time to time, being a lawyer there. But yeah, I like it. All right. Alex doesn't look too pleased. Okay, we're moving things around. Why don't we have sound? There it is. Okay, now we do.
Let me call your next witness.
Please, Court, Your Honor, State calls Ronnie Crosby.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony report in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Say your name again for the record as you take the witness stand. Spell your last name, please.
Crosby.
Mr. Crosby, how you doing today?
I'm doing okay.
Fair enough. Tell the jury what your profession is, please.
I'm an attorney.
And where do you, what, do you work for a particular firm?
I do. I work currently for Parker Law Group.
All right. And before it was Parker Law Group, did that firm have a different name?
It did. It was Peters, Murdaugh, Parker, Ellsroth, and Dietrich. I heard it referred to as PED in here earlier today. So,
You know the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
I do.
You see him here in the courtroom?
I do.
Can you come out to the jury?
He is seated at defense table between Mr. Harpootlian and Mr. Griffin. And I believe he has a blue on.
Your Honor, reflecting. When it was still PMPED, did Alex Murdaugh, was he a partner in the law firm that you were part of?
He was.
And as a result of Mr. Murdaugh's actions, is that law firm kind of changed his name now to Parker? Or is that one of the reasons?
The actions that you heard about earlier today, we did change not only the name of the law firm, but to a separate legal entity.
How long have you been with, and let's just go back and call it PMPED before all of this happened. How long had you been with PMPED?
I started in the summer of '94, so almost 30 years now.
And when did you first get to know the defendant?
Sometime in the late '90s, I probably met him before then when I was working as a clerk for a judge, Judge Smoke, whose picture's here in the courtroom. And probably met him in court, but met him, really think I started getting to know him at the time of his grandfather, his grandfather's death,
Okay.
which would have been in the late 80s.
What was his grandfather's name?
Randall, or the second, and he went by the Buster.
Was Buster him as well?
He was there when I started. He would come into the office. Yeah, he was there. I don't think he was a principal or any kind of equity partner, but he was there. Yes.
Over the years, did you become a partner in the firm?
I did.
Roughly, you
And
did it become part of?
he came to work sometime in the late 80s, early 2000s, and then would become a partner probably somewhere around 2004, 2005.
He's been your law partner up until 2021 from that time?
That's correct.
Just real quick before we move on, under the agreement that the partners had, what is the rule as it relates to fees that a partner earns during the course of the year?
To the law.
Just the compensation for a partner received during the year or some at the end of the year?
Well, as Ms. Sekinger laid out earlier, we receive a salary, and then at the end of the year, we divide net profits, which would generally be a larger portion of your income, although not always. Sometimes, depending on how someone's year went, you may not get anything as a bonus at the end of the year if your work is sufficient fees to overcome amount of expenses that was assigned to the individual.
Generally, though, most of the compensation is in that end of the year bonus.
That's fair to say.
Was that the case to your understanding for Alec?
Well, not just Alec, but it was for all of us.
So your observation over the years, did Alec had a relatively lucrative practice?
Yes, he did. He had up in years like all people who plaintiffs work, but yeah, he was had a lot of good clientele.
Some years he would get bonuses of 6 and 7 figures. To your recollection?
Yes, he could.
And have those fees, if he was sharing a case with another lawyer instead of the firm, what would that be?
Mr. Waters, I'm fooling with this microphone and I may have missed a nuance in your question. Could you ask that again? I apologize. Trying to quit leaning, but apparently.
Lawyers, let's say within the firm or lawyers outside?
Yes, I'd do that probably 70% of practices with other law firms.
And in that instance, you have to split the fee in the event there's recovery by settlement or trial.
Yes, there's if there's a recovery up front before when the case begins, the work begins, there's an agreement on how a fee is going to be split. Sometimes there may be multiple law firms in a given case.
And are there instances then when the other law firm is responsible for dispersing the money, including dispersing the fees to PED?
That happened.
And if a lawyer in PMPED were to have those fees made out to him or her instead of the firm, what would that be?
Well, it would be against our policy, but it would be stealing the fees from the firm if they did not come to the firm because they belong to the law firm.
Let me ask you a little bit about what's your observation of the defendant's cell phone usage?
Oh, he was somebody who used his cell phone a lot. I mean, much more than I do. He was always on his cell phone.
And describe a little bit about your observations of him as a lawyer. What were his skills as a lawyer? What was he good at?
Elliot was a very good lawyer. He was good with people, very, very good at reading people, very good at people, and very good at making people believe that he cared about them and building a rapport and trust with them. And he was very good with strategizing against insurance companies and opposing lawyers that ultimately got oftentimes results that the lawyers in the firm would be really amazed at what a good job he was able to do.
Was he good at understanding the emotional value of a case and being able to leverage that?
Yes, I mean, that goes hand in hand with what I just said. It is very much a strength that he had.
Was he a good technical lawyer? Did he have a lot of academic and technical skills as a lawyer?
Well, I'm not going to judge his intelligence because I think he's very intelligent. As far as being a real student of the law, probably wasn't, and it never developed like a expertise like some lawyers will. Some lawyers specialize in one thing like medical malpractice, and that's all they do, but he didn't. He was more of a general practitioner.
Session, 2008, 2009, 2010, did you conversations with the defendant and gain a general understanding of his financial condition at that time?
I did.
And tell the jury what that was, please.
Well, for a number of years, Barrett and one of his Alec and one of his non-business partners, they did a lot of real estate transactions, just buying land and speculating on it. And I think leading up to that, they had purchased some property that speculating that they could sell it, maybe some what happened in 2008. It went bad, and I think both Barrett as well as maybe some of the other partners did not have the financial ability to deal with those loans that they had financed it, and so I think Alec was having to carry a lot of that, and it put a strain on him financially.
At some point after your discussions with him, your knowledge of the cases in the firm, did he have some big cases that you thought had rectified that strain, that financial strain?
Yes, there was a string of rather cases. Some of them I actually worked on with him that settlements that were sufficient to rectify that, as well as I believe ultimately some of that property that was causing a strain was they were able to sell it. So long answer, yeah, yes.
And what were some of those cases that you thought at least had rectified issues that you had?
A case referred to as Plyler, and these are internally the way we refer to them. Pinckney, which is our companion case, Thomas. I think the Plyler case was actually 4 cases, but we referred to it as one. And then a case called Badger, and those cases would have been large cases.
And that's from your understanding that the legitimate legal fees from those cases were very, very large.
The law firm earned and subsequently Mr. Murdaugh would have earned good income off those cases.
Are you generally familiar with what's the boat case?
Yes.
And is that the February 2019 boat wreck in which Ms. Mallory,
Yes, Miss-
somebody,
yeah, and there's those other girls. Yes, there was a lawsuit brought against Alec and others.
moving on from the boat case, did you ever have any conversation with, after the boat case, did you have any conversation with Alec about structuring his fees in a particular case?
You know, that said around the office with not only him, but lawyers over the years. To my knowledge, I was the only lawyer to ever do that. But he did sometime in the spring of 2021, he had a conversation with me about that.
Okay.
Was just generally asking me, you know, how it was, you know, done, whether I thought it was a good idea, what the process was, that type of thing. And I don't recall the very specifics, but I do recall telling him that given the low interest rates, that it wouldn't be very fruitful if you had high interest rates and you can buy into a lot on an annuity. It would make sense, but you know, there were pretty much zero interest rates during that time.
When you made that point, did he have any response to that?
Other than he was thinking about doing that.
Now, you mentioned that you're actually the only one in the firm that you recall doing structuring some fees. Is that correct?
Yes, and I think that that's a fact, not just that I recall.
And though you actually set up a real structure, correct?
Well, yeah, I did.
All right. You didn't just divert the fees into another account and spend them, correct?
No, and to clarify, and I think Ms. Sekinger touched on it, was the traditional way of doing it to avoid taxes until you're older is you never take what's called constructive possession of the money. So whoever, if it's an insurance company or whoever's paying the money would pay to the annuity company, and they would buy an annuity, and you would have a contract, and then whatever the terms is when you would start receiving that money and it's on it. You can take a structure without. There's since then become other ones, but they don't have the tax advantages. They don't really make much sense. Where you can take the money and then basically just buying an annuity.
Before I move on, do you know a person by the name of Gloria Satterfield? Or do you know of a person by the name of Gloria Satterfield?
No, I knew Gloria. I knew her for a lot of years.
And did she have any employment relationship with the defendant, to your knowledge?
Yes, she did. And when my children were first born, she helped my wife out a little bit with some laundry and stuff.
What, to your understanding, happened to her, if anything?
My understanding was that she was tripped by some of Alec and Maggie's dogs and hit her head, and approximately 3 weeks later, she died. I don't think she ever came out of the hospital.
Did you ever talk to the defendant about that event?
I recall having a brief conversation. It really wasn't a conversation. It was more him saying that the dogs knocked it down and that the kids were going to sue him for Gloria's death.
All right. The kids, which kids are you talking about?
Gloria's 2 boys, I believe she has.
When you say the kids were going to sue him, did he say it in the fashion of that was going to be an aggressive suit, or did he say it in the
that, hey, this happened in hopes that the insurance company would probably pay them some amount of money. I took it to help them out.
Did you ever have any other conversations with him about that case other than that one?
Never had another conversation. Well, no, I've never had another conversation with him about it.
Are you familiar with the case known as the Ferris case or the Mack Trucks case?
Yes, I'm very familiar with it.
Did you have any involvement in that case?
Yes, early on, I had some involvement. I was asked to get involved because it dealt with a product failure, which is going back to your reference, has sort of been my specialty over the years. It was where a drive shaft had fallen out of a Mack truck and caused a motorist to have an accident. And when we looked into it, and it turns out there was a recall on it, and so it pretty much made it where it wasn't going to be much of a fight about Mack's responsibility. And so I knew it then, and then when I didn't do anything else in it until it was up to trial, and I spent a lot of time talking with Alex about evidentiary issues, witnesses, how they were trying the case, and the posture of it, that type of thing. So yeah, I was familiar with it.
Okay. Did you ultimately get involved where you were one of the lawyers representing the Ferrises?
No, I did not help him try it.
Did he have an outside lawyer associated with that, or were there lawyers from other firms associated with that?
Well, as I referenced earlier, sometimes there's more than just two law firms. There was a lawyer, a friend of ours in Columbia, that got named Mr. Ridgway, got Mr. Chris Wilson involved, and then in turn, Chris Wilson asked Alex to get involved, which Alex and Chris had worked together a good bit over the years. So there's three law firms.
At some point in May of 2021, did you ever have a conversation with Jeannie Sekinger about the ultimate by the
It did. It did.
and
I mean, the verdict was several $1 million. I believe that would have been in February of 2021. I believe the share that was supposed to go to PMPED was $792,000 as our portion of the fees.
and you corrected me, that was the amount that was supposed to go to the firm, correct?
Well, that's correct.
$792,000. Did you ever, in May of 2021, did you ever have any conversation with Jeannie Sekinger about those fees?
I did.
And tell me what that conversation was, please.
It was sometime in close relation to Alex asking me about structure and attorney's fees. I walked in Lee Cope's office. Lee and Jeannie were having a conversation about that issue and her efforts to get all the paperwork on the Ferris matter. And she was frustrated. She thought she was getting a runaround both from Chris Wilson and Alex. And then she mentioned something to me about that he had suggested to her that he was trying to hide fees from the voting case.
All right. And what was your reaction to that when you heard that?
Do you want me to say what I said?
Say that you can say the sanitized version, or you can say the real version. Either way.
I said, "Oh, fuck, no, we're not."
All right. And why was that your reaction?
Well, because to do that under any circumstance was illegal, unethical, and he would be putting us at risk, and we absolutely were not going to participate in anything that was illegal, unethical, or subjected us to liability or created issues with the South Carolina bar.
Was it the discussion of the firm leadership that needed to be gotten to the bottom of to make sure that didn't happen?
Well, it was Lee, I, and Jeannie, and we put it in her hands because if she told us that she was being told it was in trust at Chris Wilson's office. And, I had no reason for that. I thought he was just trying to take it out in some other way so it didn't go through our system or something, which it would also have been tax fraud on our part, not to have that accounted for, because we would have got a 1099 at some point in time. And just, it was a myriad reasons why that wasn't going to ever happen. But I thought if they're saying it was there, you just take care of it, get the money. And I didn't think any more about it, to be honest with you. I didn't think it was any stealing going on or anything. I thought that, okay, he's got pressure on him from this voting case, and maybe he thinks if he did an annuity out of Chris's trust account, that it wouldn't be accounted for, but it ultimately had to be accounted for. And I knew that. I do it involved a lot of our overseeing, a lot of the accounting and understand it. And there's just no damn way we were going to do that.
At that point in time, you just said you didn't think there was any stealing going on at that point. Not yet, at least. Right.
No, that never came up during that period. We're talking late May of 2021.
Let me ask you this. You've known the defendant since the 90s?
I have.
Did you get to know Maggie?
Maggie.
Did you know her fairly well?
I felt like I did, yes. He was a very nice person.
Did you know Paul?
Yes.
Tell me a little bit of how you knew Paul.
I knew Paul since he was born. Both he and Buster had always referred to me as Uncle Ronnie. We lived just across the way from each other, so I got to know him. I don't know if he's used to, when he got into hunting, he hunted a lot on my property, he and Buster. I have a farm right here in Colleton County where I grew up. And so I got to know him, that way. And then Paul was, didn't think this would be that hard. Paul was really good with kids, and he took a liking to my son, who's younger, but he spent a lot of time with him. He'd take him hunting, fishing. They did a lot of hog hunting together. Paul had some hog dogs, and just was around him a lot. He had a great personality. Just really, a kid I really loved,
Paul would come over to your property a good bit?
Yes, and then, and then sometimes as my son got older, he would go over to Moselle and hunt with Barker. I hunt with Paul.
Do you remember June 7th, 2021?
I do.
Did you see Alex earlier that day?
Can you ask that again? I'm sorry.
Did you see the defendant at any point during that day that you recall?
I don't recall whether I saw him at the office. I was had been in a trial in Columbia that settled. It was a couple of week trial, and it settled on Friday afternoon. And I came to the office to dig out some stuff, but it's fishing season, and I promised my son as soon as I got out of trial we'd go offshore fishing. So I would have left work early that day to the boat repaired to go fishing. So I don't remember seeing Alec that morning or the office. I could have, but it would have been, I saw him later that night, yes, sometime around 11 p.m.
Before we get there, were you at home at that time?
Yeah, I was at home. We would just got finished getting the boat ready. As a matter of fact, my way of with us, it was, I think we had just eaten supper and, sitting there looking at weather and looking at all the things you do before you go offshore. Kind of.
Did you get a phone call? Did you get a text?
My wife got a phone call, I believe, from Randy's wife wanting my partner, Mark Ball's wife, Lisa's phone number. She's a registered nurse. And it was sort of a quick phone call. She gave it to her. I don't know if Christy just couldn't get it at the time. And at some point after that, I called Randy and asked him, what was going on. And I don't remember his exact words, but it was something about Maggie being shot.
When you heard that, what was your reaction?
I guess the best to describe it as shock. I immediately told my wife I had to go, and I got in my vehicle and started headed to Moselle.
Did you get there? About what time do you think you got there?
I did get there and arrived at, I'm going to say somewhere on one side or the other of 11 o'clock.
Did you go to the residence or did you go to the kennels?
Well, when I got there, I could see the lights. I didn't know where to go, but when I got there, I could see the lights at the kennels. And I was familiar with Moselle, having been there many times. And so I went to the lights. You could see there was law enforcement lights, maybe it could be Colleton Fire and Rescue, but it was obvious that's where you needed to go. So I came in the main gate and turned right on what used to be a runway and went straight to the kennels.
Did you get out of your car?
I did.
Talk to anyone at that point?
I'm confident that my partner, Mark Ball, was already there. Alec was there. And I know I spoke with both of them.
Were Maggie and Paul still there?
Yeah, Maggie and Paul were there.
Did you talk to the defendant at any point that night?
I did.
How long did you stay at Meadors after that first time you arrived? After Maggie and Paul's murder?
We stayed outside, and at some point, I'm going to say I stayed until about 3:30. It just seems we were standing around back in the house, and it just like we didn't know what to do or what to say, and I knew that Alec was going to have a long few days, several days coming up, and I was like, guys, we're not doing any good here. We need to all go get some sleep and so we can deal with tomorrow. And I think I was the first one to leave, and I almost feel like everybody else pretty much left in the period of time after that. But but I know I was the first to leave, and I think it was around 3:30.
Did you return to Moselle the next day?
I did.
Did you have conversations with the defendant the next day?
Yes.
Over the course of the night of and the next day, you have conversations with the defendant. Did he either tell you or were you present when he related to you his activities the night of June 7th, 2021?
Yes, I gained an understanding of the events of that night over multiple conversations and sometimes perhaps just questions, because without being a lawyer, you would want to figure that out, and being a lawyer and just having something so horrific, we wanted to contribute anything we could to help figure out who did this, who did it.
And what did Alec tell you about his activities that night?
He told me, and when I say me, there may have been multiple people in these conversations. I mean, we were all back at the house at Moselle providing support for, our friend who just lost his family. And that he'd worked and I'm somewhere 5:30 to 6 had left work. That he went to Moselle, that Paul had come home from work, and that they rode around. And then at some point, they went back to the house and had dinner. And Maggie was there, is my understanding. And then after dinner, that Maggie and Paul went outside and to the dog kennels, and that he sat on the couch and fell asleep. And that would have been around 8 o'clock that he sat on the couch and ultimately fell asleep.
He said between 8 and 9 o'clock, he was asleep on the couch, or he was at the house.
He said I took it that he laid down on the couch, maybe watching TV, and fell asleep. And then around 9 o'clock, he woke up, and then somewhere around 9 o'clock, he went to back to Varnville to Alameda to check on his mother.
And what did he say after that? He did after that.
Well, he said he laid on the bed with her. He didn't give a time, but that he laid there. I took it he was just sort of laying there to comfort her because I understood her condition. And then he said that he came back to Moselle and that he went to the house, and that when he got to the house, he discovered that Maggie and Paul were not there, and that he then got back in his car, or his Suburban, which was an office-issued vehicle, and he drove down to the kennels. And it's more than just kennels there. I think y'all have seen maybe sheds there. And he discovered Maggie and Paul's bodies.
Did he say whether or not he had gone down to the kennels with Maggie and Paul before he left to go to Alameda after 9 p.m.?
That came up in one of the conversations, and he specifically said that he did not.
He did not.
He did not.
I'm going to play for you what's been admitted into evidence as States 297. I want you to listen to it and tell me if you recognize any voices on this video, please.
Get that. Get that. Quick, Cash. Come on. Quick. That's all right. Come here. Come on, Dad. Come here, Cash. Shit. Come here. Cash. Hey, he got a bird in his mouth. Hey, Mama. It's a guinea. There's a chicken. Come here, Cash. Come here, Mama. Cash. Quick.
Did you recognize any voices on that video?
The three voices on that video are the voices of Paul Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Alex Murdaugh.
And how sure are you? How sure are you?
I'm 100% sure that's whose voices are on that, the audio there.
Is this law firm pretty close-knit?
Yeah, we're very close knit. Group of lawyers. I think we have a very family-like environment with our staff, as well as the lawyers are all very close. A lot of us do and still do, you know, a lot of activities together. Our families grew up together. You know, been a great experience working with these guys.
Did these murders of Maggie and Paul, did it send a shockwave through the law firm, greater family?
Well, yes, it did. Just beyond the horror and disbelief, we didn't have an understanding. I mean, the staff had a general sense of insecurity and fear. We had to take a lot of security measures because we did not have an understanding of what the possibilities out there could be. And then this horrific loss of, you know, I think Paul had, you know, the kids, Maggie would come up to the law firm regularly, you know, maybe need to use computer or just to see Alec or whatever. So and it was as much of a shock as you could imagine.
In the wake of this tragedy, did the law firm family rally to the defendant's aid?
We did. We were there every day for the rest of the week. And as you already know, Mr. Randolph passed away in the wake of this. So it was a really bad week where the Murdaugh family in particular, but all of us needed to be together to support each other.
With all of this tragedy and the support and the outpouring and everything going on, did you have any discussion about what to do about the Ferris fees, or was there a discussion that this can't be the time to bring this up?
The only discussion that I recall was Alec told you they were in trust. There's no way we're going to talk about money in this. And we had no reason to not believe that. I wasn't aware of some of Jeannie's conversations, you know. I was aware that Alec told her they were in trust. I trusted him, and I said, let's just leave it be. Just not something that you would talk about as money in the wake of such tragedy that had gone on the week of June 7th, including the loss of Mr. Randolph.
At some point in July of 2021, did it come to your understanding that at least the firm had heard from Chris Wilson's firm that supposedly those missing fees were in his trust account?
That was reported to me. I did not look at the email, but it was reported, and that was even further confirmation that we didn't have an issue, because we had worked on many cases with Mr. Wilson's law firm. And if he's said it, another lawyer who's a friend and colleague said, I've got the money, then, you know, it wasn't something to be concerned about.
Before I get to ask you this, you said that you had developed a relationship with Paul, is that right?
Yes,
Did you eulogize Paul at his funeral?
I did.
And you and your son like to hunt and fish and do outdoor things with Paul?
We did.
And that's how you got to know him well?
Well, you got to understand that even like when we go to legal conventions, a lot of time we take our kids with us. And I was just around Paul a lot. It wasn't just hunting and fishing, but he pretty much had free reign of my property. But he would always tell me. Paul was a very polite young man, and he wouldn't just go even though he could. He would always let me know. And you know, he killed a lot of his first deer on our property, and you know, just got to see him grow up.
Did Paul have a shotgun he favored, to your knowledge?
I would see Paul with a like a 12 gauge Benelli Super Black Eagle. Yeah, I've seen him with that a number of times.
Did Paul occasionally like to hunt hogs?
There was a period of time where he was obsessed with it. He had dogs and those 300 blackout with thermal coats, and you know he would do it. And I love for him to come to my property to do it, because anybody has ever seen what hogs do to property, they're a nuisance. And so I was happy for him to come and shoot them.
And he used what gun for that?
Well, you know, in the early years, he used a 300 a lot, and then they got where they were catching them and killing them with knives and stuff like that. So they you know, all do it, but the 300 blackout, I think, was usually accompanying them.
In the aftermath of the murders, did you have any conversation, or were you privy to any conversation in which Alec talked about the family 300 blackouts?
Well, the day I saw the and thought 223s, and when I found out the next day from somebody would call and there were actually 300 blackouts. He started in Buster's 300 blackouts were located, and I remember asking Alec about it, and he said that one of them was in the room, and that he didn't know where the other one was.
Did he mention a third one at that time?
At some point, he did. That there was
Go
a.
ahead.
He said that one of them had gotten stolen or misplaced, which if it was misplaced, that would not seem odd to me, because Paul was pretty good about. He would sometimes leave his guns at my place, and that he had bought a replacement at some point in time. I don't recall the dates on any of that.
Did he tell you what happened to the replacement?
No, I assumed that the replacement was, that they still had the replacement. I never heard anything about anything with the replacement, just that they had a total of 3. And I remembered that Mr. Bedingfield had built those rifles.
You testified that after moving by in August, you'd gotten an email, or at least been informed that there had been some representation that Chris Wilson had those fees, correct?
That's correct.
Moving into September of 2021, did you have any trial or anything going on that you were actively involved in at the time?
At the end of August, early September, I was getting ready for a products liability trial over in Dorchester County that was going to last several weeks.
Did you receive any communications from your firm about any issues regarding the defendant?
We were doing pretrial motions, things that you do before trial starts. There's a lot of work that gets done by the court. And so we were taking care of a lot of things that would keep the jury from waiting around during the trial beforehand, and September 2nd, we were over arguing motions and taking care of pretrial matters. And so when I got out of court, I saw that I'd missed communications from one of my partners, Mark Ball. And I called him and he said, "We have a problem." And I was like, "What?" And he said, "You have to come now." And I said, "I'm just walking out of court. I need to go home and eat supper, and it's not on my way." And he didn't ever tell me what it was, but he said, "You have to come now." And I could tell the urgency. And so he told me where to meet him, and that would have been in Cummings, South Carolina, at my partner Danny Henderson's place, and which was not on my way home, but he was so insistent that I went there. And met, when I got there, Danny and Mark were there waiting on me.
And ultimately, what was your discussion?
I was giving a folder that had paperwork in it. And that paperwork consisted of checks, both front and back. And I was asked to review them.
Were those the, what's been called the fake forged checks?
I believe the fake forged checks, there was not all of them that Ms. Sekinger went over, but I believe that there was, I could probably call the names of most of them that were there. I know it was Anderson, Bush, Moore. There was probably about 5 or 6 of them. And I believe they had a copy of the Ferris check there too.
Ferris check?
Yes, and I'd sat for a minute and reviewed it. I think Danny said, "You're going to need a drink." And so.
Did you have a drink?
Yeah, ultimately more than one.
So what happened after that?
Well, they didn't tell me what was in it. They let me review it on my own. And I immediately said, this is bad. And my words then were that we have to terminate Alec. He cannot no longer practice with us. And that was within, I don't know how many minutes, but it was not a long period of time, because the way Jeannie had it laid out, it was clear what had happened and that this money had been stolen.
Did any of the partners go to confront Alec with this information that had been uncovered?
Yes, there was a meeting the following morning at Lee's house. I did not attend. I did not need to attend. I was still getting ready for trial. I had already decided where this was going, and they met, and then we, Danny and Randy, Alec's brother, went and met with Alec.
And what was your understanding of what the defendant said as a result of that?
That he admitted and said that he knew he was going to get caught at some point in time, and admitted to them that he did it.
Determine the extent of any alleged misappropriation that the defendant had done with related to client fee, or excuse me, firm fees or client money?
We did. We initially turned over what we had to state law enforcement, and then just decided to, well, we immediately decided to hire an outside auditor and look if there was anything else. But parallel with that, we're doing our own internal investigation into his files.
And was Jeannie Sekinger, as your CFO, was she heavily involved in that review?
She was a point person doing that with whatever support staff she needed under my supervision and Mark and Lee's supervision.
And have you seen spreadsheets that she's made and other documentation that's been put together and gathered by others in the firm as that investigation went forward?
I'm very familiar with all of it.
And are the results of those accurate as you've been able to review firm records and gather information?
The documents that were entered into evidence earlier today through Ms. Sekinger are accurate.
At any point in time, whether June of 2021 or going back years, if you, as a partner in PMPED, had found out the defendant was allegedly diverting money to an account in the name of a business, an account that he actually controlled, and then converting that to personal use client money, what would you have done?
If I had become aware of it, he would have been asked to resign, or I would have forced a vote, and he would have been
What would you have done?
I would have done the same week. Because of it affected our business and our trust account.
If at any point over the years you had found out that the defendant had been diverting fees that were properly due the firm and spending those for personal use over accounting them and not being truthful with firm members, what else would you?
Because that conduct would have been illegal, it would have been reported to law enforcement as well as the South Carolina Bar.
If at any point in time you had uncovered or had discovered information that the defendant was having checks issued from the firm trust account in the name of Palmetto State Bank, and then having someone at the bank convert those into checks that he could use for personal use, what, if anything, would you have done?
Would have asked for his immediate resignation and or forced a vote, and he would have been terminated. His activities would have been reported to law enforcement as well as any activities of anyone at the bank who was complicit in this what I would call a money laundering scheme.
And in each one of those instances, would the firm have also engaged in a detailed review to determine the extent of any alleged misappropriation?
Well, absolutely, and I could only wish that one of those clients early on had brought that something to our attention, so we could have dealt with it years ago.
Nothing further at this time.
Let's all stand for a moment.
Okay, appears they muted the mic for a bit. I'm noticing a lot of shuffling. Whenever key points are made, I can hear the galley moving around, and obviously, when the testimony about how he knew Paul came up, there was a lot of noise in the galley. People reaching for tissues, shuffling. That was quite emotional, you know. But judge's orders, everybody stand up and stretch. Hopefully the feed's getting better. I don't know what's going on. I think that things are conspiring between YouTube And my own service provider, because it's not the computer this time, from what I can tell, it has nothing to do with it. The feed itself coming in from YouTube seems to be not as good as it was this morning. I don't know what's going on there. I looked at some of the others, they were even worse. So I don't know what's going on, if it's a YouTube thing. But so I stuck with this one. I'm sorry it's frustrating for you all. I apologize. We'll do what we can, and see about having a couple up tomorrow. Yeah, it's been getting a little bit better. Because I work with it. If the feed is weak from YouTube, I make sure I'm not running anything else.
Mr. Griffin?
Thank you, Peter.
Good afternoon, Mr. Crosby.
Good afternoon, Mr. Griffin.
Can we get this photo taken down? We just kill it? Just kill it? Yeah, the one. That was computer, but there it went. So it's good. It's good. We're good. Thank you. Mr. Crosby, I was struck by a comment you made, and I just want to confirm it. You were informed by folks at the meeting when Alex was confronted about financial misdeeds. According to the reports you received, that Alex's response was he knew he was going to get caught at some point in time. Is that what was reported to you?
That's what I recall.
Okay. And he asked you to speak eulogize Paul at Paul's funeral, right?
He did, and I did.
Yeah, and you very close to Paul, and Paul was a super guy, wasn't he?
Yes to both of those questions.
You said that Paul carried around a 300 blackout and a 12 gauge shotgun, a Benelli Super Eagle, I believe you said.
That's my memory. And then, obviously they had numerous guns, but I had seen Paul with those on multiple occasions.
If I showed you a Benelli Super Eagle that's in the courtroom, would you be able to recognize it's Paul's or not? Or?
I don't know at this juncture. I believe it was camouflaged.
Camouflage Super Eagle.
All camouflage Super Eagles.
Trying to not point it at anybody, but does this look like Paul's gun?
I'll say it looked like it. Will I say it was? I can't.
Understand, and Your Honor, I'm holding up for the record states exhibit number 4, and I put my papers down. Also, you testified that when you got to Moselle the night of the 7th, that you were you went through the main entrance, and that's the entrance with the brick facade or whatever, the brick gates opening up. That's the main entrance you went in?
Yes, there's a brick facade and then I think they're metal iron gates, but they were open.
And then if you go up and you would have gone straight to the house if you'd gone straight, but you turn right, and you said, and there's a little roadway there, an old runway, and you were able to get back up to where the kennels were from that direction, correct?
That's correct. It's not far when you turn right, you know, a
Right.
couple hundred yards maybe.
And then, but you said you were able to see shell casings, what you thought would be 223. Where were they?
The one, I don't think I saw everyone that was there. I remember seeing one, seems like in the driveway. Closer to the road from Paul and Maggie's bodies.
So were you able to get inside the crime scene tape?
I don't know if there was crime scene tape up at that point in time.
Okay. So you were able, as you recall, just to walk up. Well, were Maggie and Paul's bodies covered at the time you got there?
Yes,
But you were able to get into the crime scene close enough where you could tell what you thought was the caliber of the shell case.
right, and I didn't walk from where I was parked there. I walked completely around the hangar and went over to talk to people I knew that there, the fire and rescue people, just to get what their assessment was. And I could see from where they were positioned, I could see, I didn't get over it, but I could see from a distance, and I'm very familiar with
Sure.
firearms, and I saw what I thought was a 223 casing.
And you later learned, I guess, the next day on the 8th that it wasn't a 223, but a 300 blackout. Is that right?
Yes, and I can for the life of me tell you there was that point in time, there was some law enforcement out in the hangar and around, and I just asked a question, and they corrected me.
Right. Okay. And that and you started to assist any way you could with trying to find out who could have done this. Isn't that right?
Well, Jim, I didn't that night. I was trying to get, we were starting to, I don't know, it was shot, man, but out in the days following, we had a lot of conversation amongst my partners and I about who could have done this, and obviously we were theorizing on stuff, and with very little information, obviously, but we were trying to find out things, whether Paul had been in an argument with anyone, or if anybody had. I don't know. It's just what you would naturally do, is ask questions.
One of the things, you went down to Jimmy Butler's. You remember that?
I did.
Now, what's Jimmy Butler?
Jimmy Butler's a business in Varnville that does mechanic work. He sells trailers. He sells portable buildings. Used to sell cars, but I had learned that Paul had taken his truck there the Friday before the murders.
Right. And so the Friday before the murders, Paul's truck, and what was his normal truck? Was it
It was a F-150,
a white F-150?
white F-150.
And you had understood that his white F-150 was put in the shop at Jimmy Butler?
Yes, and I specifically was going to see if Paul's guns were in his truck.
Right. And did you check the truck?
I did. I looked inside of it, and I also got, I had learned that Mr. Rowe was working for Elliot at the time and had taken him over to pick him up when he took his truck to drop off for repairs. And I asked Mr. Butler to pull surveillance tape so I could see if Paul got his guns out of his truck while he was getting out of one vehicle into another.
And because it was Paul's habit to carry the guns in his truck, right?
Right, and I believe actually when I looked in there was still a pistol and some shotgun shells, that type of stuff in there, but I didn't see any long guns. I didn't get inside of his truck and rummage around. I just looked.
And so you didn't observe any 300 blackout or any shotgun in Paul's truck at Jimmy Butler's. Is that right?
I did not.
And then I think you also looked at videotape to see if Paul took guns out of his truck when he got back. I guess Mr. Rowe picked him up. Is that right?
That's correct. And another one of, another pickup that Elliot had on the farm.
You see Paul removing any gun from his truck in the truck.
Evident on the video.
Okay.
And I could see him getting out of one vehicle into the other.
And you were down there on the morning of the 8th, and after SLED had released the crime scene. When I say there, I'm talking about down at the kennels. Were you not?
Yes, I was actually our brother.
And I don't want to be too grotesque at all. Were there still blood and biological material there at the scene?
Yes.
Okay. And did you notice that there were some still birdshot pellets in the feed room that had not been collected by the SLED agent?
Yes. They were. And I believe they would have been a TSS type load.
Okay. And did you gather those up to your knowledge?
Did I?
You or anybody, with you?
Jim, Mr. Griffin, apologize.
Call me-
We know each other, so I
Please
apologize.
call me Jim.
That area in that room, well, we could see them. It was so bad. We thought we were going to, at some point, clean it up, but it overwhelmed both my partner, Mark, and I. Well, we could see that, and we could see everything, all the other aftermath. We were getting biological material. It just couldn't be there. It was bad, and it was overwhelming us. So no, I did not try to collect evidence.
And the scene inside that feed room, I take it as something that still is etched in your mind's eye memory.
Yes.
When you were down there, you got there the first time, I believe you went up to Mark Ball, and he was there. He got there before you.
maybe a few minutes. We had already talked about,
Where-
that.
Did it look to you and Mark like the crime scene was being preserved and carefully keeping people off of areas that maybe they shouldn't be trampling on?
Well, it was my understanding that the crime scene had been released, so that,
Well, I'm talking about 11 o'clock. I'm sorry, I jumped back. 11 o'clock when you got there, around 11 on the night of the 7th. When you pulled up, as I understand, you walked around the shed, the workshop, and went to the back, and maybe Mr. Ball was back there. I could have that wrong, but is that what happened?
well, we were there. I saw people working through the crime scene. And you're kind of asking me for an opinion that I don't feel qualified to give, because I assumed that whatever was going on was being done with whatever procedures. But there were people in that, in the crime scene doing various things.
Okay. And I'm not asking you to give an opinion. I'm just asking you if anyone expressed an opinion in your presence about they shouldn't be doing this or should be doing that.
I don't specifically recall.
Okay. Did at some point in time, you and Mark and whoever else, were y'all directed to go to the main residence at?
We were, and for the life of me, I can't tell you who told us to go. I can tell you it was at the time that whoever is the photographer for the crime scene, they were getting ready to start, taking photographs, and it was stated that we're going to photograph the scene. Y'all go to the house. We don't, you don't need to be in these photographs.
Okay. And so who all went to the house? Best you can remember.
I know I did. I know Mark did. Austin Crosby, who's one of my partners, did. Danny Henderson did. Randy Murdaugh did. John Marvin did. Alec at some point did. And he may have been, I believe he was accompanied by some officers when he came. I think maybe Chris Wilson may have. The others I'm positive of, but
Sure.
There could have been a couple other people.
And had it looked to you like anybody from law enforcement had searched the resident, inspected the residence before you guys went in?
I don't know that I would know what it would look like if it had been searched. It was my perception that it had not been searched yet.
And then you mentioned at some point in time, Alec came up and maybe law enforcement were with him?
Mr. Griffin, my memory is that Alec came in, and at or about the same time, 2 agents came, and I remember them collecting his clothes is what stands out to me. One stood in the doorway or the foyer to the house. We were kind of in the living room and maybe the kitchen area. And then another agent, and I'm assuming it was SLED, but it was kind of blurry, and it happened pretty quickly. Went maybe to the door of a bedroom while Elliot was changing clothes, and then he brought his clothes out and gave them to the agent who stood in the edge of the living room or foyer or whatever you want to call it.
And did the agent just open up a bag and Alec dumped his clothes in the bag? Is that how you remember it? A paper bag?
I do not know what the composition of the bag was. It was a bag, And it seemed to me the agent was holding the bag out like open,
Right.
and that Alec kind of had his clothes in his fingers and just dropped them in, is what my memory was. And what that was, I only recall there being one bag and he dropped them in, and it was like a pretty quick transaction.
His clothes were not put on a hanger for sure. Is that right?
No, Alec had them in his hands when he came out of the bedroom. He was in there long enough to take those off, and I think he put back on another pair of shorts or something and a shirt.
I know I'm sorry, I'm jumping around a little bit.
It's okay. I've been right where you are, and that happens.
Um, I think you mentioned in one of your interviews with SLED that Alec had some annoying quirks, and one of them, he would just take phone calls in the middle of deposition.
He would.
Would he get phone calls from his family, Buster, Maggie, and Paul, and drop everything and take the calls?
I've witnessed that.
Was that frequent?
Yes, he would do it in depositions. He would do it in the middle of a conversation, and not with them, but definitely with them. And even in partner meetings and stuff, he would take a call and walk out of the room.
Sure. You had mentioned in your testimony that when you were asked by this Sekinger about this Ferris fee issue, really your concern was not that Alec was diverting fees, but he was trying to shelter fees from being disclosed in the civil case. Is that an accurate statement?
Well, let's make sure definitionally we're talking about the same thing. My concern was not that he was stealing because I trusted him. I had no reason to believe that he was stealing. It was the latter, that what she conveyed to me was he was wanting to hide some fees or hide money somehow. I don't remember it being said that it was like I heard earlier in Maggie's name. It was just that he was going to take the fees from Chris Wilson's account so there wouldn't be any record, is the way I understood it, in our trust account.
Right. And you said, F no, we're not doing that.
Those were my words.
Right. The what was Alex stretch that. The after the murders of Maggie and Paul, did you the immediate aftermath and going forward a few months, did Alec come to the office much?
It was sporadic, but you know, I knew that he was having a lot of trouble sleeping, and you know, just lost his family and his father, and him and his father were very close. We were aware that or had understanding that he was taking like medicine to try to help him sleep, and maybe for anxiety, and just you know, the normal things that you would expect there. So even when he came, I would walk in his office and he'd be falling asleep in his chair. He'd be sitting in there, you know, which was evident to me that he wasn't sleeping well. And so I know Ms. Sekinger mentioned pills earlier that he was taking. That's what we knew he was taking, because he couldn't sleep at night. He'd be up at all hours of the night.
And did you notice changes in his physical appearance, losing weight?
Yes, he was losing weight. I don't think he was eating very well by all reports.
And I guess let's sort of go back. The night of June 7th, the morning of June 8th was, I mean, what was his demeanor?
Well, his demeanor is that he was upset. I could tell that, and you know.
You see him cry?
Yeah, we cried together. I mean, he kept telling me, especially to me, he kept telling me how much Paul loved me, and you know, every time he would say that, it would be emotional. I mean, and then he told me that several times over the next few days. It was just almost be how he would start a conversation with me would be to talk about Paul.
And then, did he spend a lot of time with Buster down at Maggie's parents in Somerville, do you know?
I knew they were. Can you give me the time frame?
So starting in June?
Okay, so yeah, I mean, I know he and Maggie's parents had a good relationship, and I recall, because in some of this, I remember seeing some texts between he and I that he was down there. I don't remember. Well, they're dated. I'm sure you have them.
Right.
And he told me he was down with Maggie's parents. It was one of the days in that time immediately following the murders.
Right. And then at one point in time around, I don't know if it's 4th of July, did he come to your place by boat, or do you remember that? And
Can't say that it was on the 4th of July, but I remember his brother Randy and his wife, I had invited them to my house, you know, for the 4th, and you know, for spend, and they had, you know, something that those of us in the law firm do a lot, that spend time on the weekends together, and they were there, and I'd asked Alex to come over, and he and Buster came by boat from Edison.
right. And Alex was carrying a gun with him on the boat, wasn't he?
Yes, he had a gun in a what I want to call a shopping bag, like a cloth type, you know, shopping bag, not one of those plastic ones.
Had you ever seen Alex carrying a gun around before for protection before the murders?
No.
Some point in time, Alec and Buster and the family put out a reward, did they not, for capture of tips for whoever would lead to the arrest of whoever killed Maggie and Paul. Do you remember that?
I do remember that, and who all was involved in the funding of it. I don't know, but there was a reward. I believe I know a reward was put out.
And the firm agreed to administer it if there was anyone step forward.
We did.
1 second, Your Honor. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Firm have to ever pay anybody for that reward?
No,
You're asked a lot of questions about your interactions and relationship with Alex Murdaugh. You've known Alex Murdaugh how long?
um, well, I guess a total of 25 years or so.
Did you really know Alex Murdaugh?
What's the question?
Did he really know Alex Murdaugh?
Character question.
Did he know Alex Murdaugh? Did he really know Alex Murdaugh?
Yes.
I sustain the objection.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Step down. We'll go to the jury room for a break.
Okay, my question is this a break? They're going to the jury room, or is this we got something to talk about because I don't like how you guys are acting or asking the questions break? I think I heard something in the judge's tone. Is it just me? The implication of that question with the really in
It's coming up next, Mr. Waters.
Here we go.
Your Honor, we have the GR expert, and that's the next thing. You know, I think we can get that witness done before the end of the day.
We'll-
Your Honor, Mr. Griffin used to cross on this and he's
Shouldn't
been
take long.
talking nothing but GSR for 2 days. I'm a little worried about that timetable.
All right. Well, we'll take about 7 minutes.
Y'all catch that smile from the judge? Like, sure, y'all. It's like, that I can appreciate about the Southern style of this courtroom. Is they're all so damn polite with each other while their eyes and their smiles are saying something else. There is something to be said for manners. I do believe he is frustrated. He doesn't like objections like this. He doesn't have to like to sustain them when people are acting out. He knows they know better. He knows they all know each other very well, and they know the lines they're not supposed to be crossing. And that wasn't a fair question from Creighton Waters. He was when he gave that question to Gibson, I believe. From Rogden Gibson, right? He was told to ask that several times, and he wouldn't relent. And the judge kind of was giving him the then. Why he would do it again, I don't know. Now, it's true that these witnesses have very strong ties to the family. They were very close with Alex. They're close with the boys. They're close with everybody. They're been in the same community their whole lives. Okay, there's a lot of hesitance to actually, if that little bit of doubt exists, you don't want to be the nail. I can understand how they feel. The uncomfortableness from this witness was palpable, almost as palpable as Michelle Shelley Smith. Even Paul's friends who have testified, all three of them, they just, they remember Paul well. They don't want to say anything horrible, but they want to get to the truth at the same time. It's unfortunate. It is, because I don't know at this point if we're ever going to have the complete story of what happened that night. I'm starting to think it's going to be an unsolved mystery for us. And I hate that feeling. I'm telling you, Mandy, he's probably going to have a few whiskeys tonight. I know I would. To lose someone that you look at like a godchild or a second son who was so close to your family, and then to think that your best friend or good friend might have anything to do with it. Horrible situations for everyone all around. This trial is all over the place, Jujubee, I agree. The emotional, the statistical, the freaking factual, the forensics. We got positive forensics here and negative forensics here, and we've got so much forensics that was put in that doesn't show anything. Uh, the defense definitely does not want the gunshot technician in. That's the analysis of all of the swabs that was taken from the raincoat, or the not tarp, as we're calling it. This person has been hotly contested as coming forward. They do not want this evidence in. They're trying to say, even if there is gunshot residue, it doesn't mean anything in a murder with guns. It looks a little shady to me. The more they protest, the more I want to hear it. The more they protest, the bigger they're making it. And I'm wondering why. I don't know. They got to fight to keep it out if they think that it's really going to be prejudicial against Alex Murdaugh. And of course, gunshot residue on something he may or may not have worn, or may not have under his arm, may or may not have stuffed in his mother's closet while he was visiting in the middle of the night. Or not the middle of the night, that evening. Yeah, there's so many ifs. But they're fighting real hard to keep it out. Real hard, because they want it all on circumstantial and emotion. Because the jury is not going to convict on that. As emotional as we get about how horrific these deaths are and what they mean, and that he was under all this pressure, they're not going to do it unless they're sure. Because if we're out here saying, how do you get there when it's a mother and your son? It's your wife, the mother of your children, and your son, supposedly your favorite son, the one you get along with the best, the apple of your eye. I don't know. So many theories run through my head, just like you guys. They talked of all this testing yesterday, but that witness couldn't discuss GSR. Did someone early this morning discuss gunshot residue? No, they didn't, Mandy. And specifically, that witness was the one who documented the taking of the swabs. That's how the part that goes. Someone collects it, someone prepares it, someone else analyzes it. This is the person who analyzed it. There's 3 people in the change of every piece of forensic evidence that gets tested that way. Normally, from what I've seen of other trials, I'm not speaking like an expert here. I'm just saying what I normally see. That's the 3 parts. There's the collecting on the field. There's the documenting and entering it and preparing it at the lab. Then there's the actual testing and analysis at the end. All right. So yesterday we saw testimony from the witness of all those pieces of tape where the swabs were taken and the samples were taken from the not tarp raincoat like item that's blue, just like the tarp. But anyway, she marked them all. That's what all that tabs and tapes are on. All those pieces of tape is writing on what they're doing. Okay. And then that gets processed. So the person that they're hotly contesting the person with the results. And yet the raincoat is in. So then they try to get the raincoat out with they saw an opportunity with Michelle Shelley Smith's testimony to get the raincoat out again, since it was already in. Well, they tried to get it out again, and all the testimony about that whole night, that whole visit, which is part of his alibi. It has to be very serious for them to try to get it all out when it's part of the alibi. Her saying she saw him that night is part of the alibi. If that's stricken out, it's not a good idea. Sandy, I guess just because trials don't work like that. Why didn't they handle all the 401 stuff up front? They're doing it in between because they're trying to keep the trial running smoothly. The gunshot residue is not 404. They're going to be just interspeeding witnesses with motive. To do that all at once would try to throw the whole trial off track, I believe. Look what it did to us, And Jujubee, I hear you. She says, I need a case presented in a more linear. Let me just put it up, see if that works. Yes. I need a case presented in a more linear fashion. I am missing crucial information. Do I think he did it? Yes. But have I been convinced of it? I really don't know. I think he did it too. Do I think they're going to get a conviction? At this point, I'd even move the meter more over to the hell no than the no, because I am getting more and more confused with every witness. I am hoping gunshot residue is a slam dunk, that they say it's there, no doubt, and then it was within a couple of hours, because then why would it be in the house, in the closet? If they say gunshot residue only shows up within a few hours and only lasts a few hours, and it's on that raincoat, then poo to the rest of you saying it couldn't possibly be. That means yes, possibility door flies wide open, and in walks a little stronger circumstantial evidence. Give me some fingerprints on there. Give me some DNA on there. Give me something. Give me something that he washed it off with bleach. Give me something. Yeah, but apparently they're trying to keep it out because there is something there, and I want to hear what it is. I would imagine we're only going to get to one part of her testimony today. I doubt they'll be able to do the cross also, but that's not unusual where we have the direct and then the cross in the morning. We've even had a direct and then redirect the next day before cross took over. So we'll see. Pete Hutchins. Okay, wait a minute. I want to read that. Like, it's going too fast on me here. My thing just jumped up. Wait, Pete. Gunshot residue has nothing to do with this. Hosing off or quick clean at the house to clothes changing. Cops weren't there till after 10:30. Okay. And now that's information like I don't know, because I don't know how long gunshot residue lasts. Okay, so but the hosing off or the quick clean at the house to clothes changing, cops weren't there until after 10:30. This is true. This is true. And we do know about Choslem. I mean, he was wearing different shoes at his mother's than he was when he got to the police at 10:30. So why did he change his shoes when he got back to the house? Again. The third, fourth time that day. Like, the shoes in the earlier video are different than the shoes he showed up at his mother's house. And then when they saw him later in the car, he had sneakers on. Maybe he didn't want to mess up his shoes in the yard because it was raining that day. But there are valid reasons. Remember, the reason they don't have really great footprints and really great images of things is it was raining. I think they did say gunshot residue. I do believe, Pete, that actually Creighton Waters, for some reason, since gunshot residue does have something to do with it, it is mentioned in his opening statement. Mandy, you are correct. I heard that. Oh, here we go. So now we'll hear them, not me.
You may bring the jury.
They are too quiet while they do the jury seating. I never know when to talk to you guys or not, but I do like looking at the judge. And to remember to take my comment off. Well, he does look like he's seriously reading something. Somebody sent him something. So I'll keep the mic open just until they start again.
Jury is present.
There we go.
Thank you.
Muting.
Next witness.
State of South Carolina would now call forensic scientist Megan M. Fletcher.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. As you take a seat at this witness stand, state your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
My name is Megan Fletcher, Fletcher.
Good afternoon, Ms. Fletcher.
Good afternoon.
With the court's permission, we're going to end day 12, okay?
Yes, sir.
Would you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about yourself, but also your background, your training, and your training in the field of expertise I've asked you to testify about here today, please?
Yes, sir. So I grew up in Ohio. I was born and raised there. After I graduated from high school, I attended Chatham College in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I graduated from there in 2005 with my bachelor's degree in biochemistry and English. After that, I went to Marshall University, where I obtained my master's in forensic science, emphasizing in computer forensics and forensic chemistry in 2007. I then started my career at SLED in 2007 as well, where I started my training to become a trace evidence analyst in the forensic services laboratory. And the first thing that I started training in was gunshot primer residue analysis.
Why'd you come to South Carolina?
For the job.
Okay. Did you have any relatives here or family?
I do, but it was really for the job. Trace evidence was always kind of my dream job.
Okay. So tell us some more about trace evidence and your training and your background and what you loved about it.
So trace evidence is a type of evidence that you can't typically see with the naked eye. So you need a microscope or other types of instrumentation to be able to detect it. For trace evidence in the forensic services laboratory at SLED, we consider explosives, fire debris, fibers, glass, gunshot primer residue, paint, fibers, physical fit analysis, pressure sensitive tape, and general physical and chemical unknowns, all different types of trace evidence.
Specifically in the field of gunshot primer residence, tell us about your training, your experience, and what has led you to this point where I'm going to offer you for an expert in just a minute.
So in 2007, I started my career. I started my training at that point. I began an 11-month training program for gunshot primer residue analysis. It's an in-house training program that consists of practical, written, and oral examinations in the theory of gunshot primer residue, as well as the instrumentation used to analyze that type of evidence.
So what is it?
Gunshot primer residue, well, let's start with gunshot residue. Gunshot residue is everything that comes out of a gun when it's fired. That's the smoke, the soot, the flame, burned and unburned gunpowder particles, but also something called gunshot primer residue. And that's what we're looking for at the trace lab at SLED. Gunshot primer residue particles are microscopic molten particles that contain the elements lead, barium, and antimony. They come from the primer component of the cartridge.
And can you explain some more? How do you examine it? What do you do to determine if there's gunshot primer residue?
So I believe that you've already heard about how gunshot primer residue is collected. It's collected using those particle lifts with the sticky surfaces. Once I get those particle lifts in the lab, I will then examine them on a scanning electron microscope with an dispersive X-ray detector. So an SEM EDX.
Now, what's the second thing you said? The SEM, and what did you say after that?
Energy dispersive X-ray detector.
What is that?
Well, the scanning electron microscope's a super powerful microscope. You might be used to a light microscope that you might have used in school, and that might magnify something around 400 times. The scanning electron microscope uses electrons instead. And so we can magnify things 30,000, 50,000 times. The energy dispersive X-ray detector allows us to analyze a sample for which elements are actually present in the sample. So the SEM component, the microscope component, allows us to see a sample and analyze the shape and the morphology of a given sample. But the EDX component allows us to see what elements are actually present in that individual sample.
Now, when I first started years ago, we were just looking for the three elements. How has that changed over the years in your specific field?
So currently, we are looking for characteristic particles of gunshot primer residue. It's a singular particle that contains all three elements of lead, barium, and antimony. It can't be a particle that contains one or two of those elements. It has to contain all three. So molten appears to be rounded in shape. It looks like it underwent high heat and pressure. Lots of times they're spherical, so like a ball, but sometimes they might look like a football. Just have to have like a rounded shape to the edges.
And how does evidence get to you, forensic scientist Megan Fletcher? How does it actually come to you?
There's different circumstances, but typically evidence is submitted from a local agency or SLED, and it's submitted through the Evidence Control Department. The Evidence Control Department assigns it a unique lab number, and each item of evidence is assigned an item at that time. It then is brought up to the trace lab by either myself or another analyst or a technician, and then it goes through the process of inventory and then analysis.
How long have you been doing this?
Over 15 years.
You love your job.
I do.
And how many analysis have you performed in the field of, well, in trace evidence to start with?
Over 1,500 cases, samples, well over 3,000.
And have you been offered in courts of record of this state and other states perhaps as an expert in the field of trace evidence and gunshot primer residue? And have you been so accepted in courts of record of this state as an expert in trace evidence and gunshot primer residue?
Yes, sir, 49 times.
Your Honor, this time the state of South Carolina would offer forensic scientist Megan M. Fletcher as an expert in the field of trace evidence to include gunshot primer residue.
We have no objection to her making it 50 times, Ron.
And we thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, she is so qualified in the field of trace evidence and gunshot primer residue.
Why do you love your job?
I just find it really interesting. With trace evidence, I get to analyze different types of evidence. My daily job duties can change depending on what needs to be done that day.
Let's go over some, just on a live person, human being,
Yes, sir.
blood flowing.
Yes, sir.
Is there a period of time after which SLED's guidelines say we won't try to determine if there's gunshot primer residue on somebody?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
Beyond 6 hours, we will not analyze a GSR kit from a living individual. And the reason that we will not analyze that is because in-house studies as well as peer-reviewed published studies have shown that gunshot residue so readily transfers and is so readily removed around 4 to 6 hours that beyond 6 hours, it couldn't be tied back to an initial incident.
And what's the common sense answer why you won't do it after 6 hours?
So if you shoot a gun, as soon as you put that gun down, you essentially start to remove those gunshot primer residue particles. They aren't destroyed, but you're simply transferring them to other objects. You might be putting your hands in your pocket. You might touch a steering wheel. You might wash your hands, and that would remove most, if not all, of the particles. So beyond that 4 hours, you're really looking at the total removal of those particles.
So if you didn't wash your hands, just everyday living or touching, could, after over 4 hours, you wouldn't want to, or 6 hours, I think you said it is now.
6 hours is our policy, but an in-house study with controlled participants where we informed them that they weren't allowed to wash their hands and told them to basically stick to clerical work, we really saw that drop off around 4 hours.
If you did wash your hands, and you know somebody washed their hands, they told you, hey, I washed my hands, would you test it?
We would.
Okay. But would you expect most of them to be gone at that point? from washing your hands?
It depends on how well you wash your hands. We expect most of it to be gone, but we've seen it to still be present even after somebody's washed their hands.
And you did a little bit, if you can do a little bit more for me. Gunshot primer residue, is there a certain, I mean, how do you determine, is there a certain distance, vicinity, shooting? I mean, what are you looking for in determining whether gunshot residue is present, and whether someone was in the vicinity to get it?
So really what we're trying to determine when we're looking for gunshot primer residue is, one, were they in the vicinity to the discharge of a firearm? Were they shooting a firearm? Or is it simply transfer? And in most cases, we can't determine whether it's vicinity, which includes shooting, or simply transfer.
Discharge, vicinity, which just mean, are you close to it?
Yeah, so vicinity can be 2 to 3 feet to either side of the shooter and outwards of about 60 feet in front of the shooter.
Discharge, vicinity, and transfer. What do you mean by transfer?
So you can get gunshot residue on your hands from an object that already has gunshot residue on it, or from a person who has gunshot residue on them. So if somebody else shoots a gun and you shake their hands, you could get gunshot residue on your hand that way. You could also touch a recently fired or a dirty weapon and get gunshot residue on your hands that way.
So if you had just fired a firearm and I came up to shake your hand, could I get it from that?
That is possible.
Okay. If I reached under to grab you to turn you, could I get it if you had been shot with gunshot residue?
So gunshot residue does travel with the path of the bullet. So we do expect to find it on victims who have sustained gunshot wounds. And around that gunshot wound specifically, we do expect to find gunshot primer residue particles. So if you touched that area, there is the possibility of transfer.
Okay. And again, if you don't mind me touching you on the arm, if you had gunshot residue on your arm and I did that, could I get it?
That is a possibility as well.
And what's that called?
So in that case, that would be a secondary or tertiary transfer.
Transfer.
Yes.
From one item to me.
Yes, sir.
All right. And the other way is if I fired the firearm.
Yes, sir.
And if I fired a firearm, where do you look for to see if somebody's fired a firearm based on what they're wearing? Like if I was wearing this right now and fired something here, and you had this jacket, where would you look for potential gunshot residue?
So if I knew that that was what you were wearing at the time of the shooting, we would sample from the right sleeve of that jacket, the right chest area of the jacket, the left sleeve of the jacket, and the left chest area of the jacket. We may also want to sample the tie because it's center on your chest, and then the right side of your pants and the left side of your pants. And then your shoes are also a possibility.
Why is that?
Because your shoes are also in the vicinity to the discharge of a firearm. Sometimes we get results off of them, sometimes we don't.
Okay. And would you test my hands?
That would be the best evidence, is the hands, because the hands will allow us to link it to a specific incident within 6 hours, whereas clothing, we can't tell you when it got there. And that's because on an inanimate object such as clothing, that gunshot primer residue is going to stay until it's actively removed. So you would have to brush it off, you would have to wash it off, you would have to do some activity to actually remove it from the clothing.
And that was the next thing I was getting into. You beat me to it. So, but if I just shot and washed my hands off, potentially I could have washed it all, gunshot primer residue off, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But on inanimate objects, and you just said it, and I apologize, how long can gunshot residue stay on?
Indefinitely, if you don't touch it, if you're not actively moving it around or washing it, it can stay until it's removed.
Okay. Now let's just say I'm dead, okay?
Okay.
And I got shot just a few feet. You shot me from right here, okay?
Okay.
I fall down. Would you expect to have gunshot residue on me?
It depends on the firearm, but in general, yes.
And why is that?
So the gunshot primer residue comes out, a large majority of the gunshot primer residue comes out the muzzle of the firearm. And not only does it come out the muzzle of the firearm, but it also follows the path of the bullet. And so wherever that bullet's going, it's going to follow behind it.
And And the follow-up to that is it SLED's recommendation now, if you know, like me, I've been shot, do y'all test for gunshot, or will you test for gunshot residue on a deceased person who's, you know, has been killed with a firearm?
SLED will not test on victims who have sustained gunshot wounds. And we have not been testing on those victims since January of 2022.
And prior to that, was it your policy not to do that, or recommend to local law enforcement agencies not to do that?
We didn't have an official policy, but we were recommending it due to the lack of probative information that you could gain from it.
And just say that one more time. What do you mean by the lack of probative information?
So like I said before, gunshot residue can only put somebody in the vicinity to the discharge of a firearm, or it could say that they transfer gunshot residue on them. So it's just putting gunshot prime residue on them. A victim's already of a gunshot wound has already been established to be in the vicinity to the discharge of a firearm. So it doesn't add any additional information to the case.
Now, there's still other items like stippling, which you're not, do you know about stippling based in your field of expertise?
That's not in my field of expertise.
Now, let's get to this case. Forensic scientist, Megan Fletcher, did you have an occasion to examine some items for a potential gunshot primer residue?
Yes, sir, I did.
I think we have these marked, so I can find them. Shirt in the pants. I'm going to try to take these in the date, the order that you, chronological order of when you examined. You
Okay.
follow me?
I do.
And I'm going to show you what Mark states, 418. And if you, you like gloves?
I have some with me.
Okay, and I think we also have some here. I thought we had a whole box here.
I think that they're on the floor.
You got some? Okay. And why are you using gloves?
I use gloves to protect myself and to protect the evidence. I don't want to put any of my DNA or anything that might be on myself onto the evidence, and I don't want anything that might be on the evidence on me.
And not just gloves. In your laboratory, and I thought I asked you to bring one, but do you wear a lab coat?
When we process clothing, we do wear lab coats, and that helps protect us from our regular clothes from transferring over any evidence onto, or not evidence, but any materials over onto the evidence.
And that's to protect the evidence, really, as much as you, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you have a lab coat and gloves before you start looking at these items.
Well, this also has a DNA request on it. Usually the requests are also on the outside of the box.
So yes, you have your white coat and gloves on when you're in the lab looking at these.
Yes, but
Okay.
because it has a DNA request, we also have a mask on.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Okay, have a mask in addition to that.
Yes.
Okay, please open 418 and tell the jury what it is. Bless you.
This is SLED Lab L21-09074, item 19. I recognize it with our yellow barcode sticker. And this is SLED Lab number L21-09074, item number 20, again with our yellow barcode sticker.
And what date did you examine these on?
I didn't physically examine these items. Jamie Hall would have taken the particle lifts off of these items, so her initials and date would be on everything. But that, the date that she did that would have been June 8th.
Okay. And when did you actually look at them?
I looked at she did call me in while she was processing them, but I didn't physically take custody of these items.
And I understand that. Maybe I was jumping ahead in my mind. Did you have an occasion when Jeannie Hall was processing You say she called you in there?
She did.
Okay, why?
She smelled something rather unusual for our evidence. Our evidence is usually pretty musky smelling. And when she opened up item 19, which is the white t-shirt, she did smell a strong odor of laundry detergent, and I did confirm that with her.
So she smelled that, said, hey, come in here, I want you to see this, or whatever. Could you smell it?
I could smell the laundry detergent as well.
Smelled like laundry detergent.
Yes, sir.
Did you also, so she took a sample from there, a lift, if you will. So you were examining the lifts off the shirt, correct?
Correct.
And the pants.
Correct.
Did you also get to look at the pants that day on June 8th when Ms. Hall looked at them?
I don't remember if I was in there when she processed the shorts, but I have seen pictures of that she took of the shorts.
Okay, and can you describe the shirt and the shorts when you saw them? The pictures of them.
The shirt is a white t-shirt. There is some staining on the lower left-hand side, but relatively clean. The green cargo shorts are clean.
Now, what did you do, and while we're here, did you also receive the, forensic scientist? Let's start with the shirt.
Okay?
Tell the jury specifically now, we got all that. Tell them specifically. What did you do when you examined the particle lifts from that shirt?
The particle lifts were analyzed on the scanning electron microscope. And how we do that in our lab and how most laboratories throughout the world actually do it is use a software program to help us out. And that's because the particles that we're looking at are so small. If you can imagine 2 football fields, we're actually looking for particles the size of a pea on those two football fields. So we use a software that does a little bit of an automated analysis, and that automated analysis uses brightness and contrast that's associated with known particles of gunshot primer residue. And it does that automated analysis overnight for us. And in the next day or over the weekend, whatever it is, we come in and then it provides us a list of candidate features. It tells us what features that it thinks contain the elements lead, barium, and antimony. As the analyst, I then look at those features, I relocate to them on the SEM. So I physically drive the SEM back to that, to the location that it saved. I look at the particle, make sure that it's molten in nature, and then I use the energy dispersive X-ray detector to scan the particle to determine whether lead, barium, and antimony are present.
And I think Ms. Hall described where she took the particle list from. Did you determine, were there any gunshot residue? What'd you find on the shirt?
Particles characteristic of gunshot primer residue were found. Particles characteristic of gunshot primer residue are microscopic molten particles that contain the elements lead, barium, and antimony.
And it can come from?
It can come from being in the vicinity to the discharge of a firearm or being transferred from an object that has gunshot primer residue on it. No time frame can be provided as to when these particles were deposited.
And as far as 418 in evidence, the shirt, can you tell where the particle lifts were from? Like from the right sleeve, the right chest side?
Can I refer to my notes, please?
Please. I think His Honor will let you.
So for the white t-shirt, from the particle lift that was collected from the right sleeve, right chest area, 2 particles characteristic of gunshot primer residue were found. And from the left sleeve, left chest area, the particle lift collected from there, 1 particle characteristic of gunshot primer residue was found. Those particle lifts are combined into one result for a result of multiple particles.
What does that mean that you found two particle lifts? I mean, as far as the amount of particles you found, what does that mean in your field of expertise?
My opinion is that that object, this t-shirt, was either in the vicinity to the discharge of a firearm or came into contact with something that had gunshot primer residue on it. I can't tell you the likelihood, which one is more likely to have happened.
And that's your opinion, correct?
That's my opinion.
Now, also in 418, and again, these were the defendant's shirts, pants, and clothes that, and shoes that we're going to get to in a minute that you were examining, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
That's what the chain showed.
That's what the submission showed, yes.
Submission slip. Thank you. Now let's go to the pants. Did you have an occasion to examine a particle list that Ms. Hall did?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, and again, and we may not go through this every time, but can you tell the jury what you did again when you were examining the particle list, please?
So the particle lifts from the shorts were analyzed the same way as the particle lifts from the shirt, the same way that we analyze every particle lift that's submitted for gunshot primer residue or collected for gunshot primer residue. Goes through the automated process. I go in, I confirm or that there are particles present or that there aren't particles present.
Can you tell me, did you locate any particles and where they were on
Yeah.
these shorts, please?
Yes, sir. On the right side, right groin area, there were 2 particles located and confirmed. And then on the left groin area, there was 1 particle located and confirmed.
And you issued a report. What are your findings as a result of finding these particle lists on the shorts that the submission slip said belonged to the defendant on states 418? What's your opinion?
Particles characteristic of gunshot primer residue were found. Again, my opinion is that they were this pair of shorts were either in the vicinity to the discharge of a firearm or came in contact with something that had gunshot primer residue on it. Again, I can't tell you which is more likely, and I can't tell you when those particles were deposited.
So they could have come from a transfer holding a gun and then putting it on your pants?
That's correct.
Could have come from being in the vicinity of a shot?
That's correct.
Could they have come from discharge?
Well, the shorts themselves can't discharge, so on an inanimate object, we just say that they're in the vicinity to the discharge.
That's what I meant, yeah, in the vicinity. The vicinity of a discharge.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, they can't discharge. Respectfully. Now, did you have an occasion to examine the lifts from Alex Murdaugh's hands that were lifted by Varnado, I believe?
Yes, sir, I did.
And they're already in evidence. And you basically, after Jamie Hall says, hey, these were all done right, they then go to you, right?
Yes, sir.
These
That's
are already in evidence.
That's not the GSR.
These are the GSR kits. Anyway, I don't think we need this in evidence. Did you have an occasion to examine the GSR kit?
I did.
It was taken from Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you know, you've talked about that 4-hour, 6-hour period. Again, was that checked? And did you make sure that that was collected in the time period or you wouldn't have performed your examination?
That's correct. Not only is it checked by the person inventorying, in this case, Jamie Hall, before I will sign off on that inventory sheet, I also double check the GSR information form. That GSR information form that is included in the kit is also scanned, so we retain a record of it so that I can go back and double check that it was within the 6 hours.
Okay, so you did that.
I did.
All right. What was your, did your examination conclude as far as the particle lift that was taken from the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
So 1 particle lift was collected from Ms. Ryan and 1 from Ms. Love. 1 particle characteristic of primer residue is found. General particles characteristic of gunshot primer residue are microscopic molten particles that contain the elements lead, barium, and antimony. Gunshot primer residue can come from the discharging of a firearm, being in the vicinity to the discharge of a firearm, or coming into contact with a surface that has gunshot primer residue on it.
And y'all are going to say that conclusion if it's got just a few particle lifts or a bunch of them,
I'm sorry.
Just
what
a
can-
general conclusion, that's what you're gonna find, that there are particle lists, and it can come from one of those three ways, right?
Yes, sir.
Discharge, vicinity.
For hands, we have one of those three ways. For clothing, we only have the vicinity and the transfer.
So is that consistent? If I grabbed one of these firearms and handed it to an officer, would that be consistent with your findings? You can get it from a transfer of a firearm?
You could get one particle from transferring, from a firearm, yes.
If you fired a firearm and washed your hands and then grabbed a firearm and handed it to a police officer, would that be consistent with that also?
Well, you still had that transfer from the firearm. It didn't really matter what you did prior to that. You still could have had that one particle on your hands from that transfer of the firearm.
Did you have an occasion to examine the shoes?
I did.
Particle list from the shoes.
Yes, sir.
States 419. You still got your gloves on?
No, but I can put another pair on.
And what were you provided regarding these shoes?
We were provided that these were the shoes collected from Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
And did you, were you able, well, tell me what your examination from the particle list revealed.
No particles characteristic of gunshot primer residue were detected.
Any?
None.
None.
No, none.
You know, think about the lab. Did you really know about, do you know anything about the case that I mean, at that point, you're examining something, you don't know anything about who's wearing what or what you're examining, do you? Or who's you're examining, other than the submission slips?
No, I know who it is based on the submission sheet,
Right.
which is important because it has to come from somebody who didn't sustain a gunshot wound.
Okay, and I got that. That's a bad
But-
question. But other than that, you don't know about the case or what evidence, potential evidence, right?
I just know that it was a priority request.
You don't know what shoes the potential suspect was wearing during the day, or how many shoes they were wearing, if they were even wearing shoes, do you?
No, sir.
So your results after finding no gunshot primer residue or what on your report? Will you read it like you reported it?
Yes, sir. No particles characteristic of gunshot primer residue detected. The absence of primer residue on the item is consistent with, but not limited to, the following scenarios: the item not being in the vicinity to the discharge of a firearm, cleaning of the item, excessive blood or debris on the item, environmental factors including wind and rain, the ammunition discharged, lead-free, non-toxic, or some .22 caliber rimfire ammunition not producing particles characteristic of the conventional primer residue, or the firearm not producing primer residue on the item when discharged.
So at this point, you've examined a shirt,
Yes, sir.
shorts,
Yes.
hands,
Yes, sir.
gunshot, and shoes.
Yes.
And the date you examined all those again was what?
The date that they were placed on the
The particle list that you examined, yes.
Yes, the date they were placed on the scanning electron microscope was June 8th, 2021.
June 8th.
Yes, sir.
And that's the same day that Jamie Hall smelled the shirt.
Yes, sir.
Same day you smelled the shirt.
Yes, sir.
Did you receive any other items in this investigation where you were requested to determine whether or not there was any gunshot primary residue?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I want to show you now what's, I believe, with everybody's help, states number 100, seatbelt. Thank you very much. And you said a priority was placed on this case, right?
Yes, sir.
I apologize. Do you sometimes, have you been present when Jamie Hall was doing the particle lifts, and have you actually assisted?
Yes, sir, especially if there is an abnormal item submitted for analysis.
All right, and abnormal's got a lot of definitions, but in your world, what does that abnormal mean?
So typical items that we receive are obviously gunshot residue kits, but clothing items like T-shirts or hooded sweatshirts or pants or shorts or shoes, so things that we can have a standard operating procedure for. Those things we can say that we're going to collect from the same areas every single time. Other items are not so typical and then require a little bit more analysis on them.
States 100, is that example of one of those?
Yes, a seatbelt would be an abnormal item.
Do you know when you examined this?
The seatbelt was examined on September 1st, 2021.
And it's brought to your lab,
Correct.
to the director's lab, excuse me. And is this what you examined?
Yes, sir.
And did you actually assist Ms. Hall in attempting to get particle lifts off this?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, so you were both in the room,
Correct.
gloves on,
Yes.
jacket on,
Yes.
mask on?
Yes.
And can you tell these folks, can you help me tell them what this is and where you attempted to get particle lifts?
Yes. So this is, I had to Google this because I'm not super familiar with a seatbelt assembly. This is considered the buckle. This is the part that everybody sees in their vehicle. This bottom portion is what is in between the center console and the seat and not exposed when a person is sitting in the vehicle.
So if I'm driving, is this going to be on my right side?
It should be on your right side, yes.
Okay. And what is this?
So if we start here, the next part that everybody's familiar with is the latch plate, which goes into the buckle. And then there's an entire belt that goes into the retractor wheel.
Can you
And
pull it? Let's pull it. Don't let it go. All
I
right.
got it.
Where did y'all attempt, you and Ms. Hall attempt to get particle lifts?
So we stretched it out as far as it would go, and we took samples, 3 samples from the belt, front or both sides, and we just divided it into 3 sections and took samples from those 3 sections.
And this was an abnormal item that you assisted Ms. Hall with?
Yes, sir.
Will you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the results of your examination, if any?
Yes, sir. 1 particle characteristic of gunshot primer residue is found. In general, particles characteristic of gunshot primer residue are microscopic molten particles that contain the elements lead, barium, and antimony. Gunshot primer residue can come from being in the vicinity to the discharge of a firearm or coming into contact with a surface that has gunshot primer residue on it. However, no information can be provided as to the time frame in which this particle was deposited.
So in common sense term, how could that get on the seatbelt? Where did you actually find the particle?
The particle was located on the particle lift collected from the buckle. So that piece with the red button.
Just in common sense, in your expert opinion, how could that particle get on that buckle?
It could be from touching something that has gunshot primer residue on it, or possibly being in the vicinity to the discharge of a firearm.
So it could be a transfer.
It's probably most likely a transfer, yes, sir.
Say why is it probably most likely a transfer?
It's just usually not exposed to the vicinity. If there isn't a gunshot out of that vehicle, then transfer is the most likely scenario.
This makes sense, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, you submitted another potential piece of evidence in this case, forensic
Yes.
scientist Megan Fletcher.
Yes, sir, I was.
And what was that?
This was a blue rain jacket, kind of poncho type jacket.
Do you know when you, I guess, when that came into your custody, when you looked at it the first time?
October 5th, 2021.
Of course.
Excuse me, Your Honor, we renew our earlier objection to this evidence under 403, but we don't have any additional objections.
Yes, sir, submitted.
I first want to show you, I don't know if I'm going to use that ammo or not yet, but just showing what's 430 right now. Is that what you examined?
Those are images of what I examined, yes.
Images of what you examined.
Yes, sir.
And tell the folks where you conducted this examination specifically.
I conducted this examination in the trace evidence laboratory.
In the trace laboratory.
Yes, sir.
And I first noticed there's a well, states 430. It appears that the, well, let me put this on there. I'm sorry. It looks like it's on a table or something.
It's actually on two tables. It was large enough in order for us to be able to lay it out. We had to put two tables together.
Large enough you had to put two tables together.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And why is it on this white, what's it on? What's underneath?
Underneath it is butcher paper, and that's used to protect the item of evidence, but also used to collect any trace evidence that may need to be examined.
And it looks like on the right, there may be a ruler or a measurement.
Yes, it was just a sticker with ruler on it just to help guide us with the size, general size of it. We didn't take any specific measurements of anything.
But is it fair to say that that's how it looked when you saw it in October?
Yes, sir, it is.
October 8th?
October 5th.
5th, excuse me, of 21. This report was dated October 8th. I apologize. You're with Ms. Hall. You had your jacket on, your gloves on, your mask on?
Yes, sir.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, did it take two of you to do this?
Yes, sir, it did.
Why?
So I gave Jamie Hall direct instructions on where to collect from, and while she was doing that, I was taking the notes.
Double teaming it.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to try not to get too close to you, I apologize, but 226. Is that what's depicted?
I can look at them. This jacket is the jacket I examined. My lab number, the item number 173, my initials, and the date in which we examined it is on there.
And is this the same picture of what we just showed, 430, I think?
It's the same image that you just, or this is the jacket that was in the image you just showed.
Okay, and I'm gonna get this away. I don't want to bother any of the jurors, so I'll get this away here. So you and Ms. Hall lay this out to examine it, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how did you determine specifically where you were going to check to see if there were any particles?
So typically, when we're looking for gunshot primer residue, we're looking for somebody who was in the vicinity to the discharge of a firearm. For this particular case, we were provided information that something might have been transferred in this item that had gunshot primer residue on it. Therefore, we treated it like an item that needed to be checked for transfer. Therefore, we had to collect particle lifts from the entirety of the item, including the interior.
You can either do it from up there or down here. How did you do it? How did you, what'd you start with? Collecting potential particle lift or particle lift.
So in total, we collected 25 particle lifts from the jacket. When I say we covered everything, we covered everything. We collected from the exterior of the hood, the right sleeve, the left sleeve, the right chest, the left chest. There's a middle pocket on the jacket. So we collected the whole middle section, including the pocket. The pocket also has like a hand warmer section. It's got a little bit of fleece inside. We collected from inside of that. And then we split the bottom half in two, collected one particle lift from the right side and one from the left. We then flipped the jacket over and took one particle lift from the right sleeve into the right back on the top of the jacket, the left sleeve into the back on the top of the jacket. Let me check this real quick. The back sample, the lower half was again split in half, and the right side was collected as well as the left side.
Be a little, you said 25. Were there a total of 52 particle lifts?
There were a total of 25 particle lifts.
How many on the outside?
How many particle lifts?
Yes, specifically, please.
Uh, $13.
And can you tell us now where they were?
Where the
Particle lists? Yes. Where did you swab specifically?
The outside of the hood,
Lifts, not swab. I'm sorry.
that's okay.
Okay.
The outside of the hood, the front right sleeve, the front right chest, the front left sleeve, the front left chest, the middle pocket area, the interior of the pocket area, like a hand warmer section. The bottom half of the coat was split into two, so the bottom right side and the bottom left side. The coat was flipped over and the sleeve and top half of the jacket on the right side was collected. The sleeve and top half of the jacket on the left side was collected. And then the bottom half, the right side was collected and the left side was collected.
So you mentioned the pockets in here. Did you find anything inside these pockets? Warmers, or where you put your hands, if you will.
As far as particles of gunshot primer residue,
Yes.
no particles were detected inside that pocket there.
None.
None.
But you checked.
We did check.
Okay. And the particle lists on the outside of the jacket were how many?
A total of particle lifts,
Yes.
13, I believe.
Okay. And what does that tell you as, in your opinion, as an expert in the field of gunshot residue?
Oh, are you asking the number of particles of gunshot primer residue or particle lifts?
Particle list and then your findings.
Okay, there were 13 particle lifts collected from the exterior of the jacket, and I did find particles characteristic of gunshot primer residue on it.
Now, what does that mean?
That jacket could have been in the vicinity to the discharge of a firearm, or something that had gunshot residue on it could have transferred to that object. I can't tell you when that happened or how it happened.
And how many, again, inside the pockets, you found no gunshot residue?
That's correct.
Why, you said it, you flipped it over and checked the inside.
Yes, we turned it inside out and also collected samples from the inside.
Had you done that before?
I don't believe I've done an interior unless it was explicitly stated that somebody was wearing a shirt or a coat inside out.
So you actually turned it inside out.
Correct.
And tell what you and Ms. Hall did.
So once we turned it inside out, we collected particle lifts from the front and the back again. So the inside of the hood, the right sleeve to, you can see seam tape on this. It's that clear stuff that's kind of falling apart off of the jacket. So we use that as kind of a guide for us. So we use the front right sleeve to the center section of the coat, the left front sleeve to the center section of the coat, the middle area directly behind the pocket, the right and the left side on the bottom half of the jacket. We turned it over again and did the right sleeve to the center point on the top of the jacket, the left sleeve to the center point on the top of the jacket, split the bottom in half again, did the right bottom half of the jacket and left bottom half of the jacket.
And what, after your examination, what were your results?
Particles characteristic of gunshot primer residue were also found on the interior of this jacket.
Is there a certain number or could you have kept checking and checking? Was there a lot of gunshot primer residue inside of the jacket?
I would say there were a significant number of particles characteristic of gunshot primer residue on the inside of this jacket, yes.
How many did you determine?
I confirmed 38 particles characteristic.
And I'm saying determined, confirmed. You confirmed how many?
38.
38.
Yes, sir.
From the inside of the rain jacket, poncho,
Yes, sir.
whatever this is, correct?
Yes, sir.
Could you, and you taught me a word too, is there something that kind of led you, there could have been more, but you just basically stopped checking?
So if we go back to when I talked about the automated analysis, it gives me a list of candidate features that may contain lead, barium, and antimony. There were significantly more particles were listed as candidate features containing the elements lead, barium, and antimony. I had to make an analyst decision based on my experience to stop at the number that I did.
Candidate features,
Yes, sir.
which meant if you went on, you would expect to find more gunshot primer residue, correct?
It could. I would have had to still check the morphology. I would have had to make sure that they were molten around. I also would have had to check that they didn't contain exclusionary elements like high amounts of iron and magnesium. But there was a possibility that there would have been more on it.
But you found 38
I confirmed 38, yes, sir.
and 23 candidate features if you'd gone further, correct?
More than 23.
More than 23?
Yes, sir.
Did there come a point, if you had finished that examination, how long would it have taken you if you had checked everything?
If I had checked every single particle, it probably would have taken me a week.
So is there a percentage that you determine, hey, I'm going to stop at this point and say, here are my results? There's some other candidate features. Is there a guideline out there?
We don't have a specific guideline. It really is based on our experience. And for this particular case, I stopped anywhere between 10 and 20%. Some areas I was able to do a full percent or full 100% because there weren't that many to go look at. But other areas I did have to make a determination
Of when to stop?
of when to stop. Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you look at the ladies and gentlemen of this jury and tell them in your opinion, your expert opinion, how that number of particles of gunshot residue primer, what is that consistent with?
If somebody was wearing this coat inside out, I would say that it's consistent with being in the vicinity to the discharge of a shooting. Given that it's on the inside, in order for it to be consistent with transfer, an object or objects with a high amount of gunshot primer residue on it would have had to transfer to it. So they would have had to have more gunshot primer residue particles on them to begin with in order to transfer the amount of gunshot primer residue I found on this coat.
And as far as a recently fired firearm, would your findings be consistent with that item containing a recently fired firearm
It is possible, yes.
with that number of particles?
With that number, it is possible.
Is there any other possibility?
Uh,
You
If-
stated one, is there any more?
If the jacket was inside out and simply in the vicinity to the discharge of a firearm, it could have also had that number of particles on it.
In your opinion, and just life and the job you love, that's a large number of particles, isn't it?
It was a significant amount of particles, yes, sir.
On the inside of the jacket.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not doing this for this, but just to show, I'm almost 6 feet. I am 6 feet. We'll over 6 feet on the record reflector. But anyway. Does this look like a full length garment to you?
I would say that it would fit most people down to their knees or so.
Beg court's indulgence. Just in conclusion again, as far as the hood, you said there was one particle outside the hood?
Yes, sir. I was able to confirm one particle on the exterior of the hood.
And how many particles on the inside of the hood did you determine there were?
3 particles were confirmed on the inside.
Inside of the hood.
Yes, sir.
And finally, since this is an inanimate object, how long would you expect that gunshot primer residue to stay on there?
Until it's actively removed.
Say that again, for what?
Until it's actively removed.
That means washed, clean,
Uh,
whatever.
Yeah, brushing it, like aggressively brushing it off, washing it in a washing machine, cleaned, hosed off, something like that.
If a recently fired firearm was wrapped up inside that jacket, would that be consistent with your findings?
There is a possibility of that, yes, sir.
Thank you very much. That's all we have. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to adjourn for the day and resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Please do not discuss the case. Have a good evening.
I'm going to. I do apologize for the feed this afternoon. I don't know what is going on. Well, it actually wasn't my computer for a change. I do hope to find it all better tomorrow. I hope some of you will come back tomorrow. But in regards to this testimony, we all need to talk because this could be anything, but it's definitely something. It's not a nothing burger because the defense is really worried about it. It's not a nothing burger because let's just celebrate. Let's just celebrate somebody who loves their
You
job.
will be cross-examined tomorrow. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone between now and then. Okay. All right. We'll be in recess till tomorrow morning.
I never want to interrupt the judge. That was terrible. Like I had a heart attack because he started to talk. Like, wow, I want to hear what he has to say. But just a reminder to the witness that because she needs to be crossed in the morning, she's got to talk to nobody in the meantime. So we're going to start with cross, I guess, in the morning, or more, whatever, and redirect and everything else because they're not done. We're going to go on with this, but apparently this actually does mean something. I don't know if y'all agree or not. But you know what it does mean? I'm really, really upset with how Meadors treats the evidence. He's the only one not wearing gloves, tossing stuff around, boxes going here, throwing stuff in the garbage. Like, where did he come from? Like, this county actually hired him for this case. Like, no respect. Okay, but what I do have respect for is what I was saying before the judge came in. Was Megan Fletcher's love of her job is apparent. Megan Fletcher getting giddy over the amount of specimens that she could actually analyze to be positive and have something good to go about. I mean, she was literally, like, you could see she just like, she knows her job. She loves her job. This is her thing. There were so many particles. We must celebrate the geekiness there and just like, I'm going to go with it. If she says that he was wearing, it was somebody could have been wearing that inside out and shot a gun, I'm going to believe her. And if she tells me there's enough GSR there that guns were wrapped in that raincoat, I'm going to believe that too. That does seem significant. Oh, sorry. I forgot to remove it. Oh. Ouch. I am so sorry. I should have remembered that happens. Ow. And you can all send me the hearing drops that you're going to need after that. I do apologize. God, that was cranky. Horrible. Jujubee, what the hell are you talking about? You love the way this guy hit. I'm putting that up for posterity. You're going to have to leave this one down. You love the way the guy handles the evidence. I'm ready to throw things across the room every time he walks near a box. Like, yeah, I mean, even if it doesn't really mean anything, it was just, to me, damn disrespectful. And y'all know how I feel about the respect in the courtroom. Like, it needs to be like, mind your manners, get your job done, but there's a way to do it, right? It just was making me nuts. Thank you, Peter, for telling me the feed was good. Over here, it was really hard to tell because in order to make sure it wasn't on my end, I had to close everything else. So I couldn't even see the feed anymore. And I was actually typing to you guys through my phone because I didn't want to slow down and make any hitch whatsoever for the volume or anything like that. I'll try to investigate it more and see if I can get, like, I usually have a couple of feeds open so I can switch, but it wasn't any different. Coming in, any of the YouTube feeds had the same problem as far as what I could tell. They were all yellow, and I usually only pick green ones. At least it wasn't red. It didn't go out completely, thank goodness. But I do apologize for the frustration. Yes, I loved her passion, always grateful for her job. I did. I loved how she got to explain it, But her assistant, Jamie Hall, the one who works with her, not really her assistant, but her co-worker, rather, the way she didn't let them twist her words either and kept saying, that's not my responsibility. Nope, I'm not going to speculate on that. Nope, this is what I did, and that's as far as I go. That's up to the analyst. The respect there between all of them was good to see that line. And that was important, especially if they're going to be reporting on gunshot residue. But can you all, do y'all see why the defense was having an issue with this testimony? They didn't want it in there. Number one, there's no definitive. But even without the definitive, just the sound of it and the possibility of it, it does seem to damage the credibility of their defense, especially since part of Alex Murdaugh's alibi is being at his mother's. And he had something under his arm. And they found something that could have been under his arm. And that something might be full of gunshot residue from carrying weapons. Weapons that may have been hidden or destroyed or whatever. And then he had to get rid of the other part. I don't know. There's a lot of what ifs. All I know is there's a lot of pressure going on, and I don't have any answers. And this is the most frustrating case I have ever followed. Not only was it monumental in the amount of charges, financial charges against Alex Murdaugh, every day my box was full of new accusations and fraud claims and new filings. Okay, the number of civil suits of the people that were wronged by this man is crazy. Okay, the number of hurt people, close people to him, friends, family, co-workers, partners. This one, This one's going to be one for the books. I wouldn't either. And thank God you know what vinyl is, Brilliant. You're not that old, but you're not that young. Like, you're just right if you know what vinyl is. Yeah. And I wouldn't let him near any of it at all. And I get it. I get it. And just so you know what we're talking about, Brilliant says, Claire, I wouldn't trust that lawyer with my vinyl collection the way he handled that evidence. Man, I wouldn't trust him with a baby, a dog, nothing. Like that, he's just a mishandler of things with respect. I can tell you that. Like he gets no pass from me. And I'm not really fond of his style. He's very charming. He comes off like, how you doing? Tell me about yourself. Like, why should we listen to you? He's very smooth. And then he bumfundles and does all that with the evidence and just like, no, I need BCE. Like, come on. That was an important witness. And it's my humble opinion. BCE should have handled it. It's my humble opinion. I would have preferred it, actually, because I would have got freaked out by the handling of the evidence. Not even your CD collection, Liam. Gosh, all right. I know. I gotta go. I know, Pete. I will see everyone tomorrow. I'll tell you. Mandy, this is what we'll end with, right? Well, what she's just saying. Let me put this up before I lose my feed. Well, if I were on the jury, I would be more confused than I was before. I didn't think I was going to say that after yesterday, but yeah, today I am more confused. I've been to the bank and found out his checks don't cash. I found that out today. I found out that he's shady on his paperwork, that he doesn't respect his partners enough to be honest with them. That there was a traumatic event and family members died and he may be responsible. And also that there was just hella weirdness coming from the prosecution today. When BCE was talking to them, it was all good. Like, we got information out. I don't know. It's true, Mandy. I'm not saying when he got to the house that the guns were in there. This I know. The caregiver definitely said, the way he was carrying it under her arm, there could not have been a long gun in there. A long gun, meaning a shotgun, a long gun, not a pistol or whatever like that. Hope that's the right terminology. I don't know anything that much about guns, but this is what you all have taught me. But the caregiver did say that she did not think a firearm could have been wrapped up in the tarp or the raincoat or the knot tarp, whatever we're going to call it, because of the way it was under his arm and the way he was carrying it. And that I agree. That doesn't mean he didn't already dispose of the guns and was disposing of what he used to wrap it in, separating them. Because we've learned that on CSI shows, right? And on the detective shows that we watch, or murder mysteries. Like, if you're going to dispose of the evidence, or the body, whatever you wrapped it in, whatever you did with it, separate them all so they can't trace it back to you. That way, if they do find the body or they do find a weapon, they don't find your address or a piece of mail tattooed to it. They still have to come and figure it out. Like, that's like 101, separate the pieces. So I think he wrapped the weapons in there, disposed of the weapons, and then he got rid of he hid what he wrapped up. Why he didn't burn it or put it in a dumpster, I don't know. Why it was in mom's closet, I don't know. Panic? But then again, if he's under this much pressure, we don't have an absolute person who's thinking clearly right now anyway. So the what ifs, all I know is the what ifs and the possibilities have increased today, not decreased. I've got no clear picture still. I'm still waiting for things to be stitched together. Hopefully that starts to happen. But either way, it's going to happen starting tomorrow because I'm out of here. Have a good night, everybody. Don't forget to like and share and comment. I'd appreciate it. And to everybody who hung out for the whole day, even through the difficulties with the feed and etc., and help keep the conversation go, I appreciate you. I love talking about this stuff with you guys. And I look forward to tomorrow. So until tomorrow, ciao.